That first 15 minutes of the video. God damn it. If you're not 5 minutes early, you're late. Good. I think I want to move to Japan. Nope. Nope. Yeah, literally no, Dev. That's because Gibbs would be like, oh, opportunity to lie. Right, well, here we are. Dev was about to kill millions of people due to not being able to find the correct suspect in a murder case. Emphasis on correct. Hold on a second. I think we've got an audio bug. Chat is saying that they can't hear you, so let me look into that. Oh, all of you. That is conceivably possible, so let me just double check what's actually selected for audio devices. Alright, try saying something now. Okay, let's try saying something now.
Something.
Hello.
Okay, it's reading as it should. I've reselected the audio driver, so we'll see if chat hears something.
Anyone?
I don't know. I guess I'm just
now
sort
it's
of
good,
waiting
they
to
say.
see if. Oh, it is very good.
It's
Yep.
working.
Okay.
Is it?
Yep, it's working
Alrighty.
now.
Looks
I
like
just
it.
listened to the stream. It's working. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, that's good.
Lovely.
All right, resume.
Yeah. So, Darlene calls you up and tells you to bring the evidence.
Okay. Then we're all gonna go over to his office.
Yep. Let's do it.
Okay. You of course go to him, and he welcomes you in and asks you to lay out the evidence that you're going to be presenting against Rylan.
Okay, I actually have to be reminded of what we have.
I know what we have. So
Okay,
we
I
have
have
the
lost.
potion that we took from his house, which is half empty. We have the dead body at the village, which we left in the basement of that chapel. And
It's 2
the
days
body's
away though.
yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Send the messenger. Fucking, he's got contacts, I assume. We are willing to testify under the spell Zone of Truth that you actually did go into his house and you actually did take that potion, as well as the fact that we did see a ghost and the murder and everything else we described, including the fact that the body had money on him, so it wasn't a killing for profit, like he wasn't
Gambling debt,
mugged or
yeah.
anything. Yeah. And the fact that he was in the company of another rogue. which was capable of dealing with poisons, and it is the MO, and we connected the poison vial to that guy.
Oh, we
So we're willing-
also found we found somebody at the village who was willing to corroborate that he was seen leaving the area where the body was found at the time.
Yes. And we
Yeah.
are willing to testify under Zone of Truth, which is a
Yeah.
spell that doesn't allow you to lie.
And also that the poison master said that the bottle came from him, but that he refuses to testify. That's everything.
And I think one of the most important things that you're leaving out is that
Service guarantees
the
citizenship.
Rowland left. He was his traveling companion. He left during the middle of the night after Dorlith had been killed, and he's made no mention of it and hasn't said anything to anybody. Pretty sus.
But I want to ask the leader of the Thieves Guild, and I'll say, well, since I'm unexperienced with how things work, I've been locked up in an academy for most of my life. I understand that this can have dire implications for the entire realm. So how does he want us to proceed? Like, does he want us to make it a cover-up, or does he just wants to find justice? Especially since thieves have attacked us.
He thinks on this for a moment and then just says, well, we ought to do the right thing. It can't be allowed to stand that rogues can assassinate each other. And I think that this was Lady Selvia assassinating Elrond's grandson in order to make sure that her grandson can take up the position on the Master's Apprenticeship, which he has done.
Did we
So-
remember to mention the cut off hand as well?
Yeah, we did mention that we were attacked last night, and we do have like one of the attackers.
I don't think you've told him that yet.
Didn't we
he has
draw
an
the
attacker,
attacker?
but not, yeah, he has the attacker.
Yeah,
locked
he
up.
has the attacker.
Oh,
Heresy's
right, okay, yeah.
Fire
yeah.
is the
Okay, yeah.
answer.
So he adds, and I think the fact that you're getting close to this is why she sent 2 assassins after you. Again, another attempted assassination inside a guild. If this carries on, then we will be looking at a guild civil war. But if we can nip it in the bud, we might be able to prevent that by making sure that Rallan goes away and Selvia is implicated.
Sometimes
I'll,
at the academy, when a higher up student was supposed to be punished for something that would create a scandal, the punishment will be dealt behind closed doors so that the rest of the students wouldn't know about it. Is there something
the
we can
Academy
do
sounds like
here?
an awfully corrupt organization.
is there something we can do here? Like, make sure that we handle punishment with only the parties involved without making it a public spectacle.
Dorlith says, well, the purpose of it being a public spectacle is what dissuades the rest of the guild. If it's handled in private, then Selvia essentially gets away with it. And also, it's going to be very difficult to keep that quiet.
Okay.
But right, he says, if you're ready, you can go get your breakfast, and we will head over to the courthouse.
Oh, there was something I wanted to ask him. I forget what it is now. Shit.
Ah, dang! Should have written it down.
Oh
Well. It was probably nothing important.
well. The whole case actually hinges on it. Okay, well, let's go eat, I guess.
Okay, you can go get yourself some breakfast at the guild. Are you just going to kill time until you
Yeah.
need to be at the courthouse? So see
Yeah,
if
I'll
I
go to
can-
the church, do a bit of hanging out there, do some prayer, attend a service if it's possible. Maybe say a prayer in particular that justice is served during the trial,
I have lost.
and that all the information comes out, that everyone thinks clearly about what happened.
Right. Okay.
No. A brief intermission. Pachu donates $10 to say, howdy all, nothing like a DMD stream chill on my birthday. Thanks for the entertainment. Also, Hyrax. Happy birthday,
hello
Pachu.
there.
Oh yeah. Happy birthday.
Happy
Good
birthday.
job, you made it. You made it another year.
Yeah.
There's no
Another
guarantees
year.
that that'll happen, so that's unsure.
That's right. This could be your last.
Don't say that. Jesus.
Right, let's
So
take
you
it in
really
that
want
direction.
to make it count. Don't waste any day.
Man, I heard that like a guy that I knew from my hometown died recently. He's like 56. Like holy shit,
Let's
that's pretty young
focus
to die.
about the game, Jesus, with all of your mortality talk.
Sorry.
All right, well,
Game
Devin
of
Rags
life.
took that in a dark direction, but for the rest of it,
Okay, give me a second. Just there we go. Right. Well, the time comes, and Darlin meets you at the courthouse, and you are taken into the court in this very hastily AI generated image. I should have prepared beforehand and thought I had, but apparently I didn't.
Jesus.
So ignore any of the weirdness of the AI generation. There's a general impression of the courthouse.
It appears we have entered a rather Eldritch court today.
Yeah, that's why I said ignore any of those things. But
It's
anyway,
very abstract.
yeah, it's an abstract court. But
Yeah.
but in there, of course, you have various bailiffs, you have the judge and his advisors sat on a bench, but there is no jury. You enter
imagine
into
not.
the court.
If we allowed the civil
no.
populace to see this, they'd freak the fuck out.
That's hardly their business, is it? But yeah, so you are invited to sit down at one of the benches, and Rowland is sat opposite, and each side has their respective lawyer. And the judge reads out the charge, which is that Rowland is charged with murdering one of the guild members of his fellow guild, who was placed under his charge. How does he plead? And Rowland's lawyer stands up and says he pleads not guilty. And so the judge turns to your lawyer and says, well, please present your case. And so your lawyer, or the prosecution lawyer, explains what you have said. He believes that Rowland took the young Dorlith on as instructed, heading to Amar, and in Caden, he poisoned him with viper's tongue and ditched his body in the river wash, expecting it to get washed out into the river and therefore away. But of course, that didn't happen, and it was you who discovered the body and performed the investigation. And he points to Dev on behalf of the Rogues Guild. Took it upon yourself to investigate this and believe that you have sufficient evidence to prove that Rowland was guilty. The judge then turns to you, Dev, and says, well, please present your evidence.
Okay. Should I just repeat everything that we said before?
We're
I guess.
fucked.
Well, you can lay out what he's expecting you to give a timeline of events and the evidence that you have that proves that Rowland was responsible and the guilty party.
Service guarantees citizenship.
So, me and my traveling companions, and I'll gesture to the other three.
Hello.
We came across his body in
Jesus, Dev. Fucking hell.
What? Well, we did. What do you mean? This is the start of the story, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that is how it starts. Yes.
Just ignore
came across
Rex,
his body.
Dev.
We came
Come
across.
on, you're in a courtroom.
his
Only Dev,
body.
please.
Okay.
Come on, you wouldn't talk in a courtroom. Come on.
We came across his body. We inspected the body. We investigated. We discovered that he had the telltale signs of viper's tongue poisoning, which was the bumps in behind the ears, and then the black foam in the mouth.
Shit.
We discovered he also had 100 gold pieces on him as well. So we decided to take it upon ourselves to investigate. We went around town. We spoke to some people.
I have lost.
We discovered that he had gained the 100 gold pieces through gambling the night before. However, because the 100 gold pieces was found on his body, he wasn't killed over some sort of slight. We
Service
talked to the
guarantees
person that he won the
citizenship.
100 gold pieces from, and he didn't know what was going on. Moreover, we also from asking around town, we discovered that his traveling companion was noticed by some of the townspeople leaving the area at around the same time that he would have died, and also the innkeeper said that he checked out in the middle of the night, leaving his room. Upon further investigation back here in the city, we found this half-filled bottle of poison at his house, and I'll produce the bottle of poison. The poison master has confirmed that he gave this poison to our suspect.
Okay. I forgot to mention that you were asked to swear on a Bible of Lathander before. Rowland does swear on the Bible of Lathander. What do you do?
Dev
I'll do the same.
bursts into flame.
Okay.
Wouldn't they have
Right.
like clerics to cast like Zone of Truth or potions of anime?
Don't
You get
know.
shot every
Why
time
are you
Gate says
talking in the
Zone of
courtroom?
Truth.
I'm just asking the lawyer.
You have no idea. Anyway, moving on. Right. So the judge motions to Rallan and says, "Would you like to give your version of events, given the seriousness of these charges?" And so Rallan takes the stand and he says, when I get to it, he says, I was ordered to go to Amar by Elrod with Dorlith as part of his initiation into his master's apprenticeship to receive a commendation from Lady Selvia and the king. However, in Caden, we checked into the Blue Falcon Inn, and instead of going to sleep early and being well rested for the following day's travel, Dorlith stayed up late drinking and gambling against my better advice. I went to bed early, and I woke up quite late, and I got up to see if Dorlith was still up. But after receiving no word from him, and after checking his room, I went around town looking to see if I could find him. Nothing turned up, and I went back to the inn, and I woke up very early, and so I assumed that Dorlith must have either gotten up early or travelled ahead for some reason. So I travelled to Amar to see if I could find him. I arrived in Amar, I met up with Lady Selvia as planned, who had also not seen from Dorlith, and so I returned to Wymore. He then sits down, and the judge says to the defense lawyer, he calls you up again, Dev, and asks the defense lawyer if he would like to cross-examine you, which he
Okay.
would. So the defense lawyer, standing in front of the bench that you're stood at, says to him, "Is all of your evidence circumstantial?"
Oh God, I think it is actually. It's all like people who said that they saw him and that sort of thing.
No, we have the murder weapon. We have the body. We have a motive.
Yeah, that's true. Not yet, not exactly. We do have the half-filled potion bottle, and we do have the body with the symptoms.
He says, "Can anyone else testify to the veracity of the body? Where is the body now?"
Well, my 3 traveling companions all saw it, and the body is currently kept back at the village in the church.
You can, well, can you remember the name of the priest?
No, I can't.
His character probably could.
Make a history check if you like, Dev.
Okay.
You can't remember the name of the priest.
Maybe some of us can.
No, well, you're not allowed to talk.
I can't, but my friends can.
Very persuasive. Right, okay. So the opposition lawyer says, right, so you can't name anyone who can verify that the body does have the poison symptoms, but we will take your word under oath that the body is where it is. What was the name of the villager who claims to have seen Rallan?
Sargon,
I'm
we're
not even
fucking YouTubers. We have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers with different names. Don't ask us to remember fucking names, please.
I'm not.
Just write it down.
I'm not sure we even got his name, to be honest. I think we
We
just asked
did.
around. Did we? Okay.
Yes.
I mean, the characters would probably remember because they don't make YouTube videos, Sargon. They don't.
Well,
talk
maybe
to
you
people
should
in the
make a
comment
history check
section.
and see if your character can
I'm not
remember
gonna.
it.
I'm
All
not
right,
gonna
I'll
denigrate my
history check
profession
again.
by saying I can't remember.
Harry,
some
Nope, I don't remember that
names.
one either.
Fire is the answer.
Like,
Okay.
sorry, I lost all their names.
Never mind.
Should have written it down.
How are we to know that you found the money on the body? How are we to know that that came from there?
Oh, because it was because it was in his personal coin pouch. I have lost.
Okay.
Shit.
And what you left it in the personal coin pouch when? I mean, you've got it now, right?
No, we left that with the body as well.
What?
I have
Oh
lost.
no, we gave it to the guildmaster. That's right. The guildmaster has the coins.
Okay. Darlin produces the coin pouch, and yes, on it is stitched the name Dorlith. So you can indeed prove that the coin pouch is his, and it does contain the money. Okay. He then says, so the villager who saw Rallan wandering around, how do you know that? Does this not, in your opinion, comport with his allegation that he was looking for Dorlith?
No, because this happened in the middle of the night around the time he would have died, not the next morning.
Give me a second. How exactly did you come into the possession of the poison that you claim came from Rallan's house?
We investigated his house.
When?
Was it last night or the night before? I don't remember. I think it was last night. No, it was 2 nights ago. Right? No, because yesterday was we were all running around town talking to people.
Yeah. And how do you know that this is the bottle of poison, assuming that Dorlith was poisoned? How do you know that the poison that poisoned him came from this bottle?
Because Viper's tongue is very rare, and you can't
The
really
potion
easily get it
master, so-
here. And also,
Okay.
yeah, the potion master did say, but also that it's unlikely he'll have like 18 bottles of it lying around, right?
Well, I don't know. He's not going to say, "Oh yeah, good point." He's the opposition lawyer. Right. Okay. He asks you a few more questions, but nothing substantial, and then you're dismissed. Then Rallan is brought up, and the Rallan's lawyer asked to call. What was his name? Siler, the master of poisons, who enters via a door adjacent, and he is called to the witness stand. And the defense lawyer asks him, "Did you give Rallan this bottle of poison?" And he says, "No." Do you know anything? Do you think Rallan? He knows Rallan well, and he says, "Do you think that Rallan would be capable of poisoning a young man who he was given unto the charge of?" And he says, "No, of course not. Rallan has, for the long time that I've known him, been a good and decent man." And the defense lawyer nods, and then says, "Well, what do you think happened?" And he just says, "I don't know." So, okay. There are a couple of other questions, but nothing of any particular importance, and he is dismissed. Rallan, there's more back and forth, but this is the meat of it. And then towards the end, both the prosecutor and the defense give their statements, and the judge takes all the evidence and says that he will convene tomorrow with a judgment. And you are dismissed from the courtroom.
He
Alrighty.
lied.
And people died.
He lied.
But
As you go out, Dallin, of course, walks with you and says, "I think you did a very good job. I think there's not a judge in the land that wouldn't convict on the strength of this evidence."
how often is
I don't
bribery
know, Jeff.
in this kingdom?
I
don't
think
know
Deb
about
did a
that.
pretty awful job. I think Deb should neck himself.
I'm skeptical at how hopeful he is about this.
Right. What are you doing for the rest of the day?
Okay, so we're gonna head back to that potion master's house and make him drink his own brews
Oh, are
for
you?
lying. That's the plan, guys.
Yeah, just pass time until tomorrow. There's no reason to do anything.
Okay.
I have if we actually do just have a free day, there's one thing I want to quickly do, if you don't mind, Sargon.
What's that?
I want to get my my Black Panther pelt turned into a cloak or something. Is there like a a leather worker or something in town?
You can make an investigation check.
Okay.
Yeah, you find a pretty skillful one.
Excellent. So I'll show him the pelt, maybe the claws if he can use them to decorate it.
Yeah,
Maybe
hang on
the
a sec.
head if he wants to like put a hood on it.
Yeah, he says he can turn it into a very posh cloak that should be very good insulation against the cold for 20 gold pieces.
Sounds good. I'll give him the 20.
Okay. He says, come back in a week.
All right. 1 week. And there we
Let
go.
me see. I don't think there's really anything else that we might need. I hate to turn this into a quick shopping episode, but since we are here, is there anything that we think we might need on our travels that we don't have with us? Is there any sort of thing that has come to anyone's mind? We have our packs that have some stuff in them, but
Tents.
Oh, we need tents.
yeah, we could do something
You know
like
what?
tents, like little
Let's buy
little
some
tents.
tents. What do
Sure.
tents cost?
What we can do is let's see, get some tents maybe. Do we have any?
Hold on, Rags. Hold on. We got to roll to find the camping store.
Let me just ask someone, right?
Just ask the guards.
Or some sort of awning place.
It's an investigation roll, I think.
Hang on a sec.
Let's see. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, it's very easy to find tents. You go down to the big market. Hang on a sec, I've even got a map.
As it turns out, many businesses want to be found.
Yeah, but the thing is, the way that this works, basically, the southwest quarter of the city is basically a giant open air market, and so it's one thing being found; it's another thing finding the thing you want. But you spend the afternoon wandering around the market, and you do find tents. So you can get a 2-person tent for 2 gold pieces.
Yeah, sure, we can get a couple of those.
Okay.
Let me see. So
Are you
I'll
buying them both, Rags, or?
yeah, sure, why not?
Okay.
Well, they weigh 20
so-
pounds.
Well,
Each.
I mean, should we get a horse and cart? Because I've already noticing
That's a
that
fair amount
we're-
of money. That's a
Well,
fair amount of
we're
money,
doing
dude.
a fair amount of walking, and if each of us have put on 20 pounds, maybe an argument can be made that if we're doing all this traveling place to place to place, having some, even if doesn't have to be a horse, it could be a mule or a burro, it could something that could pull a cart or any other. Dare we even begin to dip our toe into fantasy here and have some other creature that can pull?
Yeah,
a
but
cart
that's a lot of.
for-
That's like, we're talking thousands of gold at this point. What we can probably do with some.
Thousands? A mule
to get a
can't
horse?
be thousands.
Yeah, a horse and a cart is like 150 gold. One of us could afford it.
And that's
This
a
is fine.
horse.
Okay.
If we want to get
Okay,
something
alright.
cheaper,
See, I figured we just like fight some bandits and take their cart again, but all right.
Okay, Dev. Well, leave us out here and find the well-equipped bandit camp to raid. And
well, turns out that didn't happen. So, if only it had. If only it had. But Sargon, how much is an animal in a cart?
Make an investigation check.
All right. Let's look
Ah,
around for
duck.
Yep.
A duck would do.
animals and the carts they carry. Investigation.
You can find a mule, which is a fairly reliable, but you couldn't ride it, animal. Doesn't move very fast either. But for 170 gold pieces, you can get a mule in a fairly well-built cart.
For how many?
Fucking shoot that
170.
fucking both of them. And the salesman as well. Thieving sacks of shit.
170?
Yep. I mean,
Can
if
we all
someone else
ride in
wants
it
to
or
have a
no?
look around, you can do that.
I sure do hope so.
Hold on. Can we all ride in this cart, or is it only for stuff?
No, it's not going to be big enough to take more than one person as the
Which one
driver.
of you have the best investigation roll?
Here, I'll roll
Service
investigation.
guarantees
Hold on.
citizenship.
That's pretty
Nice. Very good.
I was gonna fucking tussle your hair and call you a good boy so you get a bonus in that, but instead you just rolled, didn't you? Dev.
Sorry.
good. You can
I
find the
have
same
lost.
for 90 gold.
Dang. All
That's
right.
still a ridiculously expensive mule, but it's better.
Well, it comes with the
Well,
cart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a mule and a cart, considering we don't have to carry any of this, and that's just going to be way less painful for us to
Okay.
bring all this stuff
So this
around.
isn't-
And if
this
we
isn't
find
like-
anything, if it whether it be bodies, animal corpses that we might have slain, just sort of
Mhm,
anything that we might need, we've got it. And mules are
So-
super hardy, and they don't slow us down.
So however, I can't find like a 2-horse cart that we can ride in or anything like that.
Ooh,
You haven't looked for one.
ooh. Sargon,
Oh,
what about a chariot?
okay.
You haven't looked for one.
Are there rules for riding into battle on a chariot?
Probably, yeah.
You're a priest, though.
Well, this sounds like a holy warrior kind of thing.
Okay. You guys want to buy the, what is it, a 90 gold or a 70 gold? What was it, Sargon? Sorry.
Well, what
There's
is the
90 gold
result?
for the good quality mule and cart.
Did you want to look for anything else? You haven't looked for horses, carts, anything like that.
Well, here's the thing. If I go looking for something else, I'll probably lose this deal. So you guys go look for.
I'm going to
Lose
tussle
this
my
deal?
own hair
I mean,
and
we
give me
could
a
just-
blessing to go look for a chariot with a horse.
We could just tell them that. Well, we'll just tell them we'll think about it, and we'll be right back. Oh, nice, very nice.
You do, actually. Chariots are actually an unusual thing because most people don't use them. But occasionally, some very wealthy nobles will commission them for sort of kitsch value. And you do find a very lovely, well painted chariot, but it's 400 gold pieces.
Does it come with a horse?
No,
But why?
because it doesn't. And also, it's a 2-horse chariot. But it could carry 4 people.
Well, that's a
Heresy's
fucking
the
big chariot.
question. Fire is the answer.
If we're
Well,
gonna
it's
get
the sort
something,
of thing that's normally built for nobles who want to be fancy and show off.
Listen,
I think just getting a large like a caravan wagon or one of those like Conestoga wagon type things, or just a wagon that would be big enough for us to sleep in, to rest on, to
That would
keep
be
stuff
quite a
in.
big wagon, to be fair.
yes,
It
and
would be.
this would be infinitely more chic.
Well, we've got chic
have
written all
400
over
gold?
us, but I'm not paying that kind of money for a fancy chariot.
How much money do you have, Arch?
I'll have enough after the trial, I'm sure.
I have. Let me check. Where
We
does
got
this-
165.
Yeah, I have 200 gold, Arch. How much do you have?
172.
If you want to, we can pitch our resources. If someone else buys the horses, then we can have it.
I'm not interested in buying some kind of a chariot.
A 4-man
it seems
chariot.
it seems
Well,
a
can
bit weird.
I mean,
Can
it looks cool.
Would it speed up our
And it-
travel? And if so, by how much?
Yeah, no, it absolutely would. So at the moment you're moving. Sorry, let me get the speed thing up again because I can't actually remember. So at the moment your travel times across clear ground or along a road basically is 20 miles a day. On a chariot or a carriage, it'd be 30 miles a day on clear ground. But of course, you can't really go on rough ground on a carriage or chariot.
Are there money lenders in this place? Like, does the Thieves Guild deal with like giving money to people and then breaking it off if they don't
They
pay?
probably do. Are you sure you want to get in debt this early in the game?
Do you
don't
think
know,
that
I-
maybe we should look for something more practical,
Definitely
See,
not.
less flashy?
Absolutely
Wait,
not.
hold on. Arch, before we even pull the trigger on this, we got to figure out how much horses cost.
Okay,
You
well,
should
I'll,
have to
I'll
buy the
just note
horses.
down the location of this guy for now.
Well, they're traveling traders. They come and go.
Okay, well, they're gonna have to fucking stay put for at least a little while then.
Not necessarily.
Wait, Arch, we can buy the chariot now and buy the horses later.
No, that's a little bit
Well,
silly.
okay.
Well, what
V,
kind
V,
of horse
that's
do you want to buy?
That
profoundly
can pull the
retarded.
chariot, Sargon.
Right, you'd need at least 2 draft horses, which is 150 gold pieces.
Each.
No, for they're 75 gold pieces each.
And also, they'd be ongoing costs.
I
That's
think
true.
it's
No,
yeah, I
send
think
them
it's
all.
doable, Arch. I think it's doable. Let's buy the chariot now, Arch. We'll leave it at the Thieves Guild, and when we make more gold, we buy the horses.
We're not going to... No, that would
We're,
be a little
we're
bit
not
too
even
crazy.
going to entertain the
Service
idea of
guarantees
looking for
citizenship.
something that isn't so exquisite and decorative and
No, not for even a
posh.
single solitary second.
No.
We are
Rags,
men
you
of
need to read
God.
the fucking group. We're buying the chariot. Like, we're not interested in your gold. We understand you don't want it. Go away. Let the people shop. The fuck. So,
But
Yeah,
we are
Arch,
going
we
to
can-
need more money first. We'll keep
We-
this
we
in
can-
mind because I like the idea.
But we will need your money in order to buy the horses. So don't
Oh,
fuck
Yeah,
well.
off
hold
yet.
on. Oh my. Okay, how it costs 400, right? And how much do you
Yes.
two have pooled up?
Well,
We
it's
got,
550 for the horses and the chariot.
Yes, we're
yeah,
going to need
I
more
have
money
200.
first.
Yeah, I have 200 gold.
And Arch, what do you have?
172. So we're going to need more money first. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, 372, right? So we need another 125 or so. I have 165, so we could get the chariot and 2 horses. So hold on, how much stuff can the chariot hold aside from us?
You,
Can
you
also hold our
can't.
stuff.
It's 550. You guys don't have that.
Well, yes, we
Rags
do.
would have to chip in.
We
Right,
have
hang on,
550.
let me get a calculator out. Right, you've got 200 V. How much have you got, Arch?
Hold on. I
172.
will only contribute the 150 because I'm sure we'll need money for inns and stuff.
Yeah, you probably will. So 150. What have you got, Arch?
170.
Don't put all your money, Arch, because then again, inns.
And how
very
much have you got,
expensive.
Dev?
165.
Right, you got 485, not 550.
Yeah, but can we
That's right.
haggle?
We're close.
Can we roll a haggle check or whatever the fuck?
Maybe.
Okay. I will say that if he lowers the price, we have the money on hand and we can take it off him now without, without any other hassle.
Go on then.
I shall bless Dev. Or V. Or whoever the fuck.
And consider, are there any ongoing costs for keeping draft horses when we stop? How much will
There,
it
of
cost
course,
to keep
are.
them?
All right. So what is it? A persuasion?
Yeah.
Plus 1d4 from Arch.
Oh my god.
That's a pretty good persuasion roll.
It's 26.
26. That's
I
one
have
fuck of an
lost.
argument.
Shit.
Oh, he rolled a 1, so it's 1 gold cheaper. That's really good. That's good, though.
No, that's the extra
know, I
added
just-
bonus from Arch's
that's
Divinity
fine.
Touch.
Yeah, just having a
I think he should
You
be
wanted to
paying
go
us at this
shopping,
point.
Rags. There are consequences for every action.
Not for me. This is yours. If this makes you happy, that's great.
There are ongoing costs, but yeah, he says he'll do it for 500. Well, the chariot he'll do for 30 gold cheaper, and the horses for 10 gold each cheaper. So
500.
500, yeah. You have 485.
We are
Pitch in
still going
15
to
more,
need...
V.
We are still
Pitch in
going to
15
need more
more.
money. We should get more money first.
He's not going to be here tomorrow, I bet.
Well, Arch, if he's not going to be here tomorrow, we
He's
can
got
either
the
take-
potential promise of 500 gold pieces for staying
hold
here
on, hold
another
on. Let me-
24 hours.
Ask him if
let
he'll
me-
be
let me
here
put it
tomorrow.
this
You
way.
don't
We
have to
can either
guess.
get the chariot now, and it doesn't matter if he's here tomorrow or not, right? Like we have the chariot, and then we just buy the horses, or
The horse come
we
with it.
can
now.
talk. Yeah, or we can talk with him and see if he's going to be here tomorrow.
Why not just buy the horses, ride the horses, and then get a cheap cart that can hold all their stuff?
I'm starting to think that Rags doesn't like the chariot, and he's keep trying to find arguments to persuade us from not buying it. It's just the vibe that I'm getting. I'm not sure if I'm really onto something.
I've been pretty clear about my opinion, which is I'm more than happy for you to buy the chariot if you wish. It's no skin off my back at all. I'm just proposing alternative options for
Hold
you
on,
to
Rags.
explore.
If we get the chariot, are you going to ride in it?
Of course, he's going to ride in it.
I mean,
'cause then it's
I'd
going
certainly
to
like
influence our
I'd
movement
like
speed.
to if you get it, but I think
Then
that
let's
there
get
are
it.
wiser expenditures of coin than this.
I mean, there are words to describe
It
this
does-
action. It's called a freeloader, a welfare guy. You know, like we can describe what Rags is doing here just fine. But Arch, do you
I'm
do you want me
I'm just
talk
trying to
with-
be the voice of wisdom. That's all I'm doing.
As are
Sargon,
most
I
welfare
I asked the
leeches.
merchant. I asked the merchant if he's going to be here tomorrow.
He says yes, but I don't know whether this chariot will be.
Ah, see
Oh,
that, Regs?
true.
400
That
gold
is true.
chariots are very
Chariots are
common
fast.
and commodity. They get just tearing off the shelves. Everyone wants one.
I mean, there is a reason he bought
I
it
mean,
to sell.
I mean, 3 of the 4 of us really want one, so it does follow.
Yeah,
Archie, it's your decision. Do you want to buy the chariot now, or do you want to risk it and see if he has it tomorrow?
We'll have to risk it, in my opinion. I am far more prudent in these cases. I do want the chariot because we could paint it to be a fucking church on wheels, which would be amazeballs. Not to mention, we could run shows off this fucking thing.
Yes, that's why I want to buy it. Like I was already thinking about it. Like you
How
can
come-
make.
How come
impressive
Sargon
shows on it.
hasn't used the opportunity to put into his little image generator medieval pimp chariot, and just to
Because
see
you
what
haven't
it'll
bought it
spit
yet.
out?
If you buy it, then maybe I will.
Come on, Ash,
Ooh.
let's buy the chariot. Like it will be safe in the Thieves Guild, and we can always return to have it.
It will be safe in the Thieves Guild.
No, he's not
It's
wrong.
true. It's true. It's just a funny sentence.
I mean, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
It is
To the
true.
Thieves Guild, it'll be considered my property, and they're not going to turn on me. So yeah.
yeah.
Oh. Or the evil woman we're currently pissing off will smash it just because Sargon's a bit of a douchebag in these cases.
Maybe, who knows? But at least you'll have a claim against her.
Yeah, we're going to find horses anywhere. I assume, like it's a medieval society, they must sell horses.
True,
at the
but we're
market.
going to have to rustle up that money before we leave, otherwise we're going to be pulling this chariot.
And also
No,
remember,
no,
you're
but we
gonna
can
have
ask it
to.
to have it delivered at the.
No. V.
Yeah,
The
that won't
horses
cost
come
any
with
extra.
it.
V.
Yeah, V. The horses come with it at 500.
Oh yeah.
We get 2 horses in the chariot for 500 gold.
Okay, well, Arch, you decide. I'll go with whatever you say.
Yep, same.
I'll do this. Buying some horses seems like a decent investment in money. So if it's to go for the horses, well, even though I don't really approve of the chariot, it seems like a bit, not my thing.
You're still gonna sit in the back. We all know it, Reg. So,
But
Alright,
well,
at
of
least
you
course,
bought the horses.
I'd much like to. But I will say the horses seem like a wise investment for us. I will pitch in to buy the horses if that's all you need at the end. You needed the 15 to cover the final bit of purchase.
yes, we
Then
pooled our
I
money. We
will-
have 485.
Then if it's to go for the horses, I'll buy the horses.
All right.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll do it. We'll name one of the horses Rags.
Well, won't that be incredibly confusing?
No, I don't think
All
so.
right.
I don't think
No,
it'll
fair enough.
understand when I call for Rags, but I hope you will.
Well, all
Okay,
right.
fine. Name the 2 horses, Mauler and Fringy. Then
Oh my goodness.
What
What colors are these horses? Just so I can paint the mental picture.
Do I have the-
what color horses would you like?
Oh,
can
I
paint them
want
ourselves.
a horse like Aemur's of the Riders of Rohirrim. I want a black horse that has like whitish sort of splotches on it. It's very, very lovely. And the other one will be a classic brown horse with a bit of white on its face,
Okay, well,
like
do an
Theoden,
investigation roll.
king of. Oh, god damn it!
Couldn't we just make one black, one white? We could call one diversity, the other integration.
Let's see.
Diversity
I will
inclusion.
do. Yeah, let's do an investigation to see some horses that we might like.
Nah, there's just sort of brown ones.
Just brown
Well, I
horses.
guess sort of brown
I bet
ones.
if we were looking for brown horses,
Damn,
there would be
Dev.
only white ones.
oh wait, what horse color did I notice?
Okay, you can find a white horse.
Oh,
It's more expensive than the other ones.
Oh,
oh,
Why?
okay, how much
It's
more?
not
horse.
white.
Here are
That's
your
White
where
horses
that
are
place
beautiful,
Okay, how much more?
Fuck
expensive?
off.
which is why you want one.
We're going hard today, are we?
Hold on. How much more expensive is the white horse?
20 gold pieces.
Rags, it's got to be you. If you want a white horse, here it is. 20 more.
How badly do you
I-
want the white?
I'm not so much of a racial supremacist when it comes to horses. So, we'll
Rags,
just...
you literally have to pony up here, okay?
No, because ponies are not horses. So close, Dev, but not literal. I will
I thought that
say
the pony is a little horse. I swear to fucking God.
that's right, V. Now there is I'll just get 2 decently plain brown horses. They don't look spectacular, but that's all right because it's what's on the inside that counts and how much muscle they have.
We can just
So-
paint them
Rags,
later.
Are you telling me that in My Little Pony, they're not actually horses? Like they're a different species?
That's an interesting question. If someone in the chat is an expert at My Little Pony
like Rainbow
lore,
Dash.
send
Is
us
she
some
a mare
super
or not?
chats and clear up this horrific confusion that's occurred within the party, because we need to know, damn it.
Actually, I can confirm from knowing Boog that horses are divided along racial lines in the My Little Pony universe.
That
Yeah,
is
there's a-
fascinating.
Something to
Three
think
races.
about. It's
what
something
what
to think
are you
about.
spending, and who is paying how much?
I'm spending. I'm just giving in the horses were how much for just the horses? Because I can pay for those and take care of them.
50.
50
Yeah,
each.
wasn't
50
it?
each.
50 each, and the chariot was the 300 or was the 400.
Yes.
All right. Well, I've given my 15 to cover the cost of the horses, and the idea of getting fancier looking horses just because they're a different color has no interest to me whatsoever. A good horse is a good horse.
But I'm really struggling with the AI art generator because it obviously has no fucking idea what a chariot is.
No one
So-
generates chariots, so it can't figure out what you want. It's
Yeah,
just a box on wheels
I
with
will do it, Sargon. I'll
boobs on the
generate it.
front.
But
No, I'll show you what it thinks a chariot is if you like.
I'm kind of curious.
It's really, really funny. Like it's just
Okay.
like it knows it has something to do with horses. I'll put it in the Discord so you can.
All right.
I will generate a picture.
You can do that, but we using the one I generated. Right,
You
there
probably
are.
could
It's-
just use an actual, a real piece of art.
feel
of
free
them,
to get
so-
that up, Arch.
Where does
Where
where,
is
where
it?
do you
You
post
put
this,
it-
Sargon?
I'm just putting it
'Cause
in the D&D room. It's just uploading.
All right.
I just like you posted some others and I didn't see them. That's why I'm asking.
It's still uploading. It's taking forever for some reason. But right, Rag. So you're spending 50 gold pieces.
15 to top them off for their 500.
Right. So
They were at
Arch-
485 and they needed 500, so I'm
Yeah. So
topping them off. Oh my
Arch has
god.
172. How-
That fucking
Wow.
picture.
I have
Jesus
lost.
Christ.
That's a pretty
mine
great
was very-
chariot.
I'm sorry, Sargon. Mine has to win.
For some reason, no. Yours is a carriage, not a chariot.
That is,
Right.
what is this? This steampunk 1800s Thomas Edison monstrosity.
And I have no idea what the AI thinks a chariot is. So
I asked it in the style of Darkest Dungeon.
Oh my god.
okay, well,
Interesting.
I mean, technically, my one is closer.
Hold on, I'll do a proper one.
But right. So when it comes to the money, then Arch, how much are you spending?
70.
Wasn't it
What?
more than that, Arch?
170, I mean.
Right. Okay. So take 170 off of your thing.
I'm working on it. I'm trying to figure out how Discord does pictures.
you copy paste? What do you mean?
That is again a carriage, not a chariot.
No, I'm sorry. The AI drew 5. You do not know the difference between a chariot and a carriage. Like if the AI
Oh, right,
keeps
okay.
saying that this
Yeah.
is it, it has to be it.
Well, then, if the AI says so, fair enough. But the DM, I'm telling you, that's not a chariot. But right, okay. So Arch, 170 off then, leaving you with 2 gold pieces.
Goddamn, I'm trying to bring up the fucking chariot.
Don't worry about the chariot.
I do worry about the chariot.
Yeah, well, you've got to pay for it first. Worry about getting the thing afterwards. Right, Dev, how much are you paying?
165. That's all my gold. I only have 7 silver left.
Okay, so you're 335. So V,
150.
you're probably gonna have to pay more than that. V,
How much more is needed?
We did the math earlier. Y'all should.
15
that
extra
lined up.
gold pieces.
15? Okay, I followed them as well.
Okay, well, okay, right, and but that includes the horses as well.
Do you have any idea
I
how
have-
it
I have
feels like to be a
lost.
thought that's poor in this universe, Sargon?
Nope.
Same as in every other universe, I imagine. Rags, are you contributing to this at all?
I am, yes. I was given the 15 gold to get them to 500.
All right, V, you can put 15 gold back into your
Why, thank you.
purse. Okay, you are now the proud owners of a magnificent chariot. It doesn't have a roof on it, but it's kind of a stylized war chariot.
And
It's
all
very
four of
well
us can fit in it?
painted. It's sort of dark red with yellow trim. It's got huge wheels, and you can attach the 2 horses to it. Which do any of
Here's
you
the
have
question.
animal handling?
Fire is the answer.
No.
Let's
I
see.
think I may. Hold on. That's wisdom, isn't it? Or is it
Yeah,
intelligence?
yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
it
get,
is
I get
handling
+1 in
wisdom.
it for wisdom, but otherwise no. Maybe we should take a class.
Mine is 3.
Right, Arch. It looks like you'll be the animal handler then.
I'm
I
going to
can be
bust
his
myself
assistant.
every time. Because I know how Sargon's animals behave.
Oh, then. Okay, yeah, without any particular trouble at all, you get both of the horses attached. You leap up onto the chariot. Who's going to drive it?
Sargon. Arch.
Presumably, yes.
Okay. Make another animal handling check, and let's see how you go.
Am I going to have to do one every fucking corner I make?
Only in a difficult place like a highly packed marketplace.
Of course.
You might not.
I'll
You might
keep
not even have to
blessing myself
drive.
every step of the fucking way.
Hell, Arch.
Well, if we're
It's
just
like
walking
you're an
around
absolute natural at
town-
this. You leap up. The other guy's getting on there?
Yep, well, I'll hop on. Just out of curiosity, can it hold any of our stuff, or is it just the 4 of us?
I mean, you're carrying your stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't have a baggage compartment or anything like that.
Because I thought the whole point of this was to put our 2 tents in this.
Well,
So this
Yeah, but
is-
now we can put more.
So here, you know what?
No, we can't
That's-
put anything in it, V.
we're going to have to... if we're going to go on foot, we're going to have to bring the tents regardless. Otherwise, that's kind of pointless.
What
And when-
does the chariot? And what is it able to carry? Is it able to carry much if we're
Well,
in it?
it's able to carry 4 people, and since
Okay.
4 of you are on there, you can't really squeeze anything else on. But you
All right.
can
So
carry
maybe what-
whatever's on you, obviously.
maybe what we could do is buy some like saddlebags for the horses. That should help.
That could work, yeah.
And also, if we were just navigating the city, you probably don't have to like get on the chariot and, mush mush, whatever you tell horses. But you could, you just probably just lead it from the front, because I
Saddlebags
doubt we're
are
moving
4 gold
faster than
pieces
walking
each, by the
anyway.
way.
For saddlebags,
Yep.
I think that'll be
Apparently
a
they're 4
very
gold
worthy
pieces each.
expenditure. Yeah.
Well, who's paying for those?
I'll pay for one.
I have
Well,
0 money left, so if we're getting
Goodness,
saddlebags,
I'll cover devs.
if we're getting saddlebags and
pieces.
tents, I can't contribute anymore. I spent all my money on this.
The tents have been purchased.
Okay.
So I've bought 2 saddlebags.
Yep, you can put the saddlebags on the horses. It's pretty
All
straightforward.
right. Yeah, so let's do we want to keep a like a sort of like a cart, a horse and cart inventory or something like that? Because I've got my stuff, but it probably wouldn't be difficult for us to just make a quick little thing, and one of us could just keep general track of it. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that. I'll just put it at the top
Okay.
of my notes, which I take.
Mhm.
Let's see. I'll just do like horse and cart inventory, and I'll just sort of keep that handy. So on there, and if you ever need me to let you know what's in there, Sargon, I could do that because I'm just doing this on a word note thingy.
Horse and
Um,
chariot inventory.
Oh, it's true, of course.
Okay. Are you putting anything in there now?
I'm gonna make sure that they have each horse has 2. So we have 2 saddlebags, 2
Well, the
2-man
tents-
tents.
Yeah, 2. Oh, you only need 2 tents, eh? Yeah.
Sorry, I'll be 2-person tents. This is a progressive party.
Mhm.
Or sorry, 2 saddlebags just to carry this, that, and the other thing. That's how all this stuff works. 2 2-person tents, and yeah, there you go. And not to make it too complicated, it'll just they'll just be there around.
Okay. Right. Okay. What are you doing now then?
Well, let me see. We've got some stuff for traveling. We've got our horses and chariot now, so that's neat. We got some tents, some saddlebags for carrying stuff. I don't know. Is there anything that you guys think we might need?
Let's just pass time so we can see the outcome of the trial.
Alrighty, yeah. I'll just go around town. I will go to the church and check out the church quite a
Okay.
bit.
What are you doing with the chariot and
Pose is the
horses?
question.
Are there
Fire is
any
the answer.
way to find jobs that would just last the day?
You
I
wanna make
mean,
some
you
money?
spent most of the day shopping.
Yeah. Here, let's bring the
Service
horses back to the
guarantees
Thieves Guild.
citizenship.
There's probably a stables or something we can park them at.
There is a stables at the Thieves Guild, and you go up to the stables, and the stable master says to you, "Can I help you?" And you say, "Yes, I would like to park this chariot and horses there, actually." And he says, "Right, okay, that would be 10 silver pieces a night."
Well, you guys better pay up because I have no more money.
Yeah, it's okay, and not to mention, like, it's cheaper than paying at the inn. So it's also a place where we can
Per
sleep.
horse.
Per horse. Okay, so 10 silver each
Yeah.
per horse. I'll pay it 20 silver. It's fine.
Okay.
So that's 2 gold. No, sorry. How many silvers is a gold piece?
10.
Right. So 20 silver is 2 gold pieces then.
Yeah.
Okay. Why didn't you just say 2 gold pieces? There we go.
Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. He takes them and says that they'll be fed and watered, and
Yeah.
What do you? It's scrapey brushed. That's it.
hmm
And you can pick them up tomorrow
Paris
when
is
you're
the
ready.
question.
Mhm.
Fire is the answer.
Anything else?
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll just be helping out around the church. Attending
just rest.
service and
I
that
guess
sort of
I'll
thing.
go
Just rest me
to-
till tomorrow.
I'll
Okay.
go to a place. I want to find a place where I could do a performance, make some money, Sargon, because we spent money, so making money is good.
Yeah, but V, you're not contracted to perform anywhere.
No, but like street performance, street magic. David
Okay.
Blaine.
Okay. You can.
That's
you can
right, V.
try.
Perform your street magic.
Yeah, I'll find a corner where it's a little bit more busy, and I'll try performing like minor illusions and street magic. Should be pretty interesting, unless mages are really common in this world.
Hold on. Look at that ritualist art. We
It's pretty
ignore the
good.
50 off cart to get the pussy magnet.
Mediocre performance, Sargon.
Look at how big that card is back there. You could probably hold so much in it.
Not too
It's
good,
got a-
but not too
It's got a
bad
roof and
either.
everything.
No, it's a pretty unimpressive performance, V, and basically no one pays attention to you.
Well, some nights are good, some nights are bad. You know, sometimes you get super
Yeah.
chats, other times you don't. It is what it is.
Holy fuck! How is it that this AI does not know what a chariot is?
Well, I think
give me
Yeah, I've
metal
been
horses.
trying too.
No. I think the official chariot is the first one you generated. The metal
I
horse.
guess it is. I've got a chariot that's driven by horses and ridden by horses. It's like,
Yep. You see, I've been just trying to tell it, like, listen, 2 horses, they're pulling a 2-wheeled vehicle that has no seats. People are standing up in it. Like, I've tried to just say that, and it still won't do it.
I'm trying to exclude the concept of horse from my chariot, and it's having trouble with it. Anyway, okay, yes. So you rest through the night, and first thing in the morning, Dev, you receive a knock from a young messenger who says Darlin wishes you to come because, of course, soon we'll have the verdict.
Wow, that's justice moves swiftly, eh?
Well, justice delayed is justice denied, Dev.
Yeah, I like the anyway.
All right.
In any
let's-
civilized society, justice would be swift.
Yeah.
Shall we all go then, guys?
Yes.
Sure. Do it.
Sorry, I just typed in the prompt: a chariot driven by Achilles. For some reason, the chariot is being drawn by a white lion. It's like, what? Alright, whatever. Fuck off, AI. Right, yes. So you go to the courthouse, and after an unreasonable amount of time waiting and standing around, as all important things do, you are called in, and of course, Darlin is in there, but Lady Sylvia is in there as well. And you see her; she's a miserable-looking old lady, but she's got a very serious face. And you sit down. Darlin's there, as I said. Elrod is also there. And the judge comes out and says, after weighing the evidence very carefully, it seems to me that Rallan makes a persuasive case that, in fact, he did not murder Dorlith. And, in fact, it seems that Dorlith may have met with an unfortunate accident while drunk. He bangs his gavel and says, "You're free to go." Lady Sylvia smiles. Rallan kind of smirks. And Dorlith and Elrod look very, very crestfallen.
Yeah, it is what it is. We did our job.
Yep. After a few moments, you get up and you're shuffled out of the court. And on the way out, Rallan just gives you, Dev, a particularly sort of smug look as he walks past you.
Should have beat the shit out of him, Dev. He wouldn't have been able to testify.
Oh my God!
will-
I just forgot. We didn't even interrogate the guy we kidnapped.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's
Fuck! That's what I
will-
forgot.
Hold on.
It
I
did.
will,
The whole case did
Yep.
hinge on it.
I will tell the thieves master that there's another way we can get justice. The guy that was sent after us, isn't it very unorthodox for a thief to try and assassinate another thief?
He turns to you and says, "Someone freed him during the night."
Well,
So
it
I
is
don't
what it
actually know where
is.
he
I
is.
mean, yeah. I guess it can't be helped, as the Japanese would say.
But
Is that what they say?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
actually have this saying in their culture.
It can't be
ingrained.
helped. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
stoic wisdom, Rags. It's very powerful.
Elrod looks particularly sad at this, and he comes up to you, Dev, and shakes your hand and presses into it a bag of coins and just says, "Thank you for doing everything you could for my grandson." And then
Yep.
wanders off
I'll
quite
just say.
calmly.
I'll just say I'm sorry it wasn't enough, and return the.
I'm sorry we forgot about that witness that attacked us.
Fuck.
He doesn't need to know about that. I mean,
Dev did not graduate lawyer school.
What's in the bag?
you open it up, and it looks like it's about 150 gold pieces.
Wow.
Excellent.
This
I'll
guy
just,
has
take
paid
that.
way too much for shitty advice.
I'll just take
Yes.
that real quick. Thank you.
Are you
Um,
going to share with the class, Dev?
Hold on, let me pull my calculator out.
Dev gets out an abacus.
Roll for mathematics.
You don't have a fucking abacus anyway.
Actually, hold on. V, how much money do you have left, by the way?
I got 48 gold pieces.
And Arch, what are you down to?
2?
Okay,
The
and I'm down to
communist is
0.
going to fuck me
Yeah.
up for having more money. I'm
Yeah, so
fucking real. I
Each
genuinely
according to their need, V.
look at this shit. So I am literally being punished for having more cash than everyone else. You
Hold
know
on.
what, Dev? I don't fucking want your dirty money. You can keep
Okay, hold
it.
on.
No,
Okay, I'm
Dirty
dividing.
money?
Just wait.
I'll take V's share then.
Okay, hold on. I'm dividing it up mostly equally. So
No,
Rags
I don't.
V.
divided by 3. I don't fucking need it, Dev.
No.
I
I'm
am
joking. V.
disgusted by it.
It was a joke. Okay, Rags V, Arch, you each get 35. Okay, I'll count it out.
Thank you.
35 gold.
Thank you.
Socialist money.
You
fucking
also
hell.
all get 200 experience.
Lovely. So let's see. Let's add in our my 35 gold. Lovely. 167.
And 200 experience, bring us to 435. Which means I think we level up.
I think you do.
435. Yeah, seems like it. It'll be something for us to do later.
Leveling up doesn't
Alrighty.
actually take that long.
Well, it depends. Some of
It
us have to
does.
choose things. It depends on what your class is. For me,
I
it will
suppose.
take. It'll take a little bit for me, and that's why I conferred with my very responsive comrades in the D&D chat about us, like maybe organizing some stuff to level up and things. But it will take just a little bit of time for me because I have to choose. Like I have to choose fighting style, and then I have to choose spells, and
I don't have to choose anything, so I'll just do it right now. It's real easy.
yeah, fair.
Some classes, yeah.
Okay,
they
well,
will
Rags,
have-
why don't you the player's handbook's pinned in the D&D chat. Why don't you look it up?
Well, I've
and-
got a page here that has the all the paladin level stuff in it in a
Mhm.
condensed format. So I get fighting style, I get spell
Well,
casting.
hang on,
is
let
now
me
available.
do Dev since his is quick.
Yeah, go
and
for it,
you-
go for
You
it, you
read
bet.
through yours
Yep.
and choose what you want to do, and we'll do yours in a sec.
Okay, so I get cunning action, which basically allows me to use dash, disengage, and hide as bonus actions rather than main actions.
Oh, really?
So-
That's good.
Yep, that's pretty good. And I guess I get the is it the health roll as well?
Well, you can either roll or take the mean.
Okay, let's see here. What's hit points? 1d8 or 5 plus your constitution.
Yes.
Okay. My constitution's pretty high. I mean,
Is it?
it's 3 actually. It's
It's
reasonably high
fucking
for a rogue.
amazing.
That is
Yeah.
really high for a rogue.
Yeah.
So, is it? Yeah, it's 5 plus 3. So I could just get 8, or I
Yes.
could roll a 1d8 and potentially get higher.
But also get a lot lower.
Yes,
Or get
Um,
higher.
or get higher. I assume Arch's blessing roll doesn't help on this.
That's correct.
Hmm. You know what? I'll high roll it. Why not? I'll roll a d8.
Go on then.
You can do it, Dev.
Oh,
There we go.
Oh,
very nice.
look at you go.
Yeah.
You did it.
Okay, 10 extra hit points. So you're on 21 hit points,
Awesome.
which is pretty great. Your proficiency is the same, your sneak attack is the same, and as you say, you get cunning action.
Yep.
So write that down in your specials. Yeah. Right. You
Yep,
should
will
be
do.
able to bring up the thing. Or just copy and paste it in there or something.
Yeah, I'll just copy and paste it in.
Yeah. Right, okay. That's that then. Arch, do you want to do yours?
I can. All right. Let's see here. I believe it's 1d8
I believe
or
it's D8 as
5
well.
plus Constitution.
Yes.
I have
Yeah,
lost.
get the cleric.
Shit.
I'll just take the 5 plus 2.
Yep, so that's 7. So you're on 17 maximum hit points. Which is there, not on the temporary.
But the temporary one's fine.
Temporary is 0 because you don't have any temporary hit points.
I could have. And I get
Um,
the Channel Divinity, 2 of them, which are spells.
Yeah, hang on a sec. So you get an extra first level spell. So rather than having 2, you can have 3 first level spells now. So maybe Cure Wounds would be good.
Over my
By
corpse.
the way, I will be getting Cure Wounds.
See?
I'm gonna be.
Are you gonna
I'm
be,
gonna be.
like a battle cleric, Arch? Just get the heavy armor. Do what V's friend did in his campaign.
Yeah, but there's no reason a battle cleric can't cast heal.
Oh, you say that.
But right,
It-
in your special abilities in the bottom right then, add Channel Divinity. So at second level you gain the ability to channel divine energy directly from your deity. So you can start with 2 effects: turn undead and an effect determined by your domain. Some domains grant you additional effects, so you'll get the light domain in a minute. When
What
you
did you
channel
mention?
divinity, you
Special
choose which
abilities?
effect you create.
Special abilities, you mentioned? What?
Yeah, in the bottom right where it says features and traits.
Features and traits. Put it in there, but they're spells, though.
They're not spells. They're abilities. You get an extra spell, so you've got 3 first level spells rather than 2. But
Okay,
these
I
are
can
class
list them there.
features. So yeah, turn undead. So as an action, you present your holy symbol and speak a prayer and censoring the dead. Each undead that can see or hear you within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, it is turned for 1 minute until it takes any damage. That's pretty cool. Right, and your domain is the light domain. So your channel divinity is Radiance of the Dawn. So you can harness sunlight, banishing darkness and dealing radiant damage to your foes. So your Radiance of the Dawn thing is, as you present your holy symbol, any magical darkness within 30 feet of you is dispelled. Additionally, each hostile creature within 30 feet of you must make a Constitution saving throw. A creature takes radiant damage equals to 2d10 plus your cleric level on a failed saving throw and half as much on a successful one. A creature that's total cover from you is not affected. That's fucking amazing.
Yes.
Depends what you're fighting, but yeah.
Well, it's just any creature. It's just any hostile creature.
Yeah, but take into account this is the action, right? Like he could cast inflict wounds instead. Like he misses on other good shit by doing this.
Sure, but that's really good. Okay. Right. So that's it. So choose the extra spell that you're going to memorize, Arch.
I shall.
V.
I would rather like wait because with sorcerer it's a lot more complex. I'm getting sorcery points. Like there's a lot to read into. So
That's nice, but we're doing it. So let's get on with it.
okay. Well, let me do someone else, and I'll tell you what I will do.
Okay.
come
Well,
back.
Mine's pretty because I have to choose a fighting style, and then
That's
I have to. All right, so first thing that happens is I choose a fighting style,
Hang on a
and
second.
I've got a big list of stuff here.
let me get to your page.
Here, I'll just copy paste it.
It's all right. I've got the player's handbook.
Well, that's just is that just the base handbook, or does it have all the other stuff as well?
Oh shit!
We're only
you can log-
using the base handbook, so you shouldn't be using anything that references anything else.
Yeah, if you log in
But
Baldur's
then-
Gate 3, it tells you exactly what you need for the second level,
That's
like what you can choose.
fascinating. Right. So, yeah. So, Rags, you get D10 or 6 plus your Constitution modifier.
I'll take
Your
the
hit points?
6 plus 3.
Yeah.
So I'll bring me up to 22.
Mm-hmm.
Do pop up. Awesome.
Okay.
So, let's see. I've got lay on hands is better now. Excellent. Divine sensibility. Okay. Between the fighting styles that I choose,
Mhm.
I'm thinking of going either defense, which while you're wearing armor gives me +1 bonus to AC, or if it will actually be used by the party, I'm considering getting protection, which is when a creature you can see attacks a target other than you that is within 5 feet of you, you can
Heresy's the
use your
question.
reaction to
Fire is the
impose
answer.
disadvantage on the attack roll. You must be wielding a shield. Now, if my party members are going to stick beside me in battle, I'm willing to get that. Otherwise, I'll just get defense and get the +1 bonus to AC. So,
Up to the rest of
If-
the party, I guess.
yeah, I know. I'm waiting for them to say something or acknowledge it.
I would suggest you just take the AC, because we can never guarantee our formation
within
in a
5 feet.
fight.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, that would be great, but that's not something we
Yeah.
can ever make absolute sure of.
I mean, I'm obviously not expecting it to happen 100% of the time, but if it's something that you want to keep doing and will remember to do and will actually play by, whether it's Dev beside me or you beside me or V or anyone like that. You just have to be within essentially the adjacent to me, and I can
that
impose
works well for Dev, right? Because he gets
Yep.
advantage, and therefore he can backstab or sneak attack, whatever they call it. But that requires Dev to work in tandem with you. Are you capable of that, Dev?
Sure, but Regs, what's your armor class?
Right now, my AC is 18.
Getting it to you get +2. Getting it to
I
20
get
would
19.
be really nice.
It goes up 1, and a plus one's very good. But
Yeah.
so is being able to impose disadvantage on attack rolls against the person next to me. So
Here's the
You
thing:
can s-
if it's like 2-on-1, he's already gonna have disadvantage anyway.
does he get disadvantage?
No, they don't get
No,
disadvantage.
you only get
Okay.
advantage for attacking.
Okay,
they
yeah,
don't
yeah.
get disadvantage.
Right.
I
Well,
have
grab whatever you like. I
lost-
think either way, it's
Okay.
fine.
Will you try and like stick next to me in combat and be beside me and try to work like
Well, I mean,
work
yeah,
with
but
me?
there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee it's
Yes,
gonna
I'm
happen.
aware of there's no guarantee. But
I will-
if you will try to do that and endeavor to play in somewhat of a, if everyone will try and remember that, then I will get protection.
Actually, you know what?
So-
Considering that now I can dash and attack on the same turn, maybe you should just get the AC. Because I'll probably be
Is
running
that-
around.
Will you be?
Yeah.
All right. I'll get defense then. I
Mhm.
will do that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So I will get defense. My armor class will go up to 19. Can I write a note? Right,
Did
it'll
you
be on my
improve your lay on
feet.
hands, by the way?
I will do that. I've got it written down.
It's
So
paladin level ×5. So yeah, you got 10 points.
yes,
now,
it's
which
got
is
it
great.
written down there. Where's the little feet thing? Because I can put defense as a.
Just add one features and traits as a little plus icon at the bottom
Features and traits. Tool of persistence.
underneath lay on hands.
Here it is. Okay. Add. No, that's the other one. There we
Just
go.
fighting
Add.
style defense.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Alrighty. Let me copy that.
I mean, you get to choose more later, right?
Choose more. Yeah, I
Fighting
can
styles.
either get a new fighting style, if I want to. Yeah, it gives me. There's a few options to either keep what you have or change it later down the road.
Right. Okay. Well, that's fine then.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're hardly ever going to go wrong with just extra armor class, right?
Oh yeah, it was the default pick.
Yeah.
So now I have to do my doop after this.
Well, before choosing the spells, so that you can memorize spells, any spells from the cantrip list. What was the other one? It was Divine Smite.
Divine Smite. Starting at second level, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend one spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target, in addition to the weapon's damage. The extra damage is 2d8 for a first level spell slot, plus 1d8 for each spell level higher than the first to a maximum of 5d8. The damage increases by 1d8 if the target is an undead or a fiend to a maximum of 68.
Right, and you get 2 first level spells.
I think, let me see. I think I get more. I think I get
No,
my
I'm looking at it, I'm
charisma
looking at it.
modifier plus half my paladin level.
Okay, that's it.
You prepare the list of paladin spells that are available for you to cast, choosing from the paladin spell list. When you do so, choose a number of paladin spells equal to your charisma modifier plus half your paladin level, rounded down, minimum of 1 spell. The spells must be of a level for which you have the spell slots.
Right,
So unless
okay,
I'm completely misunderstanding that, I believe I get 4, because I have a charisma modifier of 3,
yeah, but
plus
you
half my
it.
level.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
so that's
right,
4.
okay. Right. Okay, yeah, I guess it.
I believe
guess you
that's
do.
4 total.
Yeah, that is
um,
correct.
Hooray. Let me add in Divine Smite.
Service guarantees
Fine.
citizenship.
All right, excellent.
So you're actually becoming a paladin
I'm becoming a paladin proper
now.
essentially.
Yeah.
And then I think was it okay, Sacred Oath is next level. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So
So
I'm
you can go down to the bottom of the thing and choose 4 level 1 spells to memorize.
now am I can I change these later or
Yeah,
are these the four
the
that
paladins can choose any of them and can change them when on a long rest.
Okay, gotcha. Excellent. Then let's go ahead and start with. I've got 3 already selected, and I'm going to. And
In
I'll
the
just.
if you click, you see at the just underneath the experience points where it says core bio and spells.
I've got a list. Yeah. So I'm going to go with bless, heroism, and shield of faith, and then I think
Heal,
I'm going to
wounds.
choose. Oh yeah. I didn't even put it because it was so obvious. Yeah. Then cure wounds. Yes.
Right. So yeah, just whack those where it says spell slots remain. Basically, spells total is 4.
Slots. So I
So basically, the little plus thing next to it.
the 4 for first level.
Yeah.
What a bizarre format this is.
Yeah.
So I got 4
Mm.
slots remaining, and I'll write. Oh, okay, excellent, gotcha. All right, I'll go ahead and I'll fill it out.
Okay. Was that everyone?
You can come back to me.
Ah,
I know
yeah.
what I
You.
want.
Right.
Right.
Okay. V.
Okay. So the Constitution thing is either I throw a dice,
let me,
right?
Let me just get myself to the sorcerer class. Right. So, yeah, you get was it D6?
I think you can either choose to roll a dice, or you can just say 4 plus your Constitutional modifier.
Yep. What are you choosing?
4 plus my Constitutional modifier, so that's 6, which
Yep.
would get me to 15 hit points.
Yep. So let's actually put that in your hit point maximum because there's not temporary hit points. But that's good.
Okay.
That's pretty good for a level 2 sorcerer, man.
How many spells do I get?
Right, hang on a second. You get at second level. Don't worry about the spells for now. Just trying to find the thing. So you get something called Font of Magic.
Mm-hmm.
So Font of Magic, you tap into a deep wellspring of magic within yourself. This wellspring is represented by sorcery points, which allow you to create a variety of magical effects. So you get 2 sorcery points.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure where you put those.
Let me check. If not, I'll just put them somewhere and I'll know that they're there.
Yeah. I don't know, put them under like
Service
personality traits or
guarantees
something just so they're
citizenship.
front and center. But you can never have more sorcery points than shown on the table for your level.
Okay.
You regain all spent sorcery points when you finish a long rest. You can use your sorcery points to gain additional spell slots or sacrifice spell slots to gain additional sorcery points. You can learn other ways to use your sorcery points as you reach higher levels. So you can transform unexpended sorcery points into 1 spell slot as a bonus action on your turn. So creating spell slots shows to create to create a first level spell is 2 sorcery points. To create a second level is 3, a third level is 5,
Mm-hmm.
a fourth level is 6, and a fifth level is 7.
So basically, I can cast Magic Missile 3 times.
V.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the character sheet, right below characteristics, there's 2 windows for sorcery points and monk key points. You put them there.
Whatever. I'll move them when. Anyway.
Actually, you can cast Magic Missile 4 times because you get an extra first level spell and an extra cantrip. Oh no,
Oh,
sorry,
that is.
sorry, no, the cantrips are the same. You get an extra spell known and an extra first level spell.
Mhm.
So you get to choose 1 extra spell from the first level spell list.
And then another from a second level spell.
Nope.
Okay.
So listen, right? Spells known, you're currently on 2, but you can go up to 3. So you get
Mhm.
plus 1 spell, and you can cast 3 first level spells per day.
Yeah.
And you can spend your sorcery points to cast another one.
Okay.
You don't have any meta magic yet, but the sorcery points can be used for that later as well.
Mm-hmm. So the question is, do I want to deal damage or do I want to learn comprehend language?
Comprehend language.
I want to learn disguise self.
You know, the people around you need to learn comprehend language.
Disguise self, Sargon.
Well, write it down in your spells.
Yeah. Change your appearance, which can be extremely useful in role-playing and infiltration mission. Also, when VTubing, I can look like Gargura now, or Shy Lily, and I can do really amazing tavern performances.
Okay.
I can look like Alinity as well. Where do I put... Oh, here we go.
Go look at disguise self.
Spell level, first level, casting time 1 action, verbal, somatic, duration 1 hour. When you cast
Service
disguise self, you
guarantees
make yourself,
citizenship.
including your clothing, armor, weapons, and other belongings, look different until the spell ends, or until your action to dismiss it.
Duration
The
1 hour,
changes, brought by the spell fail to hold up physical inspection. For example, if you use the spell to add a hat to your outfit, objects pass through the hat, and
Right.
anyone who touches it would feel that there's nothing there. The spell can make you seem up to 1 foot shorter or taller and can appear thin, fat. I can make myself like Gargura Sargon, or your favorite VTuber, whichever you like.
Right, I can make an investigation check against your spell save.
Yeah, but if it's a performance in a tavern, I mean, people would know that it's fake, so...
Sure. Okay. Okay, great. Sorted.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well done. What are you doing?
Well, it's the end of the day, right? We're just
We did
waiting.
another mission, I guess. So who's the quest giver?
Well,
Well,
it's not quite.
we parked the horses in the chariot and we paid for a day. So I guess we're just resting today because it's the end of the day, and then tomorrow we'll see what happens.
do
We
that.
will need to go return back to Ama. Remember?
Oh yeah, that was our original quest. You have to slay
Yeah.
the cat. So
Either we
That's
can go
right.
on a quest of actual justice and kill the bad person
no,
for shits and giggles.
Well-
no.
Well, I don't know if we should do that.
Or
No.
we could just start heading north and return to deliver our mission about the kitty cat.
The kitty cat.
So I'll put you on the world map so you can see what's going on.
But what about justice? We know where he lives.
We did get justice. He was found not guilty.
We could go into his house and prove to him that doesn't matter.
Well, we wouldn't want to do that.
If it makes you feel better, we could, tie a blindfold in front of his eyes.
All right, what you doing?
Going back to the cat quest giver. We killed the cat.
You mean Ilandora?
Yes.
Dev, don't you want justice?
Well, I mean, it just we had the stuff. Maybe some things were forgotten, maybe some things weren't, but I suppose that's how it goes. He wasn't found guilty, and who knows what will come of that later.
Basically,
Okay.
if you try to get justice yourself, you become chaotic. So, like, lawful good means you did what you had to. If you try to, kill him or anything like that, that's chaotic.
Counterpoint. He should have been judged by a jury of his peers, which he wasn't. We're his peers.
It's not,
We can judge
it's not
him.
the United States, Arch. It's not the US of A.
Okay,
it
are
should
you
be.
traveling back to Amar, are you?
Yes.
Right.
I think that's I think that's the plan here.
You can do it in 2 days rather than 3. It's pretty uneventful.
Do peasants
Yeah,
look at
sure.
us now as we're traveling?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are quite impressed with the chariot as you go past.
Mush Muhammad. Mush. What should be the other brown one? Sulaiman?
It's your
Moses.
channel, Arch. You can
Yes,
choose
you can
whatever.
make it as you like.
Whoever bought them can name them, assuming they don't already have names that they answer to or recognize.
Remember, Arch, Kibbs' channel already got nuked, and he said things way worse than, not as bad as that.
I don't know if that's much worse, honestly. I think that's pretty tame, honestly. If they were white, I'd name them something equally, well, derivative.
Anyway, we're traveling, Sargon.
Anyway,
probably
you
reached-
you arrive back at Amar.
She's probably surprised by the chariot.
It's been what, like 2 weeks?
We
It's
did waste a
been-
tremendous amount of time.
We did not waste any time. I think we did a good thing.
Well,
And
right.
plus, we sent that note earlier, many days ago, letting them know that the
Yeah,
quest
yeah,
had been
she knows-
completed. So
Yeah, she knows what happened because we did send the note.
Okay. Are you going to see Ilandora?
we probably should as soon as we can once we arrive.
Okay. Yeah, you arrive in the middle of the day. It's fairly busy, but you can find Ilandora in the Paladin's temple.
She still hasn't managed to unsnag that cape, huh? Tragic.
She has
That
not.
really is. That's why she's always there.
She's been stuck there for weeks.
Yeah, that's just she is.
But she's very pleased to see you. She greets you warmly and says, well done for slaying the cat. And what happened with the murder case you're investigating?
Dev
Um,
happened.
Well, we'll tell her that. Of course, we wish we could have come here sooner, but we felt that the nature of this murder might have shaken the foundations of one of the great houses of the kingdom. And if the houses of the kingdom are divided or at war amongst themselves or with each other, then of course our king is weaker as a result. And so I felt it was part of our duty to do at least this to ensure that that didn't happen. But we'll tell her the results of the trial.
Well, she tells you that absolutely, if a paladin of Helm is ever called upon to investigate a murder, obviously this is important. You should do it.
We'll tell her about the trial. We'll say that Rowland was found not guilty. There wasn't enough evidence to convict, but we presented everything that we found. Though I will say that I believe that something is definitely afoot. We just have no way at the moment of finding out exactly who it is, who is involved, or the extent of it. And I wish I knew
looks
more.
at you seriously and leans in a little bit and says, "Do you think he did it?"
I can say honestly, I was before the trial. I was more confident, but now I'm not sure. But the evidence was the evidence, and I think that parts of it are compelling.
I'll just peek around.
Oh.
However, she turns to you, Rags, and looks at you, Arch, and says, "While you're away, I received word from Orbrook that there are some very strange goings on, and there has been the foundation of a new cult that is claimed to be a cult of the daughter of Lathander. I'd like you to go and investigate this."
Yes, miss, we'll kill them all.
So she wants us to travel to Albrook.
Orbrook.
Can I roll like a check to see if I know anything about daughter
No,
of
V.
the family?
They're
Do you
heretics.
have
Kill them
any
all.
progress?
Well, a religion check, V. Go on then. Show me how much you were paying attention in class.
I have studied this, Arch. It was presented during the third semester.
I withhold blessings. Uh-huh.
Damn.
You don't even know who Lathander
Jeez.
is.
I don't think it's a cult, Arch. I think it's a genuine religion.
You have demonstrated to me. Okay, Miss Paladin, Miss Heretic, Heretic burn.
Well, just because... Yeah, I mean, if she wants to re-educate me, I'm open for it.
Right, how do I roll attack rolls against V Sargon?
You can make a religion check if you like. See if you know anything about it.
I would like to as
I'll
well.
see if I know anything too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, there we go. V, I paid more attention in the classes. I wasn't even there.
Damn, V. I don't even. Yeah. Before I even start thinking, I'm sure Dev tells us everything.
Everyone knows more than V.
Yes, actually, everyone does know more than V. V is actually not sure what god it is he worships. However, the rest of you are well aware that Lathander, in the orthodox teaching of the faith, doesn't have any children, so you've never heard of Lathander's daughter. And so, what are you going to say?
Sorry,
Heretics.
my mic was off, but Arch, if you attack me, I will beat the living shit out of you. At this level, I poop magic missiles.
V, I touched you once
Guaranteed
with
death.
inflict wounds. Your body will not even be recognizable as a body anymore.
Oh, now you have inflict wounds.
I do.
Now you get. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I
Wow,
take it back.
leveling
then.
up's
It
a part of the
depends who
game.
rolls better initiative, I guess.
So she wants us to go to Albrook and investigate rumors of a new cult devoted to Lathander's daughter.
Yep, heretics.
Hmm.
I need no other response than heretics.
Gosh, let's see. Can I ask her if she knows anything else about the nature of this cult, or if at this point it's just rumors and murmurings of them?
I'm beginning to
It's
doubt
not a
Rex's
rumor.
faith.
She
Oh,
says,
there-
I've,
it's
I've
an
been
actual-
told that the priest of Orbrook has allowed there to be a shrine to this daughter set up in the church. So I'd
Would
like
you
you
like
to go
us to
down there and
execute the
investigate.
priests as well, or just the heretics?
Obviously,
So
we need to find out what's going on.
We
Okay,
just
so
they
our role is
want us to
not to
investigate.
take action.
I'm
yeah.
starting to wonder if I'm stuttering here somehow.
Is our role to investigate
who?
or take action?
To
She wants us to
investigate, to find out
investigate.
what's going on.
Okay.
Hmm. I'm not very comfortable
Um,
with this idea. Violence.
She's never
Alright.
heard, like yourselves, of a daughter of Lathander. So, what the cult is like, what the theological legitimacy of this is, she would like you to investigate.
Well, that sounds like a plan. We have our mission, we have our task to complete, and I suppose,
Mhm.
unless there's anything else we should
Um,
know or anything else we need to ask about, we can head on out.
Okay.
Sargon, can you pull up the map again if you don't mind?
I can indeed.
Let me actually ask let me ask her if she wants us to keep a particular like, does she want us to keep this sort of on the down low? Does she want us to have us avoid being conspicuous, or does she want us to investigate from distance? Like, does it matter if this new cult there in Albrecht knows that it's being like checked out essentially?
Well, that's a good question.
Because we could just show up and say, "Hey, we're from Amah, and we'd like to learn about this new cult and the supposed daughter of Lathander." Maybe that's just a thing we could do, and maybe that won't be an issue. We just literally are going there to learn more about it. So that's why I
Hey,
ask.
hey, we're from Oman. We're here to help.
We're
Hey,
from the
well.
government.
She says, I'll let you be the judge of that based on whatever you think the circumstances are on the ground. I mean, it might be wise to be on the down low about it, but it's up to you.
So, there is permission for violence if they turn out to be heretics.
If they
Well,
turn
you're
out to
being
be,
charged with investigating.
What?
yeah, we've been in charge with investigating. But I'll nod and say that we'll act with wisdom.
You can rank your fucking wisdom.
Oh
So-
yeah, we will. We'll have so much wisdom.
If that's the case, let me just pull something up here. I've got 4 more days till my cloak is ready
Mm-hmm.
in Wymore. So let's grab that on the way by.
Okay. You can do
So
that.
let's rest here tonight. Do you have to
Mhm.
pay for the horses again
Yep. Another 10 silver pieces.
for each one?
No, it's 5 silver pieces for each one here.
Oh, okay.
Wymore is just
Yeah,
a
this
very
ain't the big
expensive
city.
place.
Okay, all right. Who's paying this time? Who paid last time?
I paid last time.
Okay.
I
one who
will
got given
pay this
150
time
gold.
because it's cheaper.
Sounds good.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Okay, so I guess we'll rest here tonight.
How
is
fast
it-
can how fast can a horse move when it isn't pulling a cart? Because I wonder, what if one or two of them had a saddle of some sort that could be put on it in case we needed to really make haste or something like that?
I mean, it takes a bit of time to unhook them.
Abandon the cart over my fucking dead body.
No, if
But I mean,
some of
the
us
horse
was
isn't that much faster than the chariot. So.
okay.
But right, okay, you can wait another day and then 2 days down to Weimar to pick up your cloak, Dev, if you want.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay, you go and find the I don't know the name of the person who the profession of the person who would do it, but
Taxidermist?
Tanner.
yeah, possibly a tanner. I don't know. I don't know. Like, what's the name of the person who makes cloaks out of animal
cloakmonger.
furs?
Cloakmonger.
But this is not an unusual thing. There's a strong trade in pelts from Eastwood and Shabury, and you can find someone who does this, as you did. And you arrive, and you've already paid, so they give you a very, very beautiful flowing black cloak. It's a very silky cloak because, of course, this is wonderfully lovely fur. And they say this is one of my proudest pieces of work. I think you'd be very happy with it.
Excellent. So I'll take it and throw it on.
Yeah, it's very, very warm.
Okay.
Look at
Does
that
it give
thing.
any extra armor class, or is it just like a nice cloak?
No, it's just really warm and beautiful.
Okay.
Don't worry, Dev. We're gonna sell it awfully quick.
Listen, I don't have a sleeping bag like you guys do, so this will be my sleeping bag.
You
Yeah.
don't really?
You don't?
No, I didn't come with.
You should get one.
But you
I
would
have one
pelts
now. It's called the
Heresy's the
Panther cloak.
question. Fire is the answer.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right. That's
It's
the
really
same
well
thing.
lined, and it's very, very silky to touch, and it is very warm.
Excellent.
Great.
Well, thanks very much.
Okay. From here, it'll take you another 3 days to get to Orbrook.
Let's see. Let me
Where is he
reacquaint myself with this map. So Albrook is Orbrook, not Albrook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Orbrook. So, was it 1 gold piece per night at the places?
Orbrook.
The way houses?
I can't remember. Maybe it depends on where we are, what part of the
Yeah, but
Wasn't it
country.
one silver?
1 silver? Okay, maybe.
I thought it
one
was,
silver.
yeah. At the
one
smaller
one
places.
silver for each person and 3 silver for each horse.
Okay. So, I'll take off.
1 silver.
You know what? So 3
need to
silver
do it
for
3
3
times.
nights. Yeah,
Yeah.
3 silver for 3 nights, and then I'll pay one of
Also-
the nights. So
V, it's time for V and Archer's mummery show 3 times.
Yes. I'll also use the illusion magic. In order
I'll bless
to-
V each time, I'll bless myself, and we are going to do combined V-tubing and religious teachings.
okay, real quick before you guys do that, I paid for my 3, and I'm also paying for one of the nights for the horses. One of. So
I used
you
my
guys figure out
magic-
what else you're paying.
I use my magic to look like a very cute and adorable angel lady, Sargon, that would draw a crowd. So I hope that counts for something.
Wait, let's
Go
handle the
on.
payment first, and then do that.
Yeah, pay your money first.
I will pay it, yes. And plus 1d4 from Arch's
I've
guidance.
paid for a horse and for the...
That's a 15.
Okay.
Okay, the first place you can do this at is Letton, and people are actually not very impressed. You know, they're happy to see you. Everyone knows who you are. So
And
what are you
then
doing?
follows
Arch?
the religion show. It's a
Yeah, so
two-part
the
act
first
now.
one is a show to attract the crowd, and then Arch does his
Well-
religion teachings and gets donations. and
Okay,
stuff.
well, you do a little
Gets
show. and
donations.
Everyone politely claps at you, but nobody's very impressed. But then Arch gives a sermon about the dangers of corruption and allowing the wicked to go free, and people are very sympathetic and are very, very pleased and impressed, and join you in a long, drawn-out prayer. And you can tell that the people of Letten are very well disposed to you. For that particular night, you aren't charged any room or board in Latin, so you
Nice.
don't have to pay the silver piece, or for the horses.
Oh,
Ah.
all right.
All right, I should do the drawing the crowns first, V. Then you should do your whoring.
Okay. Do we do this in the second town? The second stop, I mean.
You can do. The second stop is just a way house.
Because I would never ask for money for my services. Only greedy, filthy whores would possibly
true.
do such a thing. Usual rounds of blessings.
Yeah, services of the church should be free to all.
17.
Plus the 1d4 that you gave me.
Heresy's the
then.
question. Fire is the answer.
19 performance check.
Okay.
They'll come for Jesus. They'll stay for pornography.
My shows aren't porn, Sargon. They're just like a very cute, wholesome girl doing magic
course.
shows.
I'm
Yeah.
sure. I'm sure that's why the audience is 98% men.
Think about Zaytada from
You
Batman.
do a little entertaining performance, but the thing is, this place isn't really full of clientele, and you get about 4 silver pieces in donations.
Well, for silver pieces, it's 4 silver pieces. So
That's true.
I give Arch 2 and I keep 2.
Okay. You have to each pay a silver piece and then 3 per horse here.
Okay, I'll pay the 2 silver pieces that I got then for.
It's Rags' turn to pay for the horses.
Sure. How much was it again? 3 each?
3 silver pieces each.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll do it.
Make sure
Okay.
they get a good, proper brushing as well.
Absolutely. Got to keep them in shape and fit and looking nice.
And I guess
We are agents of the king, after all. We do have to look in some ways official and responsible.
We should attach plumage to them.
plumage.
The horses?
Yeah,
Yes.
because I feel like the horses are losing out to the chariot right now.
The horses are definitely of lower quality than the chariot.
Yeah, so if we make up them a little bit, tart them up a bit.
That describes the party, but
So we got like one more performance, right? Like the third place we arrive at.
Orbrook.
Do we
Okay,
want to
well, okay.
attract attention?
Orbrook is the question there is, do we wish to arrive in the city and immediately draw maximum attention to
Yeah,
ourselves?
no, we don't do the performance there. Well, actually, I can do the performance because it's not religious based.
Well,
So-
actually, Joan of Arc argues quite vehemently that no, this place needs it more than any other. I know
Okay.
I'm counteracting myself here, but
well, very
I think we shouldn't draw attention to ourselves, but Joan of Arc is very sure that we should.
well, can our game master describe Orbrook a bit? Tell us a little bit about it.
Oh, you haven't got there yet.
Oh, we
No,
haven't.
we're-
Okay,
okay.
we're on
Get
the
up
way.
the next morning
Okay.
and head there, though.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
we do that.
gotcha.
Okay. Yep. You arrive
Actually,
there quite
before we
early in the
leave-
day. Early-ish, about midday, about lunchtime.
Fair enough.
Let me give you a. Albrook, you can see, has been on a kind of strange decline of late. They used to have a farmers market, but recently fewer people have been coming. Apparently, you speak to a few of the villagers, and they say, "Well, some people already have moved away, and others have thought about doing so." The town isn't really very interesting. It's mostly just more agriculture and herds, things like that. It's a pretty standard-looking medieval village. It's quite large. You'd estimate probably about 800 or 900 people live here. Lots of fairly low wooden houses, but you do see a large wooden church which stands up in the middle of the village. I actually don't have a map for this. I thought I did, but apparently I made the wrong town. So for now, you're just gonna have to imagine it.
Yeah, then I'll do the
Theater of the
performance not
mind.
for super chats,
Citizenship.
but hopefully, like someone will get friendly with me and talk about the cult. Like, hey, did you know
Mhm.
that there is such and such? That's what I'm trying to accomplish.
Sorry, what are you doing?
So I want to do my performance here, not for the super chats, but to get people to talk, to get friendly with me, and
Why
hopefully
don't you
someone.
talk to people rather than doing a performance?
It's what I do, Sargon. It's how things roll.
Yeah, but doing
Well,
performances isn't
what you do
necessarily
is
how to get people-
descriptive. So what you could do, what we could all do actually, is we could just say, we've been on the road all day. We're a little bit weary. Is there a place where we can stop and pray and pay our respects to the gods and all that sort of thing? And then people could just point us in that direction. And if they have anything else to say, then they might say it. But that would be reasonable for travelers to be directed to the church, right? Pretty normal.
Yeah, you can find the Church of Lathander. I mean, it's right in the center of the town, and it's towers over the other buildings.
Fair.
So you can do that.
Oh, before we go, I just to make sure that I'm on the same page with the world here. There are a series of the pantheon of gods. There are the gods of light, and then I assume there's the demons and the dark gods and stuff like that. And as long as you're there are different churches to the different gods of light, and those are all Kino and A-OK.
Yep.
It's just not all the single same god. It's just everyone on the good team that is being worshipped,
Well,
essentially.
The main churches, all the churches you'll find are churches of Lathander, but you can find the occasional temples of Helm, and there are occasionally small temples to other minor light gods. But the temples of Helm are closely associated, of course, with the paladins and with the martial order. So most
I think
churches
they're
are
just,
of Lathander.
Do we have like churches of neutral gods? Like the god of poetry and shit like that. Like it's neither positive nor negative. Or the
No.
Church of Shar.
They're more like maybe saint figures or
Yeah, you may well have like a saint who's like the Lathander's patron saint of poetry or whatever.
Okay,
but,
you don't pray to them, but they're like an intercessory
you could pray
sort
for
of
intercession.
special.
But,
Okay, gotcha.
Or, treat them like a muse or something like that. But
All right,
you
good to
wouldn't,
know.
Like,
Just
you
want to
wouldn't,
make sure.
You wouldn't conduct a ritual to them or anything like that.
All right, I gotcha. All right, just making sort of sure before we go in, just kind of what the theological landscape is, so to speak.
Yeah. It's the
So
middle of
we
the day, the church's wooden doors are open. You can see
but-
people going in and out.
As we are being directed towards the church, the people that we ask to direct us there, can we say, and to what god is this church dedicated?
They look at you a bit blankly and say, "Well, Lathander, of course."
I too
All
look at
right.
Rags weirdly
Excellent.
and point to the giant sun on the roof.
I mean, fair, yeah.
And
I
Joan
sure
of
do love
Arc has
Lathander.
concentrated and has contained herself very admirably so far, but it's time to go and burn some heretics.
Okay. You can
I'm
go in
going
if you
to
want.
go into the church and head straight, and I start investigating, looking for the altar that they talked about.
Okay. Well, every
bless
church has
myself,
an
I do so.
altar, obviously, and the altar of Lathander is pretty usual. It's always positioned in a particular way that in the middle of the day, like now, in fact, the sun hits the altar, and of course you see the sunlight coming through a sort of a high window, hitting the altar, in order to properly praise the sun. And so you go in, you see a few people, just a few old ladies, just doing what old ladies do when they go to churches. I don't even know what old ladies do when they go to churches.
They're about to roll initiative, that's what.
But there's a little old man who's there, who
Well,
is
can
dressed
we-
in priestly robes, who's talking to them.
As we walk in and we kind of look at everything, can we do some perception checks to just sort of look around and see if
You
there's any
absolutely can.
symbols that we don't recognize
Yep.
or any theological, imagery that just
We're
seems
looking for fishy
unusual?
stuff.
Oh, based and red pilled. Based and God pilled.
Oh, oops! I hit the wrong one.
Yeah, well, Rags has nailed it there. Yeah, you walk straight in. Sorry, let me. You walk straight in, and it becomes immediately apparent to you that on the right of the altar is a very small, strange sort of sub-altar. And you can't help but notice it's got strange runes carved into it in a language you don't recognize.
Heresy.
Okay.
Burn, burn.
Does any so it is an unrecognizable language. Gotcha. Interesting.
Well, it's not necessarily unrecognizable. You just don't recognize it.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, that's odd. This is definitely unusual. Subalters are not commonplace.
I'll do the usual thing. Religion, blessing, see if I know anything about it. And there's the writing
So you can
of
just
Satan.
bless. So it's every roll that you make, you get a 1d4 to make it better.
Yep, it's a cantrip. I can do that to anything you want.
Interesting. Jeez, that's insanely overpowered.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing, isn't it?
That's actually fucking nuts that it's a cantrip and you can do it forever on everything.
Yeah.
15.
So what are you doing here?
I'm just checking if I know anything of the religious connotation to it, if this has any connection to the Church of Lathander at all, or if it's text that we've been warned about, or anything like that.
You have no idea.
Definitely
Never
heretical.
seen anything like this.
Regs, the Warhammer is coming out in about 15 seconds, unless you can convince me otherwise.
Well, no, because we're here to investigate, not to hit people or kill anyone or
That's
spill
not-
blood.
Not very convincing right now.
Well,
Well,
it
the
should be
literal
because
order.
we were explicitly told that by Elandora.
And somehow my religious fanatic is not convinced by this.
Well, you
Yeah,
need
but
to
not
work
your
harder at
religion-
being convinced.
Your god is lawful good, not chaotic good. So you still have
My
to
god
follow
is
the
being
law.
mocked in his own holy place.
We don't
Yeah,
even
but
know that. We
is
don't
a
even know the
lawful way
nature of
dealing
this.
with that.
Well, we're here to investigate. This could literally be a misunderstanding. This could be, it could be a mockery. It could be something, or maybe this, I don't know. Has a god spoken to someone? Has someone received special revelation? Has someone, we got to find out, you know, we got to
That's a
see
good
what this
point.
is.
Sargon,
You
I'd like to
gotta
go
find out.
find the head priest.
Sure. How are you going to do that?
Oh, which one's the fanciest person in the room?
Well, there's a little old man wearing priest robes.
It's
Oh.
probably us
A couple
now.
of little old
That's him
ladies.
then.
Okay. Yeah, as you approach, he just gives you a kind of gummy old person smile and says, "Hello, traveler. I'm Sarab. I'm the head priest here. How can I help?"
What is the meaning of this shrine you've placed next to the holy altar of Lathander?
He smiles and says, "Ah, that's the shrine of Lathander's daughter, Taea."
All right, you're gonna
going
have to spell
kill
that.
him.
What? How do you spell Taia?
Taia.
Oh, Taia. Taia.
Get them to tell us
Taia.
about that.
That's a lot. That's too many vowels together. That's just madness.
Well,
Uh,
it doesn't sound like a native word.
Okay, just for the sake of charitability, I'll do a religion check again, see if I have any clue whatsoever who this person is. Usual blessings, etc., etc. 11?
You're drawing a blank, and the thing is, he looks at you and goes, "Ah, I'll show you how to conduct a sacrifice to Taea, if you like. In fact, it is nearly midday, so it is nearly the time where we must conduct the sacrifice." And he summons a couple of young men who are also dressed in the robes of acolytes, all totally normal. You know, you don't think anything of this. And he says, "Morik Roris, go and fetch the sacrifice to Taea. It's nearly time." And they go out into one of the side rooms of the church, and they come back in with a leg of lamb. And on top of the altar, they pile leaves, sticks, twigs to form a kind of makeshift fire. They use flint and steel to light it, and then they put the leg of lamb on top of it and begin cooking it.
This
You've
sounds
never
like
heard
it has
of a-
nothing to do with Lathander as far as I've read.
Yes, you've never heard of anything like this being in
Sargon,
connection
can
with Lathander.
Can I roll a history check to see what type of name Taea is? Like, from what other kingdoms can it come
You
from?
can try.
Ooh.
You've never heard it, and you certainly can't think. Unbelievably, you paid attention. This is one of the few classes you paid attention in. But you are certain it's not from one of the three major kingdoms, Lakara or Nivan or Aldura.
I ask, tell me about Taya's life. Like, where did she come from? It's a strange name, isn't it?
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me find my notes, and I will.
Taya has notes.
I have notes.
And what's the head priest's name? Sarab?
Sarab, yeah, S-A-R.
Cleric is visibly shaking right now.
Well, he goes through a small ritual as the lamb is cooking, where and a few of the little old ladies in the church and a few of the other people who are in there come in, and they perform a little ritual. They fall down to their
I have
knees and they kind of
lost.
prostrate themselves before the altar. They start chanting something in a language again you're not familiar with. And after about 10 or 15 minutes, the ritual is over, and the lamb is cooked. And so the acolytes just bring out skewers and knives and begin cutting up the lamb, which is then distributed among the people who perform the ritual. They offer each of you a slice of the lamb.
God, no, it's time for intervention. Profligates, nonconformists,
Hold on,
apostates.
Wait.
Can I do an
Free food is
investigation
free
on the
food.
lamb?
Stop
No,
naked.
no, reject the food of the devil.
I'd like
There
to
will be-
investigate the lamb.
I will not investigate. There will be violence here today.
Investigate the lamb.
Yeah, like look at it with my eyes and be
Okay,
like,
do-
is there
do a
anything
perception
strange
roll.
about it? Is
Yeah.
there anything unusual
Make a
about it?
perception roll.
Yeah, sure.
It looks
Damn,
like a chunk
this is
of
great
lamb.
chicken.
It smells good.
Disappointed
It seems to be
in you,
thoroughly
brother.
cooked.
I will politely decline with my incredible
they-
charisma.
They smile and just move on and offer it to you, V.
I already ate.
They offer it to you, Arch.
Oh, thank God. I thought you'd never ask. Okay, smashing that out of his hand.
It's a little old lady, but
Yep. Well, the little old lady is going to get fucked.
she's shocked. She's like, "Oh, why did you do that?"
Because you are very clearly a nonconformist, dissident heretic.
The,
You will
I-
cease this vile worship of a false god immediately.
Sarab says, no. We contacted the Archbishop at Van, and he sent us a letter confirming the authenticity of Taea, and signed off on our ability to create an altar to her and perform her rites.
The heresy sticks deeper.
Can
The
we see
Archbishop
the
of
letter?
Varn.
Can we look at the official letter?
That's my boss man, but he would never do something like this.
Yes.
You can. He says, why is there a problem? Who are you people?
I absolutely and unilaterally reject this.
Well,
Wait,
let me
there's no
see.
harm in
Let's-
denying it. Like, we're here to investigate on behalf of
Well,
the-
oh, is there not? Okay.
Oh, there is harm, all right. There is
all right,
heretical
well,
rituals
it's-
going
You,
place
you
in
guys
the
decide how you're going to handle
temple.
this. I'm just going to grab a drink. I'm back in a sec.
All right. Well,
Right, there's one
apparently
simple way to handle
this-
that, and that is violence.
All right, we know your one note. All right, does anyone else have anything?
Well, there's
to
like two
input?
ways of doing it. Either we,
I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Either we confirm that we're an official investigation and we get to see the documents, and then we follow
Heresy
it
is
up
the
the
question.
chain the legal way.
Fire is the answer.
Or we're like pretending we're just travelers, in which case we don't get to see the documents, and there's no way of investigating this further.
V, that is quite insightful of you.
I think you're Rags. I actually didn't spend that much time, but it does seem like the obvious choices that we are faced with.
You know what? You're right. It does seem like the wise, obvious
So
course of action.
it's up to you to
I-
pick. Like, do you
I-
want us to agree?
Well,
that
what,
we're with...
Dev, what were you gonna do? What was up with you?
Arch, it sounds like your goddess got blacked, man.
Damn.
Oh shit!
Indeed! No, there's no
Shit.
overlooking this.
Throw
You will have to
down.
physically subdue me.
No,
'Cause
I
it-
won't.
you know,
I'll just let you
that-
spurg out. Like, I'm not
the-
going to intervene.
The daughter of your goddess is a foreigner with like a foreign rite and a foreign name. Yeah.
Indeed, this is obviously not correct.
Well, we are followers of a religion, not not the head of it. So
Incorrect.
So
I was
here's the thing.
sent out into the world specifically to look for these heresy and reinforce the faith.
The thing
That's
is,
it.
I'm
Yep,
not
that's
religious like
funny
you
here.
two, so I am in fact going to eat the food. I don't care. Food is food.
Dev, if you put your mouth on that, I'm going to put my fist in it. I smash it out of Dev's hands too.
No, you can't. I'm just
well,
gonna eat it
no
while you guys
violence
argue.
No, yeah, we don't need to do that. I agree with V. I think that we are here to investigate. This is supposedly an element of the religion that has been confirmed by the Archbishop of Varn. So we need to see if this if Sarah, the priest
Yeah,
here,
like
has
Arch,
documentation.
Why are you after the little fish? If Varn is the big fish, if Varn is spreading the
Okay,
heresy, with the
let me put it this way. I entirely agree with you. I do. I unironically do. But I am literally a religious fanatic. And I am this is a church. I am a Christian. I am seeing somebody do a heretical ritual in my church, and I genuinely do believe there's no way I overlook this.
And
No,
then
but
the
I'm
church,
trying
but
to
this would be
persuade
like
you,
the
like,
church priest saying, "Yeah,
No,
we have a signed letter
this
from
is
the
the
Pope
church
that
saying
this
I
is actually
totally
good."
have permission from the Pope to carry out this heretical ritual.
Yeah.
I would not
Don't
believe
you-
it.
We don't know. We
No,
don't know
but,
if
like,
it's
don't you want to
heretical yet.
investigate if he actually does?
No,
'Cause
I
if he
would not
does,
believe
then-
it.
If
There is
this
no way I would
person
believe it.
said that someone wandered in from the woods and started telling them this, that would be one thing. But if they have paperwork from the Archbishop
Yeah.
of Varn, then that
I
gives us
would
something
not
to go
believe
by
it.
and
I
investigate.
know the Archbishop. He is the one who told me to go on this mission to clean the infidels and spread
Yeah,
the
but,
faith.
Arch,
We don't know
isn't
if this
it
is cleaning or
possible
not.
that Lathander actually did have a daughter? Like, take into account that this world gods are real.
Nope,
Like, it is
nope.
possible.
I have the gospel. I know the gospel, and it mentions no such thing.
I mean, if you want to spur out, that's fine, but I'm not going to partake in it. Like, I'll just leave. As you
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a little bit spurgy.
Yeah.
But
V,
it's
hold
interesting
on.
to
I
have
am
a zealot in the
sorry
party, I
for playing
suppose.
my character, Rags, but I gotta stay up
course,
stand
yeah.
on this.
V, what would your cleric do from the last game?
Well,
Exactly this, right?
is there absolutely no way to convince this Joan character that there might be elements of the religion that we're not aware of,
No,
and that revelation can occur?
no.
Does he not respect the the theological authority of the Archbishop of Varn, who has approved
I'll put
this?
it like this. She, by the way,
She.
if the Archbishop himself is like, oh no, this is totally acceptable, it would shatter Joan of Arc's faith. Like, I would
Well,
become an apostate at that point. Like, my entire worldview would be destroyed.
Well, let's see.
Because of what exactly?
Because I've built my entire understanding of the universe on this religion that I know
But
absolutely.
what about this damages the religion?
Everything about it. We know for a fact
Could you-
Lathander doesn't have a daughter. We know for a fact that this is not a ritual of Lathander.
Let's see
Well,
what
actually,
the letter
he
says
can have a
first.
daughter,
Let's just see what the
like-
letter says first when Sargon's get back.
Yeah,
Take into account that Lathander still lives. So, like, yesterday he could fuck someone and impregnate her. It's not that.
Sure, but that is a far more ridiculous thing to assume than that this is actually a heretical thing. Like, that is a way more of a reach.
I mean, think about it this way: in ancient Greece, right? You got Zeus.
This
and
is
Zeus
ancient
just
Greece.
No, but
What
like
if-
Zeus just fucks around the woman, and he has like a demigod as a son. Like those.
Again,
happen.
the thing is, this has nothing to do with Lathander. Like, this whole sacrifice thing, for example, has nothing to do with Lathander. The whole offering up of food, nothing to do with Lathander.
No, but it's with his daughter, so.
It does not matter. Like, that is a ridiculous reach. You're gonna have to go to, oh, but maybe God just had a child and they changed the religion. You just weren't informed. Like, no. That is far more a reach than this is apostasy.
I mean, sure, but again, like if you do anything, my character would just walk out of church.
That's fine.
Shouldn't we investigate on the off chance that it is approved that this is something that's real? Especially because Elendor's got us here, and
We should investigate just to make sure.
Again,
like,
all
our-
very
yeah.
reasonable points, but none of which will affect my religious zealots.
So
mean,
he's just
that
like,
is-
or she's just like 100% no possible way to
Wait,
convince her otherwise.
Let's
Is
get
that what you've
more
decided she is?
evidence. Let's
She
get
is
more evidence of
completely
the
convinced that
heresy.
this is not a creation of Lathander's.
but
Let's
take
get
into
more
account-
evidence of the heresy, Arch.
Then
We'll just- we'll get more evidence first.
let me make this appeal to Joan. Then wouldn't it be wise to go along with it just a little bit so that we can squash it at its higher levels and stamp it out for good? Don't you think it's a better service to Lathander to investigate fully and know where this came from instead of causing a scene here and making it more difficult for us to do that in the future?
That's a good one. Okay. You're going to have to be a little bit more strident with it, because right now she's
Service
worked up.
guarantees
She's obviously
citizenship.
worked up. Like, if you can promise that if we discover that this is in any way deviant from the teachings, that we will purge this place, then I'll withhold myself.
Okay.
Even
I'm
that's
like
more of a
3
concession
people.
than
I'm in.
anything.
Here, Arch. I promise you that we'll murder the entire town if we find conclusive proof.
I do not make that promise. because
Jesus
murdering
Christ,
is
Dev.
wrong. Yeah.
What the fuck's this coming from?
Yeah.
Not the
especially
whole
if-
town, Dev, just the church.
And then you have the children, and then you have like the old people. No,
Death is the sentence, V.
no, death is not the sentence.
Okay, I'm
no,
back.
Okay.
Death is the sentence.
All right, I
Yeah,
think
so,
we've.
so we're telling the priest
Arch
that
knocked the lamb to the floor. The little old lady's horrified.
May I roll
but
strength to
like-
see if I can bust her head open by
So,
accident?
hold on, real quick, Sargon. While they argue, I'm just going to try the lamb. I'll just take it off the floor.
I will smack that
floor,
out of your
jeez.
hands.
No, you don't see me because you're here. I'll sleight of hand it then. 'cause
Go
you're
on,
currently
sleight of hand
arguing with her.
If it, oh, by the way, if it's sleight of hand, then I think it's passive perception, not active perception.
Oh, what's your passive perception, Arch?
The fuck should I know?
It's on your character sheet. It should be on the
That's how
left,
you know.
under your stats. Yeah,
Passive
Oh,
perception?
passive,
Oh, yeah,
passive
13.
wisdom.
it's passive
11.
wisdom, passive
Right,
perception.
go on the Dev. Yep, Arch, you have no idea.
Okay.
You're too busy glaring at the
It
old
is-
woman.
It is a
Yeah.
funny imagery to have.
I mean,
to,
I
like,
feel
go,
like I've
"Oh,
been
well, I'm so
actively
angry,"
paying
and he's
attention
over on
right
the
now,
side
but-
munching
No,
away.
no,
hold on.
you're way too focused on the old woman.
So here's how I'm going to do it. While the three of you talk to her, I'm just going to be in the background, like eating the lamb. Like
It's only a
watching-
small.
watching
It's
it
only a
unfold.
small sliver of lamb. Like the whole thing isn't properly cooked, but they're cutting off cooked bits. The lamb's fine. It tastes like lamb. It's and lamb's got a particular taste. I'm sure you all know.
Yeah.
So it very definitely is lamb.
And there's no ill effects at all.
No,
The
it's
lamb
delicious.
isn't raw.
Okay.
No,
Oh, that's good.
All right,
That's good.
It's good lamb.
seems fine.
So kind of what we were sort of talking about while you were gone was because Joan is very, very fervent, very
Autistic, yeah,
zealous.
yeah.
Yeah, very autistic.
You might even call
I
me
have-
zealous.
Yeah, that. So we have decided. I trying to make the appeal that if she really wants to stamp this heresy out at the roots in its most complete and thorough fashion, we should carry on with this investigation and make use of anything that the proper church can give us in order to do this. That this tiny, short-term, small ritual is not the biggest of our concerns. It's finding out where this came from and how to destroy it. So I'm trying to use that to convince her to go along this for now, not to make too much of a scene, so that we can try and learn more.
Okay, well, it's up to you how you handle it. But the old lady wants to, and the Sarah wants to know what the problem is.
Well, I suggest the paladin interpose himself between the priest and the cleric.
I will. Well, I.
You
I will
guys
do
are going to
that.
ask for
I'll-
the letter, right? Yeah,
I will.
ask for the
I
letter.
will step in front of the two, and I will put up my hands, and I will say, "You will have to apologies. This is my friend here is a very fervent and righteous believer in Lathander, and that this is new to her. This is not something that she's aware of, and you can understand the level. This is all coming from a position of respect and admiration to Lathander, and we simply want to learn more about this because it's so strange to us. We're travelers from another city,
Sarab says, "Well, I understand, but this ritual has been ordained by the Archbishop of Varn himself, and if you can't be respectful in my church, I'm going to have to ask you to leave."
I'll act very apologetic, and I will say, could you show us? Do you have any official documentation of this correspondence between the Archbishop of Varn and the church here for this this ritual? This I don't want to call it a cult, of course, as its connotations. But of Lathander's daughter, because this is something we've never heard
Cult
of
is
before.
actually not a terrible word.
Is it not? Okay, gotcha.
No.
But yeah, I just asked to see. Well, we would like to know more.
He looks at you and says, "Young man, what on whose authority? I am the priest of this church. This is my church. I don't have to show you anything."
V, I think
Twitching.
it's a decent time for us to
Yeah, I produced the
Fill the paper.
paperwork. The license, here it is. We have been sent to investigate by the government.
we could say something along the lines of how we're simply here to investigate. We've the story of Lathander's daughter has not reached many parts of the kingdom, and it's an unusual thing for us, and we're here to learn about it. And
The paladins of hell are very intrigued about this new development.
yes, and in exactly that cadence, that's right. But I'll just put it like that, very agreeably, calmly.
Well, he says to you, "Well, why don't you come back this evening when we will have a mass and we will be reciting the poetry that describes the birth of Tyre?"
But we are here now. We would like to see the paperwork. Are you
Well,
going to
I think-
forge the paperwork while we are gone.
Well, I think that one of us is very upset, right? So probably good to help, Joan out, get her some fresh air, let
Show
her
the
think and mull
QR
this
code
over.
to our friend. Produce the QR code so that our friend may rest until the mass is going to be performed.
So he is inviting us to come back later. Obviously, not all of us have to attend. I will because it's my
I'll as
job.
well, 'cause-
But of course, Arch doesn't have to. But it's up to Joan to see if she comes back. And then after the service, we could take a look at the paperwork and see if all this is Kino and see where our
we're
investigation
basically
goes from
saying
there.
that our friend is a cleric of Lathander, can cast divine miracles through her grace, and he is very distraught about this. Some paperwork would definitely help her alleviate her concerns, like if the Archbishop himself has authorized the building of the shrine. Our friend may definitely feel more at ease if we were to see the paperwork.
And if all these people are basically told, like, the Pope said that all this is okay, then they'd probably be like, oh, okay, well, if he says it's okay, then it's all good, and they mean no
Okay.
by it.
He just kind of shrugs and says, "Well, as long as you will come back tonight for the mass, I suppose there's no harm in it." And he says, "Roris," which is one of the acolytes, and it says, "Just bring the letter from the Archbishop." And he goes, and after about 10 minutes, he comes back with a letter that he hands over to you. And you open it up. And
the seal.
It's a very well drawn letter. It's perfectly fine script. And it seems to be signed by the Archbishop with his seal.
I do an investigation to see if it's the proper seal or a forgery.
You've no idea. You've got no frame of reference.
Oh,
Arch would know though.
Yeah, Arch, is this your Masa's seal?
Art is not sure he'll even be bothered enough to look.
The only person who
I
might
think
know.
that I will appeal to because Joan is from Varn and knows the Archbishop. I'll appeal to her sense of duty to the king and to the church. I think that this is something that distasteful as it may be, we do need someone to find out if this is truly his signature, and
you're
if it
honor-bound, Arch.
and we need to make sure, you need to make sure that this isn't a forgery, because obviously if someone forged the signature of the Archbishop of Varn, that would piss you the fuck off, and you would want to bring them to
character be
justice.
excited to reveal this as a forgery?
It's not an investigation check. It's an insight check.
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. Usual blessings, la la la.
What's your insight?
Pretty good, apparently.
Excellent. That's
do I need
great.
to roll
Add
the
the
D4
four.
on top?
That's
Why
really
is
good.
Every fucking time there's like, oh, this is a pivotal dice roll. You need to roll. It's either a 1 or a fucking 20.
Well, it's a 26.
Very good. That's excellent. That's very, very good. That's the one to roll well on.
Arch, in your many years as a student in Varn, you've seen many letters that have been written and signed by the Archbishop. And you take one look at this, and you can tell this is not the Archbishop's signature.
So, can we bathe in their blood now?
No,
think we can play
obviously
them,
not. No, we can
Ju- ju-
absolutely not bathe in their
Okay.
blood. There will be no blood bathing today.
I just wanna
We
point
will-
out-
Hold on,
wait, wait.
I tell Arch, what if the priest believes and someone else misguided the priest? Like you are worshipping a-
you can audibly hear the grip, the leather around my mace cracking from the pressure right now.
Yeah, but Arch,
We-
Lathander is a good god, right? So like,
Wait,
if
wait.
someone deceived the priest, that doesn't mean that.
That was a foolish deception for which he will pay.
We should
but
go
I-
ask where he got the letter from. Yes.
No, we should go ass blasting now.
Why? Who do we know to blast
Arch,
and
you're not
why?
worshipping the god
Guaranteed
emperor of Warhammer 40k. This is a good god in a D&D universe. Like if the priest was deceived, it like
As
you
all
could
these
be
people have
upset
been.
about his deception, but death isn't the sentence.
Yes, all of these people believe that they are performing.
Okay,
a
you've
righteous
convinced me.
ritual
We'll
to
try to
Lathander.
arrest them first, and if they resist, then we'll kill them.
Well, we're not. I don't think we can do any arresting. We're just here to investigate.
Yeah,
I
like
believe
the
that.
arresting will be done by our supervisor.
We can't let
the-
them go. Correct
No,
me if
where?
I'm wrong, but
No,
Go
Sargon,
wait, go where?
my boss sent me out here to look for heresy and reinforce the faith. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
Well, no, you've been sent to investigate what is happening. Who this...
yeah,
uh,
that was from
you
Iladora,
got it.
from Aman. But my original instructions from my boss, Ivan.
Yes, but that doesn't mean just kill people.
No, okay.
You don't have any authority to do that.
We'll arrest them first. Fair enough.
You don't have any authority to
For-
arrest anyone.
We'll hold
For
them.
what? What
You
would
don't have
be-
authority over this priest. He has
Arch,
authority
if
over you,
we
anything.
report the findings, they will arrest them and hold them and dismiss
Oh,
charges.
we're going to be reporting it, but I'm not leaving this place with them free.
I mean,
You
that's
don't
up
have the
to you.
authority to
because
arrest
they didn't. Because of why exactly?
Why? Because I'm not a very reasonable individual. That's why.
Yeah, but you don't
You
have
know
the
what?
authority to arrest him.
Let's allow Arch to suffer the consequences. Like I'm leaving the church. I see it.
No,
enough.
he's
I
part
know-
of our group. So anything
Well,
that
yeah,
Arch
but like
does
he
might
can be
reflect
punished
poorly
as an
on us.
individual. That's part of our group. If he wants to spurg out and murder a bunch of innocents, then that's on him, you know. And if he gets arrested, that's on him as well.
Well, here let's play this out just a little bit. As Arch makes his insight check, he looks over the paperwork and looks at the signature, and I'll ask, "What do you think? Is the signature real or is it fake? What do you think?"
Remember, the people you're with can hear what you're saying.
All right, then we'll ask him in just a moment. We just want to give a look over this, give it a read, and we'll step away a little bit.
I have
Step
lost.
away my ass. This is an obvious forgery.
Right. So you're just announcing that out. Are you?
Denounce.
Is that something?
Denounce. This is an obvious
Are you-
forgery. This
are you
heretic
sure-
pagantry
are you sure
will
you
Are you
mean
sure
end.
you
putting your
do
foot
that?
in it?
Right, like openly right now in front of everyone. Do you want to talk about this more quietly, or is this something that you're saying aloud?
Allowed.
This is an obvious forgery. All right. Death is the
Okay.
sentence.
Well, no, not yet. But you've convinced
Okay,
me
well,
of that part.
Sarab and the acolytes just look at each other, shocked. It's like, no, it's not. We sent a letter
Heresy's the
to the
question.
Archbishop in
Fire is
Varn,
the answer.
and he sent this back.
At best, brothers, you have been deceived. At worst, you are heathen profligates. This is not the Archmaster's seal. I should know. He is my mentor. I have seen countless examples of this, and this is not his signature.
Sarab just no. You're definitely mistaken. You're definitely mistaken.
Maybe we should ask.
They're not very reasonable either.
Hold on.
I don't.
I'll ask him something real quick.
Like a persuasion check to persuade them that like he actually did study. And
Yeah,
he
go
actually
ahead, Arch.
Okay, persuasion. Usual blah blah blah.
I mean, it's possible.
11, not very good.
Right, Sarab and the Acolytes. Just say no, absolutely not. I mean, Roris says, "My lady, I'm the person who went to Varn to get the letter, and I got it from the Archbishop's scribe, and I saw him sign it, and I brought it straight back. We have a holy book of Taea, and we've been translating it, and I think it's legitimate."
Oh god, we can be glad this
So
isn't
Roris
40K.
is claiming that he saw the Archbishop sign the paper himself.
Yes.
Interesting.
just
so
at,
there was so no middleman. Okay. Except
frame
Roris,
of
I suppose.
reference. Books in this universe, they're not like inherently corruptive.
No.
No
Okay.
less inherently corruptive than
Well, no,
books in our
you can
world, I
open
suppose.
books and demons come out because it happened in the last campaign.
Yeah,
I mean,
Sargon,
they have
wonder-
words
no,
with
the-
thoughts in them that can corrupt you, I
A
suppose. but-
magical enchanted book, maybe, but he's not implying that the book he had was enchanted. I mean, you've got like Bibles of Lathander and stuff.
Yes.
Sargon, I want to memorize the letter that he got from Varn, and
So you want to memorize the letter?
yeah, so that I can use like my magic spell to reproduce it and show it to the paladin lady. Like I can use magic spell to reproduce something that I have seen. So
Okie doke. I guess there's going to be some kind of roll to see if you can memorize it. I guess maybe just a wisdom check.
okay. It should be easier because I just want to memorize the signature specifically.
Roll.
Like that's the main
V.
focus.
Argue later.
Okay,
Well,
you read
yeah.
you read the letter over a few times.
And I will use my prestidigitation in order to, like, when we actually meet the paladin lady, to reproduce the thing with
Okay.
illusion magic.
Okay.
All right.
Sarab asks for the letter back, V.
Yeah, I give it back. Oh, and I get the 1d4 from Arch. Divine thingy. He cast it on me at the beginning.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he did it when we actually got into the church.
Okay.
It lasts up to 1 minute, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
So no,
okay.
you don't get
Well,
that. But it's all right. I don't think you
But
know.
it's 18, so yeah.
All right.
So Sarab says, I don't understand what the problem is. According to the doctrine that we've been given, this seems to all be fine. It seems to all be normal. I mean, it's not a threat to Lathander. It's his own daughter.
You
Well, it's
are a
like-
fool, priest. Right, okay, so my course of action right now is shut everything down, try to keep it closed up, send a message to Vaughn, and demand intervention by Vaughn
You've
himself.
got absolutely no authority to shut
Yeah,
the church.
but
Well,
I
I'll
will
send
ta-
it to my mentor.
I will talk to Arch.
No. But personally, like now, you can't shut the church or anything.
Yeah, I'll
I
talk
don't
to
have the
Arch.
authority, but I have the physical ability.
Well, do you? You're level
I
2.
don't know. I don't know about that.
Can I roll a
Yeah.
religion perception to try to convince Arch's character that
No, because Archer's a PC.
well, okay,
Yeah.
Arch Lathander is a lawful god. The lawful way is to respond back to the people that sent us, and they will shut it down lawfully.
So
We'll
That's
just
a good-
ignore a
that's
little
a-
heresy
we
here.
should
That's
No,
a,
we're gonna ignore it, we're gonna
a
ignore it.
religious
A little
appeal
heresy.
seems like I make.
No, it's not being ignored. It's just
we
being
should go to
dealt with-
Varn. We should go to Varn and
Yeah.
ask ourselves.
It's being dealt with on the proper channels.
Well, like,
I
the
agree
thing
with
is,
V.
I am absolutely 1000% sure that this is not correct. I will simply send a letter to Vaughn, to my master, say I've uncovered heresy. He needs to hurry up over here now.
To be honest with you, Varn's
It
only
would-
about 20 miles away. You can get there in less than a day.
Yeah, we should probably just
They
go
might-
ourselves.
Yeah,
we
let's
should just
to
go
Varn
ourselves. We
then.
should go
They
ourselves.
It would be
might
quicker.
Who might flee
These people.
to
The guilty
The
heretics.
little old
abandoned-
priest.
Uh-huh.
Why
But
would he
they-
flee?
Yeah, out of curiosity, I don't.
If
Why do
there's
you think
even the
he'd flee?
tiniest chance that he could escape the pyre, that is too much of a chance to be taken.
Well, we don't have any authority or ability to hold him here on nothing, essentially. So whether that is or isn't the case, and I don't think it would be. It seems like they would stay here at the church, being priests and all, and they seem to be, earnest. So I don't think they would leave anywhere. Plus, there's nothing we can do to actually hold them here. So
I have 2 hands.
there's a lot more hands in the church.
I can probably hold 2 of them at least.
All right, that leaves the rest. But I think that we're simply going to have to carry on with the investigation in Varn. We might want to bring, in fact, maybe Rorus with us, because he's the one who brought it back, and he's the one who says that he claims to have seen the Archbishop sign the paper himself.
Rorik, at the very least, he's the intermediary. He needs to be held. Him at the very least.
We don't have any authority to do that.
I have 2 hands.
Oh my god, just
I
let
think
us
that-
burg out so he can reroll another character. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, if you want to kill the entire fucking church, go for it. I'm just going to leave. And let you do your thing.
You don't have the authority, and I don't think you'll have the physical capability to do so.
Yeah,
I
let
think
the
it's in
level
your
2
best
cleric
interest
fight
to
against 45 people
carry
or
on
how
with the
many are in the
investigation.
church. It's just like,
Yeah,
at
it's-
this point.
Lathander would want
Arch.
you to live and do the lawful duty to protect his church, which would involve carrying on with the investigation in Varn.
Hold on. Here's what we'll do, Arch, all right? We'll wait till the middle of the night. We'll kidnap him out of his house. We'll throw him into the chariot, and we'll leave. And we'll go to Varn with the
I
with
won't
the-
allow you to arrest this person.
That's
don't
fine.
have
We'll
the
leave you
the
behind.
fuck? You are a paladin, and you see nothing wrong with this heresy.
We don't know
Like,
if it's
what
heresy.
the
That's what
fuck
we're here
is
to
your
investigate.
religious
He is
conviction?
lawful. He is
This
lawful,
is-
Arch.
I'm-
It's,
yes,
it's
I-
like there's one thing
I
about
can't-
Yeah, but we
disagreeing with
know
some-
that
can't
this is
explain
a
it to you.
crime. We are
No,
we are
we don't.
absolutely aware that this is heresy
No,
and
we
a crime. We
literally
have a
don't.
forged letter and obvious heretical rituals.
You
Just
say
like
that it's a forged
You
letter,
have
and
superiors, Arch, that people that you report to. You can't just take the law into your own hands.
yes,
am
there is.
sure.
It's
There
kind
are-
of like a cop that knows that this is Don Corleone, but he doesn't have the authority to bring him in.
Yeah,
Like, you need
if we
to take it up the chain of
we
command.
can't
You
obviously go by just certainty. Everyone is going to be feel certain of many things.
I'm
But
a
from my-
religious motherfucking
That
zealot.
doesn't justify if you're a social justice activist and you see the patriarchy in front of you. You have like the law. You go to the cops and you file a complaint. You don't just like as a civilian.
You contact the trust and safety team, and you
Yes,
expect them to take
literally.
action.
Literally,
they've
like
ordered
the
us to
TOS team is
investigate.
going
I'm
to
gonna
take
follow my
action. You
duty.
don't do it by yourself.
I mean, it seems to be fairly clear that the wisest course of action, the one that will help us investigate and get to the bottom of this, is going to Varn and probably bringing Rorus with us.
Yes,
Well,
like they will
remember-
actually deal with the heresy. You don't have to get yourself arrested.
Because I want to find out what the truth is, and this is the best
If
way
we
to
can
do
bring
so.
Roris
It's within our
with
authority.
us, I'd agree.
Yes.
But
Okay,
he
yeah,
will
that's
be
what I
held and
suggested
he
from the
will be
beginning.
seen.
Yes.
That's what I said.
You don't know anything about the doctrine yet, remember. You don't actually know that this is a heretical religion. Because you don't know if it violates any of the tenets of Lathander.
Yeah, that's what we're here to investigate. We literally don't know. We're trying to find that out.
We know it's a falsified document, and I know that the religious acts being carried out here has nothing to do with the teachings of Lathander.
Well, you've just never heard of it.
I've studied
most
the
people
fucking
don't seem to have
capital
heard
of this
this.
faith for ages.
And also, I don't know if it's forged. I'm going with your word
I
that
have-
it
I
is.
have
I
lost.
believe that it is based on you. So, based on your word. So that might change depending on what happens in Varn. Because we have one person who says that he saw. Because basically, I'm presented with two people, one of which saying he saw the Archbishop sign it himself, and you say that it's a forgery.
it was given to
so-
him by the archivist, not the archbishop.
He was there in the room and he claims to have seen it himself.
He did say he saw the Archbishop sign it.
Yes. So I'm basically, on one hand, I have two conflicting reports, and I need to find out which one is true. And I'm not going to be hasty to throw anyone in jail or arrest them based off of just that alone. So we should investigate to see who's right. And boy, won't it be satisfying if it turns out that this guy's up to no good and you could lock him up or smack him on the head or something later, right?
We will hold the man who's the middleman in this.
You
and we
don't
can
have
head
any
to our-
authority to hold him.
We
But
can.
do
I
you
have
think
two
that you will-
hands.
What
you
we
will
can
run
do.
away, Arch?
You're a level 2 cleric.
Yeah, what
do,
we
do you
can
think that you
do.
will run away by the time we come back? Like, do you think like all the cultists are
Well, we
just
can
going to
just
vanish
we
from
can.
the village?
You know, we can just ask people with our words, right? We could ask him that as part of this investigation from Illendora at Amah, we are requesting that he comes with us to
Yeah,
Varn
but this is
to help
Sargon's
clear
world.
this
He will
up.
say no. I guarantee to you.
Well, now he'll
Well,
say
let's ask
yes
him
because
first
you
and
said
see.
he'll
Let's
say
ask him
no.
first. Let's ask him.
All right, well, we're asking him, Sargon. Will he come with us to Varn himself? We'll pay for the trip. We'll even pay extra for his.
The fuck?
Right. So you're letting them know that you're going to go to Varn.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's I
Hopefully
think
they
that's
will do
a.
something.
As-
So
if
I'll
they
expect
are
them to do.
heretics, they will
Yes.
flee. That's why we need to bring at least him.
Well, they don't. No, that's not quite how it works.
We
They
are
don't
gonna
believe
we're
they're
asking to
committing
bring
any
him,
sort of
Arch.
heresy or doing
If
anything
they
wrong.
did happen to be heretics, why let them know that you think they're heretics?
What are they going to do? Run away?
Because
Good.
they're heretics, and I'm not liking it.
Yeah. What are they going to do? Run
There is
away?
no
Good.
subtlety in religious fervor.
Okay,
Depends.
hold on,
that
hold on. We're
literally is,
asking
but-
him if he will come with us to figure out what's going on.
He just looks at you blankly and says, "What do you mean?
Well, what we can do is we
Like,
can
what do you
explain.
mean? Figure out what's going on? Like we're going to have a mass later, and we'll go through the good book of Taea as an extension of the teachings of Lathander, and I think it would be good for you guys to sit down with us and share the good word.
Well,
Can
yeah,
we
but
make?
hold on, right? I was talking to him. But if it does turn out that this is a fake letter, like Arch thinks, we should go
He
figure
says,
out what's
"No, I
going on.
was there myself. It's not a fake letter. Why would you think it's a fake letter?
That's why you're the one coming with us, because
I'm not going to
there.
Varn. It's not a fake letter. We have something to do tonight."
Can we strike
Wow.
an arrangement that if we attend the service after
No,
that,
it looks like a trap.
we'll-
If it's a fake letter and he actually swears that he saw it being signed, then that means that he is part of the grand conspiracy. Which means that what we should do is to go to Varn right now.
what if someone's impersonating the archbishop? See, we don't know.
Well, but I go to Varn right now. Do you really? I mean,
He
I'm
doesn't.
Not going
He
to...
won't come with us. That's the thing. We would. I think it would be good to have Roris with us.
Okay, there is no fucking way I'm attending this ceremony.
Then
Like,
don't.
Absolutely.
Then you don't.
No
then-
fucking way. Like, I'm already leaving the village. I'm going to Varn. So, like, if you want to stay,
Hold on.
If we arrange
mean-
that, if we allow him to do the service, if he'll come with us afterwards,
yeah, I
what
think
about
they're going
that?
to try to kill us during the service, Rags.
Kill us during.
I
What?
genuinely think that they're going to attack us during the service. Okay. Now, if you want to stay during the service, during the trap, that's on you. I'm going to Varn, so I will tell the priest that yes, I will be there during the service, and I'm going to wait by the carriage and see if you guys are coming along. If not, I'm going to go to Varn. I'll
Yeah,
bring the
we are
cavalry.
we are going to Varn. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
After, but I'd like to do so after the service in the hopes that
Okay,
Roris will
so
come
I'll be
with
the one
us.
bringing the cavalry. I understand. Like you
Yeah.
can stay to
Hold
the
on,
death trap
Arch.
if you want.
Arch, you should go with V then, and Regs and I will hang out here and see what's going on.
Yes, we'll try and we'll.
The last time
we'll
we
do that.
split the party between me and V and somebody else, the other party suffered.
Well, they're just outside. They're
Well,
just
then don't
outside
worry
the
about it.
church.
You guys will be
They're-
fine.
Well, they're just outside the church, right? Waiting for us.
No, we're going to Varn. So either you
No,
come
they're
with
leaving
or
right
you
now.
stand
They're
for
leaving
the
right now.
ceremony. Like it's your
Um,
choice. Do you want to stand for the ceremony or do you want to go to Varn?
I will.
if we're
I
just-
have
if we're
to
just
side with
making
V here as
ultimatums
well
like
because there is no way my character would go back to another heathen ceremony.
Then you can wait outside. Okay, is that a decent?
Yes,
You
we're
know-
quote unquote waiting. Yes, absolutely. Arch, let's fucking go to Varn.
I will head to Van. I don't want to split the party. This is a terrible idea, but there's no way I can square my character
Just
sitting
wait
Yeah,
down
outside.
with
it's
this.
Just wait
common
outside.
sense,
You
like,
don't
it's-
have to
it's-
intend. You just have to wait for the service to be over. You don't have to be there. You
Hey,
just wait
okay.
outside.
Just a quick thing, right? If I was gonna if I thought someone was a communist, I would collect information on them and figure out what their beliefs were. Even if I was like, right, like I am, like communism in all forms has to be destroyed, right?
That
don't
would
think
be
I'd
the
just irrationally
rational
spurg about it.
decision.
Yeah, Sargon,
Everyone-
what's
But by
happening is-
definition, religion is not
Right,
rational.
That's
okay,
But neither is
Sargon,
communism,
true.
right?
I mean,
Sargon, what's
so-
Or my
happening-
hatred of it.
What's happening, Sargon, is that we lied to Rags and Dev that we will wait for them, but in reality, me and Arch are going to Vard. Dev
hold on,
Okay.
I'm
Rags,
actually, no, V,
yes, Dev and
Fire
Rags are
is the
staying
answer.
behind to disturb
No, that's totally fine. As long as V and Arch, do you agree with that?
I would
Yeah,
head to
yeah, I
Varn,
mean-
yes.
here's the thing.
Okay.
V, I'm actually, you don't have to lie to me. I'm fine with you going along, and I'll stay here. It's
Yes,
okay.
we're going to Vard while Rags and Dev are staying behind.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
totally fine, right?
Sure, yeah. If that's
Wh-
what
while
you
you
feel that
guys
you
are
really would do, then
discussing
sure.
this in the corner of the church, I mean, there's about 20 people from the town in there. They all partake a little bit of the lamb. They say a prayer. The priests just kind of go back to doing what they're doing. Afterwards, they clear up, and they go and meditate. They do say to the congregation, right? We'll have the big congregation this evening at sundown, when we'll have a special speech from someone very, very important.
At sundown.
That's a part of the day, yes. When the sun goes past the
Our
horizon.
god is the god of the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Varn as swiftly as humanly possible.
Yeah, there you go.
Wouldn't
by
you
the way,
wanna, wait, wouldn't
Arch-
you want to say a prayer when the sun is leaving? Then, if your god is the god of the sun,
No,
wouldn't you want to?
because
Wouldn't
he
that
is
be the perfect?
explicitly the god of the
I have
morning
lost-
star. Like, he's the
We're not-
morning god.
But we're not there, Rags. Like you will be shocked to find out that Arch
His
might
title
not
is
have
the morning lord, not the dawn lord, not the not, not the
no,
not
not
the
the
sunset
nightly
lord.
lord. Yes, not the moon
So-
lord, no.
So when you say the morning star, is it like? Are we talking about
The morning
Ace
lord,
and-
the bringer of the dawn, inspiration's dawn.
Luciferus,
So
yes.
when-
It is the
right.
rising of the sun. To have a ritual at the sun setting.
What depends on the nature of the ritual, right?
Barn.
What if it's to keep us safe
Barn.
until he comes back? We don't
While
know.
Rags is
Barn.
contemplating this, Sargon, we're traveling to Vard at high speed. Like we're
That's
whipping
right, right.
those
You
buttons.
guys are free to leave. In the meantime, Dev and Rags, what are you doing for the rest of the day?
So real quick, Sargon, this extra ritual, is it happening in the church or outside?
It's the mass that's happening in the church.
Okay. So I guess I'll just wait around, and then when it comes time for the evening mass, I'll stay by the door.
Yeah,
I'm ready to
I
run.
mean, I want to. I'm actually going to do my duty and do some investigation. So I want to know the nature of this ritual. If they're saying, "Oh God, it's a good thing that the sun's gone and darkness can prevail," that's one thing. If they say, "Oh no, the sun is leaving and darkness is coming," let's say a prayer to keep us safe until the morning's back, then that's a different thing. So we should probably know the nature of what they're doing in there.
Yeah.
By
Okay.
the way, Arch, how do you like that artwork? That's pretty good, eh?
We do have another artwork by Lemon Lupin Ruben. Yes, I'm showing it off on screen right now. It's very good. V has made his tits larger again. It's normal.
Right. Okay. So, who are you asking?
Rags, that's you.
Who am I asking what?
About the ritual later.
Well, I will attend it and I'll sit in the back and watch because it's in the church. It's like a church service.
Yeah, but I thought you were
So-
asking someone about something.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, Dev, did you say you were going to ask? Someone just said they were going to ask someone about something.
That was Rags, not me. I'm
I wasn't. And yeah, you must have
hanging around.
misunderstood. I wasn't asking. I was.
I'm lounging.
I was
until it's time.
explaining my extremely reasonable reasoning to anyone who might hear it. So
Okay,
yeah, I'll yeah.
So you can hang around, go get some food. There is a tavern here called. Find it. Hang on a sec. The Fiery Orc. But you can get a very reasonable dinner for 1 silver piece and lodging for 1 silver piece. You don't have to lodge your horses because Arch and V took those.
Yeah, sure. I'll
Alright,
get
sounds
something
good.
to I'll get something to eat. We'll
Is it
get
lamb?
some lodging. Sorry,
No, no, it's whatever you want. Actually, I mean, you've got the option.
I'll order some more
Um,
lamb because it was pretty good.
Sure, you can get some lamb. It seems to just be stewed.
and the service is after this.
It's at sundown.
Okay, so that's after this, or has sundown happened yet?
Yeah, no, it's after this.
Okay, there we
It's,
go.
it's late afternoon at the moment.
All right. All right. Sure. Yeah, we can eat and get ourselves a room before we go over to the church, and I see what's going on in there, and Dev can do whatever he wants to do regarding it.
Okay. Okay. As the day draws on and it gets dark, the town gets more quiet as people finish their day's work and they go back to their houses. They have their dinner. Blah blah blah. The shadows start drawing quite long, so now seems like an appropriate time to go to the church.
Sure. Yeah. I'll head on over. Yeah, I'll head on over to say that I'm just new, and I'm just here to check out what's going on, check out the service. It's not one that I'm familiar with.
Okay.
Yep. But
as
however,
you-
I'm standing right by the door. I'm ready to
All
leave.
right.
Okay. Well,
On the
as
inside
you-
or the outside?
Inside.
As you get
Okay.
towards the church, you realize there's quite a large congregation outside.
Okay.
And it's just people from the village of all ages, probably about 100, 150 of them. It's quite large. And they all start, the doors of the church open, and Sarab says, "Brothers and sisters, please do come in." The two acolytes begin ushering people in as Sarab goes over to the altar. And everyone is encouraged to sit down. It's quite packed, so you don't actually get to choose where you sit. And you're sat roughly, I assume you want to sit next to each other, right?
Well, if he's standing sort of by the door, I'll be with Dev. I'm just here to sort of just watch all this
I
play
have
out because
lost-
it's not anything I'm familiar with. So I don't want to be like a participant, but more of an observer.
Well, one of the acolytes ushers you forward, particularly. He says, "Come on, come in."
I'll tell him that I'm just here to watch for now.
So don't be silly. There's wine. Come in.
I
You'll-
appreciate it, but
you'll-
I just ate.
Why not? These kind of generous, trusting worshippers.
Yeah.
You're breaking
You know what?
up.
The lamb was
Um,
fine. Rags, let's have some wine too.
Oh, Dev. So are you? Is that what your character's saying?
Now that I've heard there's free stuff, yeah.
I will politely decline and say I'm just here to watch, just to I want to learn more about the cult here of Lathander's daughter, but I'll politely decline participating. I just would like to watch for now.
Okay. Dev, are you sitting down on the pews?
Yeah, I mean, if we're packed, I mean,
If you
we're
do,
being
I
put in
am
places.
behind you watching. So
Okay, sure.
Okay. Yeah, you're sat next to just fairly normal looking farmer and his kids and wife on the other side of him, and then just an old man and old lady on the other side. And they just say, "Oh, how are you? This is the first time I've seen you here."
Yep, I'm just traveling through.
Oh, well, I think you'll really enjoy the service. And after a few minutes, when everyone's sort of sat down and the noise of people saying hello to each other sort of dies away, the Starab gets up and says, "Right, brothers and sisters, we'll begin with, as is traditional for our service for Taea, with a glass of wine that I'll pass around to each of you, and each please take a sip." And the acolytes bring out a big jug each of wine and a goblet, and they fill it up and pass it along the rows, and everyone just takes a small sip and passes it to the next person.
actually, as this is happening, I think is that just let me check if it's a spell or if it's a trait. Shield of I didn't choose a spell. I would like to use Divine Sense. Till the next end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. You know the type of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity.
Okay.
And also, within the same radius, you also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated as with a hallow spell. So I would
Okay.
like to use divine sense.
Sure. You don't really sense anything.
So they're
There
just
doesn't
like,
appear
I
to
guess,
be.
normal people essentially, or
Yeah, they seem to be normal humans as far as your divine sense tells you.
okay.
The place hasn't been magically consecrated, but then most churches actually haven't been magically consecrated.
Yeah.
This is more holy ground by convention, obviously.
Yeah, wherever two or more gather in Lathander's name.
Yeah. It's not. There's nothing that sticks out to you or anything like that.
All
You
right.
certainly don't feel the sense of desecration or anything.
Because I'm here like to do, to look, to investigate, to observe.
Mhm.
So I just keep my eyes open. I suppose if I need to be making any particular religious checks at any time or anything like that, let me know. I suppose because I'm here just like watching this sort of eagle-eyed,
Yeah.
checking everything out that's happening in front of me as I stand at the.
But
at
for
the
people
back
in
of
the chat,
church.
it is consecrated by ceremony, but not by spell, which is what Rags is detecting.
Yeah. This
So
is
there's a particular spell called consecrate.
yeah. It basically works like the hallow spell, I think.
Yeah.
to
It
find out
hasn't
about
had
that
that
stuff.
cast on it, but it's not a requirement. But anyway, Dev, the goblet comes down your row. The family next to you each take a sip from it and pass it to you.
Does anyone look to be suffering from any ill effects?
No.
Why would
Okay,
you
so I'll take
believe
a
that,
sip.
Dev?
I'll take a sip.
Okay. You take a sip. It's quite nice red wine. It's quite strong, I guess. And the man next to you, just holds his hand up for the cup.
All right, I'll pass it on.
Okay. He drinks it, and of course the goblet goes on. It gets to the end of the row. The acolytes refill it, and then go to the next row and the next row, and then it starts. There are there are people standing around at the back where you are, Rags, and they start passing the goblet around. One of them passes it to you.
I will politely decline and pass it to the person to the next to me.
Okay. They just sort of shrug and just take it and drink and pass it on until everyone has drunk. Right, then Sareb, in his sort of fairly frail old voice, tries to raise it a bit and says, we're gathered here today to hear more from the Holy Book of Tyea. As you are all aware, actually, none of us can read it yet, but I believe our interlocutor on that has just arrived, and he motions towards the end of the church, and the doors are pulled open by the acolytes. And in strides a rather strange looking man, followed by what appears to be some kind of giant, a huge, hulking beast of a man, who's got heavy furs over his shoulders. And in front of him, the man is wearing long, dark green robes, and he walks with a kind of strange nobility around him. You can make a perception check if you like, chaps.
I would like to, yes, because this is quite a sight.
You don't notice anything other than the fact that these are unusual chaps.
All right.
You certainly don't think they're from around here. But they walk through between the pews. And again, the chap in the front has definitely got a kind of almost regal bearing about him. He keeps his head high in the air, and he looks directly ahead. Whereas the hulking man who walks just behind him almost glowers at the people around. But they arrive at the altar, and Sareb turns and gives a kind of half nod to the man in the robes, and the man in the robes clasps his hands and says, with a very thick and strange accent, saying, I can't do the accent, obviously, but just thank you, brother, in a very deep voice. And he turns and says, children of Lathander, we are here today to discuss the wisdom and the birth of Tyea. And he pulls out a very ragged looking book. You're too far away to make out any of the symbols or anything like that on it. But he opens it up and he starts giving a lecture from the book. And the theme of the lecture, he has to translate on the fly. So the way that he gives the story is strange. It doesn't feel as poetic as the normal text of Lathander or Helm, as you'd be familiar with, Rags. Dev, you seem to be fairly irreligious, so I don't know how familiar you'd be with these things. But it's not as flowing and it's not poetic. It's being translated on the fly, quite evidently. But he describes how Lathander, the Morning Lord, felt that his dominion over the light was diminished at the dusk, and so from his will, from his own head, is born his daughter Taea, who is given dominion over the setting sun in the forests. Because of course, whenever you're looking towards the horizon or something like that, you see the sun filtering through the woods, and he goes through quite a long story and the theology of it, neither of which you've heard before.
Mm-hmm.
And then explains this is why,
Heresy's
at
the
the end of the
question.
day, we
Fire is the answer.
sacrifice a lamb in order to venerate Taea and to protect us through the night until our Lord Lathander can rise during the morning. And then he leads everyone in a hymn, and everyone stands up and sings this hymn. Most people actually aren't very good at the hymn.
That's just
And-
real.
Yeah, well, no, actually, in real life, most people know the hymns perfectly because, of course, they've grown up with them. In this,
Oh, is this
thing.
like a new one that's still kind of getting?
Well, yeah. In fact,
acclimated?
you can't sing along because you don't know the words because they're not in your language, Alduran. So
Do I
but everyone-
recognize the language?
you can try and figure it out.
Yeah, sure. What would I roll for that? Would that
Yeah,
be?
good question.
Yeah, because a lot of languages you recognize just because you know how they sort of sound, but
Yeah,
if it's
yeah,
anything
yeah,
past that, it
yeah.
might be.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what the roll would be.
Well, we'll go for just a wisdom, or maybe
All
a
right,
history.
sure.
Go for a history.
Alrighty, history.
Dev.
Either eating or pinching out a log.
Dev, it's not the
Well,
eating
while
hour.
he's either he's either doing that. How long does? Let's see. Sorry, I'm just reading Divine Sense to see. Use feature. No location of anything within 60 feet of you. Can I use Divine Sense again because of this big guy who came in?
Sure.
Okay, I would like to do that.
Yeah, I was in the washroom. I'll roll it. Well, it's not very good.
Nope. No, neither of you are familiar with the language.
Okay.
It's quite guttural and undulating. Doesn't sound normal at all. Divine Sense doesn't. It gives you literally nothing. I mean, this man in the robes seems to be a man in robes. He doesn't seem to be divine or undead or anything like that. Neither does his large friend. The large friend is dressed in leathers and furs.
Just so we're on the same page. How large do you mean? Like how tall? Or like
Oh,
7 foot? Or
Yeah, probably about 6'6", 7
Okay,
foot,
just
somewhere
tall
like
guy.
that. He's
Gotcha.
very tall and very broad.
Gotcha.
Very unusually tall and broad. And he's got a very sort of square jaw and a very just scowling face, naturally resting sort of scowl. But the man with the robes looks quite serene. But anyway, they go through these hymns. This lasts for about half an hour, and then they sit down and they say they're going to pray. So everyone is expected to bow their heads in prayer and put their hands together.
I'll just casually put my hands together to fit in and just, the way that you do when you're with the old folks and they pray and you just want to go along with it.
Yeah, you notice that everyone around you has their eyes closed. Dev, what are you doing?
I'm just kind of hanging out, watching what's going on.
So you're not going to bow your head in prayer?
Nope, I'm looking at what's happening around me. I'm watching
Okay.
everyone.
I'm just putting my hands together, just kind of like down below, the most casual way you could do it. But I am
Okay.
looking around. I'm keeping my eyes sort of open.
Hang on a second. So the man in the robes leads everyone in a prayer. So he'll say something and they'll repeat it. To our Holy Father Lathander, who guards us in the morning, to our Holy Mother Taea, who guards us in the evening. Blah 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 blah. It goes on for quite some time, and everyone repeats every line. And eventually, protect us in love and grace. Amen. Everyone says Amen. And you'd think that he probably didn't notice you, Rags and Dev. He doesn't seem to have fixated on you or anything like that. Neither does the large friend, but he doesn't bow his head in prayer. You notice.
Okay, I gotcha. The large friend. Okay.
Yep.
The big guy.
Mm.
All right.
But
Okay.
but afterwards, Sarab comes forward and says, "I'm sure we'll all hang on a sec. I'm sure we'll all thank Shariel for this wonderful, wonderful service. I know that I feel so much safer now, and it's made me just feel so much better.
Heresy's the
If anyone
question.
has a
Fire
dedication
is
for the
the
god,
answer.
please do bring it up, and we will.
Oh, just to be clear, when he says Shariel, is that the name of the small I guess the sort of priest guy who came in with the green robes?
It appears to be the name of
Service
the guy
guarantees
who led
citizenship.
the service. Yeah.
Is the green? Okay, the green robed guy, priest dude.
Yep. And he thanks Shariel for reading from the Book of Tyre, and thanks him for the service, and asks if anyone's got a sacrifice to dedicate to Tyre. And about half a dozen people go up, and they've all got something small. One person has a rat. One person has
Oh,
a, a pair of goat's horns. Another person has um, some wheat and things like that. And they're placed on the altar, and the acolytes make another small fire, and they're just burned on the altar. And everyone begins sort of humming a prayer and hymn during the sacrifice. But afterwards, everyone seems to feel good. There's a very positive vibe in the church, and
okay.
afterwards, the Shariel and his large friend thank the Sarab, and Sarab says that they'll see them in 7 days.
So it's a once a week service, I assume. Okay. Is there any significance to what particular day it is today? Is it like a Sunday equivalent or something like that
Yeah,
in
yeah.
this church?
It's the the Lathander religion. It's the equivalent of Sunday. So there's a morning
Okay.
service and an evening service now, whereas
All right.
normally
So
there's
this is
only a
like
morning service.
Lathander's holy day of
Yeah,
the week,
it is.
sort of. Okay, I gotcha. All right, it makes sense.
And with that, Shariel and whoever the big guys go and leave the church, and the acolytes close the doors, and then the acolytes go around with a tin looking for donations. You going to put anything in the tin?
It'll probably get to Dev before it gets to me.
Yeah, Dev, it gets to you. Putting anything in the tin.
Nope.
Everyone puts a
I'm
couple
po-
of silver pieces in.
I'm poor. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just a real scab.
Oh, do I put something in? I pretend to check my pockets. But I make it as if I don't have anything on me, and then give it to the next person.
Okay. People notice that you don't put anything in, and they put a couple of copper coins in, and then pass it along. And then once the collection plates have gone round, everyone gets up and starts socializing or goes home or whatever it is, and it's fully dark at this point.
Who, as people do sort of start to kind of socialize, I guess I sort of Dev and I reconvene together, and I ask Dev if maybe he wants to chat with a few people here. Sort of investigate, I guess, see if how long has this been going on, that kind of thing. I asked if he wants to maybe just sort of ask some people some stuff. Just say that we're traveling through. We want to learn more about this church. We're from out of town, so this isn't something we've seen before. And if we can get some info from just the regular folk.
You can do that, Rags. I think I want to sneak around this place after hours.
All right. What do you want to do now?
Well, I'll just retire to the room in the inn until after hours.
All right. Sounds fair. Sounds like an idea. I will. Yeah. Would you want me to come with you later?
You can't really sneak like I can. I mean, you can try if you want, but
Well, it depends on what kind of thing I'm doing. But if you don't want me to come with you, if you think that I'd,
what is
kind
your
of hold you
stealth?
back sneaking. Well, my stealth probably isn't very good, but the offer was made if you'd like to. My dexterity is 11, so I don't really do like.
Maybe not.
No, but I mean, it depends on what's the nature of the thing that you'll be doing. So the offer was made. So
I'm going to. I have a couple ideas.
I do have very good athletics, so
It's not quite the same.
well, if you need to clamber up onto something or get into a window or get someplace, then I could probably help you do that. But
Maybe.
if you don't, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. The offer was made.
Yep.
In the meantime, I'll just go around and I'll talk to people. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna tell them I'm from out of town. All the things that I'd said. I'd like to learn a little bit more. How long's this been going on? Who's that? Who's this guy? I don't recognize a lot of the iconography or the symbolism. I've never heard that hymn before. I'd like to learn more, and I'd
So
just sort
who
of
are you
chatting
asking
with people.
exactly? Sorry.
Just people who are here just I don't know, people who just seem approachable, I suppose.
Okay. Do a persuasion check, I guess.
All right. God
Just
damn
see.
it! Are you fucking with me? Jesus Christ!
the-
The,
the
rolls I've
only-
had these last couple days.
Yeah, I know your rolls have been really terrible.
God
Let's hope the next time
damn
you get into
it.
combat that they're different. So you talk to a few people, but you can tell that some people noticed that you didn't bow your head in prayer, you didn't drink the wine, you didn't give any money, and so they're probably not as open with you as they could be. But
Yeah,
some of
fair.
them say, well, I've been coming for the past couple of weeks. One person had been coming for a month. They were a bit skeptical at first, but the services make them feel very happy, and they think they're very beautiful, and they make them feel secure during the night.
Okay. Gotcha. Can I ask if before these services started
I
a
have
number of weeks
lost-
back, was there any sense of unease at dusk and during the night? Was there anything, going on that'd make you feel otherwise afraid?
They say, well, nothing they can identify, but they've felt that the town has been on a downswing for a while, and
Huh.
people have been feeling a bit strange, and so it's been nice that suddenly Shariel arrived. Apparently, he's been traveling for a very long time, but he's decided to settle in their village and help preach the good word of Taea to them.
Is Shariel not from? I would have assumed that Shariel was from Varn on behalf of the Archbishop.
He definitely doesn't look like he's from Varn. You can tell by looking at him just ethnically, he looks like he's from somewhere else. He's got like very pale skin and black hair.
Oh, that's something that's a thing that I actually say to this person I'm talking with.
Oh, right. He just says, no, Varn's from somewhere far over the mountains, as I understand it. He's a very far traveler, but he's brought ancient wisdom and a book of prophecy and revelation. And the Archbishop in Varn has signed off and says this is absolutely something holy. So
Okay, I gotcha. All right. Is that kind of all that I can sort of get from people as I walk around, or is there is there anything else I could sort of ask? Can I go up to someone else or?
Well, I mean, you could go up to someone else and ask anything really, but whether it's fruitful is a different question.
All right, I'll try one more person. And I'll pretty much sort of ask the same thing. Hopefully, I do better talking to this person than the next person. So there we go, baby.
Well, what are
There.
you asking them? What are you trying to find out from them?
Tell them a very similar thing. I'm from out of town. I'm traveling. I've never, I'm a
Well,
worshiper of
the
Helm,
persuasion check
and-
is a general one, so you'll
Oh,
have
okay,
done
I
this on
gotcha.
many people,
Yeah,
unless you're
fair.
changing what you're trying to ask or whatever.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Just gathering info. Learned a few things. I think that I'd like to. I think I'm done for. Wait, where's Sarab?
Sarab's in the church. He's just talking to small groups of people, and like some of them will come up and say, Father, I couldn't go to the toilet last night and stuff like that. Small problems that he's just helping the local villagers with.
I'd like to go in and speak with him.
Yeah. After you can find a few minutes of him, spare time with him, he turns to you and says, "How did you find the sermon?"
I told them that I found it to be very interesting. I've never seen a service that's quite like that. It's just they don't do things like that where I'm from. It's not something that I've ever heard of. I'll just
it wasn't like that when I was young either. But the Archbishop said that this is definitely the word of the daughter of Lathander, and so thank goodness someone's here to watch over us during the night.
I agree. Surely, without the presence of Leander, things aren't. No one feels quite as safe. Without his grace to watch over us. I will say, just to keep things brief for the other people here. I will. I'll reference what happened earlier. I'll apologize. And say that please don't think ill of my friend Joan. She just really is keen on Leander and his grace. I'm surely you can understand that. Lathander, sorry, did I say Leander?
Yeah,
Lathander.
That god you guys like.
Yeah, and his friend Hero.
Yeah.
But I'll just try to smooth that out a little bit. Say try to take it as best you can. It comes from a good place. Despite their lack of, I suppose, charismatic grace, but I say that, and I say that to shift themes to a more to shift the conversation to a more frank route. I want to say we are here on official business from Ilandora and Ama. We are trying to find out what's going on. Obviously, you can probably understand how this might look to someone on the outside, and it is very strange and it's unusual. We would like to, to sort of make sure that this is all okay and good, and if he would allow us, or if he would certainly convince Rorik. Is it Roris or Rorik?
Roris.
Roris, that's what I thought. If he would allow for Roris to come with us up to Varn, it's a short trip, so that we can ensure that all of this has been signed off by the Archbishop, because we want to, this is an important thing, when the church expands, when new tenants are added. And if this is approved of, it's one thing, but if it's not, then we want to make sure that no one is deceived and the people responsible are brought to justice for this, heretical and unsanctioned action. Would you allow us with your blessing?
He
bring Roris with
he
us?
looks quite shocked actually, and says, "No, this is absolutely sanctioned, and I've got complete faith in Roris. I think it's probably time for us to all go, and you should probably go and just think about what you've been taught here today."
Very well. All right. Big sussers, but I'll head out.
Okay.
Not a good look.
Are you going back to the tavern?
Yes, I will go back to the tavern. I assume
Dev?
Dev is there.
Yep.
Dev.
All right.
I'm here.
So
Stop
Uh,
eating. The
your-
eating hour is over.
So your plan is to go back there later on and check things out.
Yeah,
And
once everyone's asleep at like 2 a.m. or something, I'll slip out.
I
Okay,
gotcha.
So,
So
you're
I'll just
going
tell
to the
you-
tavern as well, Dev.
Yeah, I'm at the tavern.
Right. Arch and V. It takes you about probably about 12 hours. Well, no, not 12 hours. Probably 9 hours to get to Varn on your chariot.
Riding it to death.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're going, quite fast. By the
Whip the
time
horses,
you get,
Arch. Whip them. Faster.
but by the time you get there, of course, the horses are shattered, and you probably will want to pay for extra feed for them and for extra care given them at a stable.
Arch, cast cure on horses. Kill the horses, Arch.
V is the one who's eating, not me.
Not
B, it is
even
not the
animals.
eating hour.
Yeah,
Well,
Arch,
well,
can you
hold on.
not cast cure wounds on the horses?
I refuse to
Listen.
heal, neither man nor beast.
I mean, Arch, you're this is your home base, right? You can probably talk to somebody that you know.
Yeah, we're paying for the whatever. The
I
costs
would
are.
bring them as close to the center of power as possible, and preferably hand them into the care of the church's stable masters.
You'll still have to pay for it.
I'm sure I will, but at least they're good at their job.
Oh yeah, they're perfectly good.
Yeah,
So-
we're paying for it, Sargon. Half
Yeah.
half.
So you'll probably want to pay 5 silver pieces rather than 3, so they've got extra care.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's per horse. But okay, it's quite late. So, what are you doing?
I do
Wow.
what Arch wants.
We're heading directly to the temple, of course, seeking an audience on suspicion of heresy.
Well, the first person you'd probably go to would be Vianor, the deacon, which is the person you answer to.
Right, we'll be marching in there like the opening scene from Waterloo, heels clacking on the marble pavement.
Yeah, he's in his chambers, but I mean his chambers are nice, so But he's in his chambers and he's praying, and
We'll wait until he
Eventu-
finishes, of course.
okay. When he has finished praying, he sends for you, and an acolyte comes and gets you, and you're brought into him, and he says, whenever I find his thing. With his usual grim demeanor, he says, Arch, why have you returned so soon?
Deacon, you instructed me to pass beyond these walls to strengthen the faith of the populace. I have happened across a most unsettling case in a village very nearby.
Oh?
There is teachings there about the daughter of Lathander using a forged letter from the Archbishop.
How do you know this letter is forged?
I was a member of his staff for many, many years. I recognize his style of writing and his signature. The signature and the seal on the letter did not resemble what I have seen.
He pauses to think for a minute and then says, right, first thing in the morning, we will have a meeting with the Archbishop. I will arrange it, and I would like you to tell him what you have told me and any further information, and we can confirm whether or not he did indeed send said letter. What was the letter about?
It was accepted by a man by the name of Rorris on behalf of the
No,
community.
Sargon, I can produce the letter. Like I memorized it, so
Actually,
I
yes,
can
that
create.
will be
Yeah,
even better.
I will create the magical illusion spell to reproduce the letter exactly.
If you will forgive me, my deacon, I would like to bring in my associate,
I have
a
lost.
student of the college who has memorized the contents of the letter.
Yeah, I already rolled for it, so I'll just reproduce it using my prestidigitation spell.
Yeah, but I think there might be some sort of skill check involved in that, to be honest with you.
Which one would you want me
What
to
does
roll?
the spell say?
I guess, yeah, I'm overriding the spell. I guess we'll go for a performance. because you are trying to perform the thing as exactly from your memory.
Do I get the
Blessings.
1d4 from Arch?
Blah blah blah.
Does it get the 1d4 from Arch?
Of course.
Yes.
Reach out,
Okay.
tussle his hair.
Oh, it's like I guess like a
It's a
mediocre
bit
representation.
mediocre, and
But it's good enough, I hope.
Not really. Vinyl says, "Well, it's some words are slightly illegible."
The further content is the fact that the church has erected a secondary shrine to this supposed daughter, using runes and symbols illegible to me. They also referenced a book, which they claim to be unable to read.
And they
He
perform.
gives you a very serious look and says, "Right, first thing in the morning, we will have our meeting with the Archbishop, and we will see if he signed off on any such letter. But this is a very disturbing development."
And the rites that they insisted we stand for would be performed at sundown. Which is
He
very
raises an
bizarre.
eyebrow. Sundown.
Yes, very bizarre. I'm obviously not as instructed in religion as the people who study here.
good
but
catch,
at
Ree.
the little thing that we studied at our academy, we know that Lathander is the god of the sunrise, not the sundown. Very bizarre.
He gives a kind of a deep growl and mutters under his breath, "Deeply profane." He says, "Right, dismissed. I'll summon you
Okay.
this morning in the morning."
I clack my heels together like a good Prussian, give the Roman salute, and leave.
Arch, you do have quarters here, so you actually can go and sleep somewhere comfortable. V, you don't.
Oh,
So
V,
let's
I'll
go and find a
invite
tavern.
him to sleep with me, of course.
Yay.
Yeah,
No, we're
lesbian,
both
actually.
women. Yeah.
I mean, I assume it's like mine, so there's.
And I am not like
I
that.
assume you're not there, Dev.
Even if it
Okay.
were to be uncomfortable, I would at the very least make the offer because I'm not a monster.
No, I do agree. I will accept the invitation.
Arch, your bed is just literally a board with a very thin blanket over it, because of course you're meant to be not indulging in the pleasures of the flesh. Everything is meant to make you suffer.
Suffer.
So, Dev, you're not actually as deeply pious as Arch is. Your cold stone floor is going to be very cold and uncomfortable.
Well, I'll offer him the bed, of course.
Oh yeah, that's so much better.
No, that's fine. Do I have like my sleeping bag that I usually
Yeah,
carry?
you've got whatever you've got on you. So
Okay, then I'll use my sleeping bag and I'll sleep on the floor.
I'll
That's
just
fine.
lay down buck naked in my fucking board.
okay.
Because such is life in the monasteries, apparently.
Well, I mean, it's a way of maintaining your spiritual purity. But
It's
you're
probably
used to it.
better.
This is totally
that's-
normal.
Yeah, it's probably. Go on.
Yeah, it's totally normal for you, Arch. So it's not a problem.
Yeah, and I'm used to the fact that I've been sleeping in the wilderness, so like sleeping on a concrete.
Well, I mean, you've got
floor
your
is
sleeping
actually-
bag, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's an improvement.
Right. Okay. Obviously, you sleep soundly until morning. And you wake up at the crack of dawn. Of course, you can hear already the bells to call the faithful to prayer for the rising of the morning Lord.
I mean, I'm not an overly religious person, but given the ambiance and the circumstance, I may have been moved a little bit, so I will join the prayer.
Okay. You go into the main cathedral, which is where almost everyone goes to pray in the mornings. And of course, it's absolutely packed. There's dozens and dozens of priests and many people from the city itself all in. And the Archbishop comes out and gives a very fine ceremony. It lasts for about an hour. And afterwards, Vinyl comes up to you and says, "Right, we'll have a meeting now." And takes you up to meet the Archbishop. The Archbishop greets you. He recognizes you, of course, and says, "What has happened? I've heard Vinor has told me of disturbing events abroad."
Disturbing events indeed, Your Holiness. There may be a case of overt heresy right on our holy city of Van's very doorstep.
Service guarantees citizenship.
He's very concerned by this, and says, "What have you found?"
The village of Orbrook, my lord. I'm sure you've heard of it.
That's very close.
We arrived there, having been sent on a mission of investigation from Amar and Iliadora, who alleged that there was suspicious activity of a religious nature going on. When we arrived, I was immediately horrified to see rituals carried out in Lithander's holy church that were clearly not a part of our blessed doctrine. We even saw a shrine built to what the priest alleged to be the daughter of Lithander, taking up space on his own altar, with sacrifices of lamb's legs being burned in the honor not of Lithander, but of this supposed daughter.
The Archbishop and Vianor give each other quite horrified looks. They burned animal flesh in a church of Lathander.
Yes, my lord. Afterwards, it was devoured by the so-called faithful who gathered around.
The Archbishop closes his eyes for a moment in thought, lets out a sigh and says, "Right. What I would like you to do is go there and find out the source of this heresy. You'll need to use cunning and guile in order to make sure that they do not think that you are trying to find a heretic. I don't believe that the good people of Orbrook are the source of this religion, from what you have told me, and it is imperative upon us to hate the sin and not the sinner. These people are our souls, these are our congregation, who are being led astray by an outside force. Do what you can to preserve them, so their souls may go to Lathander upon their deaths, many years in the future."
There is one more thing, my lord, if I may.
That's actually
Mhm.
a couple.
priest-
I'll get to it.
Yeah, the priest in charge of the church has said that he has seen
Hey.
you personally.
Shut your
sign
whore
a
hole before I
letter.
hit you.
What?
I whisper under my voice.
Yeah, but basically, I'm saying that the church has
See, I
personally
was getting
stated.
to it.
V, let Arch do it. He's the
All right, fine.
he's the priest.
Go on.
Staring daggers at the impertinent sorceress.
The Archbishop pauses and says, "Is there anything else I should know?"
There is, Your Holiness. First and foremost, of course, extraordinarily merciful of you to believe the best even of those accused of such a serious crime. Worse still, though, is the fact that there was a member of the congregation who claims to have received from you, personally, permission to carry out these heretical rites.
In what
I-
way did he claim to have permission from me?
The man, Roris, claimed to have seen you sign the permission scroll which sanctified these doctrines. I witnessed and saw the document myself and immediately recognized the seal, your personal seal, Your Highness, Your Holiness, more correctly, to be false. There may be forgers or collaborators even within our Holy Mother Church.
But Archie said he saw the His Holiness personally signing.
Yes,
Like
that's
he
what I
was in
just
the
told you.
room. Yeah, well, he was in the room when the Holiness, so it means he is lying.
Yes, he claims to have seen the Holiness sign it, as I said.
Yeah.
The Archbishop says, "I of course sign no such thing." What is the name of the purported daughter of Lathander?
Aita?
Yeah, Taea.
Thea?
Taea.
Tahea?
He turns to Vianor and says, "Have you heard of such a thing?" And Vianor says, "No, my lord." And so he returns to you and says, "No, I'd like to carry out as I have instructed. Find as much information about this as possible. Find out what the source of the heresy is. Find out what the rites are, why they conduct these rites, what they think they're doing. Find the very origin point and come and report back to me once you believe you have found it. And we will see what actions must be taken."
Are we allowed to exercise force in self-defense if they
No.
attack us?
Well, I mean, everyone can exercise force in self-defense.
Okay.
Like, but he's making explicit that the point is that he wants to get as much information about this as possible, where the faith comes from, what language it's in, what what the point of the heresy is, what damage you believe it's doing to the faith itself.
Okay.
I would beseech you, Your Holiness, to
Who's
be given
involved?
permission to seize the person Roris, at least, as he seems to have claimed specifically that you signed the document. He would be able to give us a significant amount of information.
No, don't do anything to alert them that you are not in some way interested or persuaded by their doctrine. We want them to open up and give you freely as much information as possible, and then once you are sure you know exactly who is involved, who is spreading this, and who the source of it is, come and report back to me.
Yes, Your Holiness.
Yes,
And we'll
master.
take further action then.
All right. Well, we're time to head back.
Once I'm safely out of earshot, I'm going to whisper to myself, soft old bastard, this is where the religion is failing.
It's a big echoey cathedral. You might want to be careful. But Vianor walks away with you and just says, "Is there anything there that's unclear?"
No. Sargon, I would like to write a letter before we leave
Okay.
Which
to who?
one?
to my university, to my beloved Vice Dean Master. And I will
What's her
write.
name? Nula.
Yeah, I've been writing all my adventures so
I
far,
know.
so I'm not going to stop now. Like
Okay.
extensive details, Sargon, like
Yeah,
literally.
it costs you 5 silver pieces to get the
Yes.
letter and to write and send it.
Yeah. So she knows about the trial. She knows about the cat. She knows
Yeah.
about the heresy. She's a very informed lady. She's like getting spies everywhere.
Yeah. I'm sure she is. That's true.
I will
okay.
also respond to Verno that my task is understood, even though I find it distasteful.
He says fear not. Once we've identified the extent and origin of the rot, I've no doubt that the Archbishop will have it cut out.
A quick, brisk nod, and then we'll walk out of the cathedral.
Okay. Right, it's still about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wait a second. Did we skip over what I was going to do last night?
I think
we
we're
can go
wrapping
back
their
to it in a
stuff
minute,
up
it's fine.
before we get to you.
Okay, sure.
Is there anything else you guys want to do in Varn?
Nope.
No, it's heading back now.
Okay. You'll arrive back in the evening. In the
I
late
would like to
afternoon,
not go into town. I would like to set up camp outside of it now that we have tents and supplies. As the
yeah.
thing is, I have already made myself conspicuous, so I do not want to show up back in town.
How far out of town?
Within relatively easy sight of the town.
Okay. I don't know if you can zoom in on the map itself, but I mean,
Yes, we can.
you could you can go into like the edge of the woods or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And then I'll send V in to re-establish contact.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's put you there. Right. Okay. Right. So, Dev.
I would like to sneak into the church.
Okay.
When the entire town's asleep, 2 a.m. or something.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay. I guess make a stealth check.
here we go. I immediately fall over as soon as I leave the inn. Nice.
No. You're not very stealthy.
Yeah, remember 10 is average.
Yeah. 9's below average. But you get to the. I mean, it's very dark. So, you knock over a few buckets or something on the way.
God damn
But
it, Dev.
it's the middle of the night. It's like 2
I have
2 a.m.
When
lost
Dev
around.
walks normally, he creates less noise than when he's sneaking.
Yep.
He
Okay.
doesn't. I just don't bother pointing out how much noise he's making. But you get to the church.
Here, I'll listen to see if anyone heard the buckets. just in case I woke
Go on, then
someone
make
up.
a perception check. All seems fairly quiet.
Okay, I just had an idea.
Mhm.
Since it's this dark, if I wear my my panther cloak, will it help me at all? And not
I
being
don't
seen?
know. Blackface might get you in more trouble these days.
Because it's very dark, and the panther couldn't be seen.
Sure, I mean it, but like your clothes aren't exactly particularly reflective.
Okay.
You're wearing like just felt clothes or whatever, so it's not like they reflect like particularly well.
I'll put it on anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it is cold, so
Yep. So I'll check the front door of the church. I assume it's locked.
it is locked.
All right, time to lockpick it.
It's not locked via a lock. It's locked via a bar on the inside.
Oh, okay. I'll sneak around back and see if there's another entrance.
Yep. You sneak around one side and do find a side door.
Is this one locked?
Yes.
And I can pick this one?
You can. You can try anyway.
Okay. Let's see. What was the thieves' tools roll again? Hold on.
It's one because they're master tools.
It's
I can
dexterity. Okay, so it'll be dexterity plus double my proficiency plus 1. Okay.
archery DMs.
So
You
that's
are
plus
not
5.
able to pick the lock.
It's plus, so even at 18 I can't pick the lock.
Oh, sorry. Right. Well, I saw 13. Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
At 18, you do manage to pick the lock. Actually,
Okay. So I'll slip inside.
you might want to make a stealth check doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. You crack the door open, and you hear a voice call, "Rorik, is that you?" Or Roris, even. Is that you?
Shit. Okay. I'll just close the door as quietly as I opened it. And maybe hop into a bush outside.
Well, there are no bushes. You're in the middle of the town, but you can like sneak around a corner.
Yep.
Okay. It's now dark, and you're hiding in the shadows of a building.
Yep, I'm just listening.
No, you're not. You can make a
Oh.
perception check if you like.
Yes.
You can't really hear anything. But after a few minutes, Roris, wrapped up in his bedrobes, opens the door and just peers out. In fact, give me a second. Does he see anything? In fact, he seems to notice you, and he's peering into the darkness. Is anyone there?
I'm not going to move. I'm not going to say anything.
Just meow at him, Dev. Come on, make it complete.
Oh, I could like do a cat meow and just make him think it's a stray.
No, make it an obviously human one. Just go meow.
What's your performance?
Oh god, my performance is 0. I should not do that.
Take into account that in Sargon's universe, a 10 is a failure. There is no mediocrity, there is only excellence.
Okay, I'm just going to. I mean, here's the thing. I will. He almost sees me. It seems like, and if he approaches, he probably will see me. So I'm going to try to like stealthily retreat down some shadowed path or something, anywhere where I can go.
Make a stealth check.
Nope.
No.
How do you know?
Yeah. No. You step backwards deeper into the shadows, and you can see that he's just like peering for a few more seconds, and then just closes the door and locks it.
Fucking weirdo. Whispers to himself.
Yeah. Okay. So it seems like this stealth session is not going to work out in my favor. So maybe I'll just go back.
Okay.
Maybe I'll just head back to the inn.
Yep.
No dice.
No more attempts to do anything else. Nothing that maybe you could. Nothing that
I mean,
you
I
could do.
Well, here's the thing. He's on guard, right? So no. If I attempted
What if,
this again in like half an hour, it'd probably be worse.
what if I disguise myself as the Pope and next to you we demand the book?
You're not there, so.
No, but I'm talking to Arch like as a plan.
Mhm.
All right, I'll sneak back to the inn.
Okay. Right. Well, you rest until the morning, and then V and Arch arrive about a mile or so away from Albrook. Arch, did you say you were sending V in there?
Yep. Harlots. And go to our foolish friends and inform them that they have partaken in heretical rituals. Their souls will be examined as well.
Well, weren't we asked
All
to be
right. So
discreet about it?
V's here.
Yeah.
All right. So V is here. I
So
assume we
wanna-
meet
are
up
you going
around
to the tavern, V?
I'm going to the church, actually. I want to speak with the priest.
God damn it.
Okay, you go into the
All right.
church. What time in the morning are you going?
When it opens up, I guess like 9 a.m., 8
Okay.
a.m.
Well, at the dawn there is a not ritual service to Lathander.
hope so.
Which I am attending.
Okay. Yeah. There's about 200 people there. It's more packed than it was last night. But yeah, the Sarab the priest welcomes you all in, and it's a pretty standard morning service to Lathander to praise him for the future day and for making sure that we survive. And in fact, he specifically adds a sort of new part of the hymn that praises Taea for preserving us through the night.
I don't respond to that part. That part's not. Yeah, and it kind of turns me off the whole
I
service.
do respond
It's
to
a
that
Service
part. In
guarantees
fact, I
citizenship.
seem moved by it. I would like to wonder if the priest can have like an audience with me, like if I can talk to him, not an audience, because it's not as official.
Well, after this, sorry,
Yes,
Rags is
after.
there as well, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I am here attending the
I
service.
have
Yes.
lost.
Right. Dev, what about you?
I'll be along. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So after the service, the priest just begins his daily chores.
I have lost. Shit.
Yeah, I want to talk to him.
Mhm.
I will say that initially
Oh,
I
hold
was
up,
very
hold up. Oh,
skeptical.
wait. V, hold up, hold just a second. I noticed you at the service, and I'm pretty certain you noticed me at the service.
Yes.
I come to talk to you before you go off and do anything else.
Uh-huh.
And I ask, well, how did things go? What happened in Varn? Did he speak with the Archbishop? What did he say?
Yeah, we're tasked with finding out all their rituals and do it undercover. Like find out where they got their book from, who brought this religion to these people, what are their rituals and customs.
Are you saying so? The Archbishop didn't sign that? It was
Yes,
all
it was
like a lie. It's
forgery.
all fake.
Yes,
it was a forgery.
It's a forgery. Yeah.
Oh, so it was done against his consent and everything.
Yes.
All right. I'll ask where's Joan?
He's at outside of the town. He
Me?
set up camp.
Am
Yeah.
I? Is he? Is he?
What's she
Me?
doing outside of the town?
I have no idea. It's just like keeping camp.
All right, maybe she wants to stay far away from this church, especially now that it seems that this is indeed not at all sanctioned by the Archbishop. I will tell you that last night there was a ritual on Lathander's Day at dusk, which is odd, but I attended because I wanted to see what was going on, what it was for. And I'll describe to V what happened, the ritual, the strange hymn, the drinking of the wine, the sacrifices made, the indecipherable, the language that I didn't recognize. I'll describe the large man and what was his name? Shariel.
Yep.
I'll describe all of this to V, and I say there's something about it that strikes me as odd. And when I went to go speak to the priest later, Sarab, he really didn't seem at all keen on really participating or helping us with sort of clearing things up. So, all of that, and this is all no good.
Yeah,
But the
I think
people-
I think I can win him over. Just don't let him see that we're friends, that we're speaking to each other? Because I have an idea how to deceive.
He already knows that we're together on account of yesterday.
Yeah, but like I'll make up a story and I'll say that I'm really fascinated and moved by this new religion. And I'll try to get,
all right, so
yeah.
I will say, I understand why you're doing this. Just be careful. You know how things can be. Good ideas and bad
Yeah,
ideas.
I
they
have
can take
no
hold and-
intention of getting violent.
All right, I do trust you. I just Lathander and Hero be with you. Be strong, but have God, what's the word? I'm drawing a blank. Discretion. Show
Yes,
discretion.
we
be
learned
wise.
that at university. It was in the
Ah,
second
yes.
semester of third year.
V's
Yes.
middle name is discretion.
Yes, V's middle name. Remember your middle name, V. Discretion and
Discretion.
subtlety.
I go with
So,
discretion towards the priest, Sargon.
But I will say, if you need me for anything, I will be.
Yeah, just
right
wait at
outside
the
the
door. If
door.
it gets
Yes.
violent, I need you to
Subtlety.
get
Guaranteed
Right.
citizenship.
Yeah, you do the
All
signal.
of
Go.
these words.
Sargon, I would like to talk to the priest.
Okay, you can approach him.
I will tell him that initially I was very skeptical, accepting new parts of the dogma and the faith are difficult. However, in my time here, I have never met more compassionate people that were willing to share their wine, and they even gave me food. I never got that for free at the university. And the more I thought about it, the more it makes sense that the god Lathander would actually offer to us faithful a daughter that would watch us over the night. And if possible, I would like to learn more.
You're not telling him the truth, are you?
No, it's a
Right,
deception.
make a deception check.
Yes. The bad arch isn't here. I can't get the bonus.
I would have attacked you probably, or at the very least,
But
brought
I
a
am
grudge
pretty,
against
I am
you.
pretty cute, Sargon, and I'm doing my best in order to.
Well,
I
hang
mean,
on a
it
second.
sounds reasonable, right? Like a person that would turn to the faith would be skeptical at first.
Yeah, but
No, yeah.
I'm not saying it's not a plausible story. That's why you can make the deception check.
Yes.
He seems quite overjoyed, and he says, "Oh, wonderful, wonderful." Sorry, what were you asking him to do again?
Tell me more about the rituals. Like, where did he get the book from? Where did he get? Sorry, like, what are the prophets of Thea? Like, how did the faithful know about her to begin with?
Oh well, he just tells you that 6 months ago. Hang on a second. Let me just make sure I get my story straight. I don't want to give you false information. The Shariel and his companion Gul arrived after a long journey. They say they traveled over many mountains to arrive here, and they came to our village. And they were first met by Morik, who saw the desperate condition they appeared to be in and offered them food and shelter. And although at first Shariel didn't speak our language, after sitting with Morik for many long evenings, he was able to learn through him and Roris the language of Oldura, and then began to explain that he was the bearer of a book of prophecy and a book of revelation. And after explaining that this was something he had taken from his homeland after his homeland was destroyed, where he was a priest there, Fort Taea, demonstrated how the prophecy or the revelation showed that Taea was the daughter of Lathander. They call Lathander by a different name in their land because, of course, it's a different language, but it's the same god. And this is how we came to learn about Taea.
Can I make an insight check to figure out if someone can actually learn a language that fast? I mean, I want to see if he's actually a traveler that happened to be wounded through the travels, or if he's like a subverter, if he already knew the language and it was just
Well,
pretending.
I mean, you can check to see if he's lying to you. If that's what
No,
you're
no,
asking.
like if it makes logical sense, like an
Yeah,
insight.
6 months is quite a long time.
Oh, so 6 months, right? I will ask, like, what is their homeland? Like, where are they coming from?
Oh, he says it's somewhere far to the sort of northeast over the mountains, but he has never heard of it. And it's,
Mhm.
miles and miles and miles, hundreds of miles.
Have they have they performed any miracles, like a cleric, or is it like just the good word that was enough to persuade people?
He says, "No, I haven't seen any miracles. I've only had the revelation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's and when is the next ritual? Like when's the next mass?
The next ritual, the next mass
I have lost.
will be in
Shit.
6 days' time, when Shariel will come back to the village and tell us more from the holy book.
And where is Shariel now? Like where is he sitting?
Shariel, let me think about how to. Right. So he says that Shariel is from a mountain people
Mhm.
and is not used to living
Heresy's the
in
question.
the cities.
Fire is the answer.
And so he has set up a shrine to Taea in the woods, a few miles outside of Orbrook, and he spends his time there in meditation.
Can I make a pilgrimage to that shrine?
When you're a member of the faith, he
I
thinks that
understand.
would probably be appropriate.
And one more thing. Again, like I am not well instructed into this particular faith. Like I don't know all the dogma, but the way the people here behave, the way they are so kind and sharing, I do think that this religion has some merit. And since I'm from the academy, like, is there a way that I could spread the faith? Is there a way that I could take
Here we
maybe like
go.
a holy book or a holy text in order to, give it to other people so that they can spread it around?
He says that as of yet, there is no Alduran translation of the holy book, so it's only Shariel who can speak from the book and teach us it, which is what he does every Sunday.
Could I maybe
Now,
be allowed to make a copy, like a
you
transcript?
don't speak the language.
But I think like I can mimic the letters, right? Like I can try to
No,
reproduce.
you'd need to have an understanding of the language to be able to do it.
Okay, so
Um,
I can't like copy the book basically.
Not really.
I see.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I'm just checking my notes because I'm pretty sure I have something in here for that. He says that Morik, one of the acolytes, is actually working with Shariel on an Alduran translation of the Holy Book. But it's in its very early stages at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I thank him and I say that I will be here in the next 6 days if I'm still in town, and I try to perform myself as grateful as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then
He says that he hopes he'll see you at the eventide.
yeah, I'll definitely attempt to be there.
Okay.
Alright. Well, I go back to the rest of the party and I tell them that the person that brought this heresy onto the land is a man by the name of Shariel, a man of the mountains.
So who are you telling this to?
To Arch, Devo, and to
Arch isn't here.
Rack.
Arch isn't there.
Arch is
off in
outside the
woods.
town and the
Oh
woods.
well, then I'll go right to Arch.
I will see you leaving, and
Well,
I'll ask
actually,
where you're
I'll
going.
take I'll take Rags with me.
What about Dev?
Yeah, I'll
Is
come
Dev
too.
here? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So we're now all outside of town,
Okay,
and
it's about a
we're-
mile
we're-
you have to walk into the woods.
Yeah.
But it's only on the edge of the woods. That's across the sort of main road and over some ditches.
And I tell
All
everyone
right.
that what we found is that there's this mountain man which claims to have made the long journey, and he ended up in this village and brought the heretical tome with him. He is the source of the corruption, and the like we know their rights now. We know what they're into, but if you guys want to further investigate, we can stay here. If not, we can go report what we found.
It has
Well-
also been completely declared to be a heretical religion. The rights they are claiming to have received, their blessings, are all false. And we have been tasked with the holy duty of purging this place.
That's not true.
Yeah,
It is.
what
We're
do you
going to
mean-
find
what do you
evidence
mean?
first, but purging is the eventual goal.
Right.
Yes,
okay,
but,
fair
but we're
so
not
hold
the
on, hold on.
purgers. We are the how should we
Yes,
say?
yes. We're supposed to find evidence first so that we can purge them with
we
proper
are
authority, but purging is
the
still the
people
end
that
goal.
will. Yeah, we will start the machinations of the purging, but we're not doing the purging ourselves.
All right.
Okay, hold
so
on, hold on,
let's.
hold on.
Yeah.
I kind of have an idea here. Okay, so
All right.
what we found out is that he lives in the woods basically, and he comes into town every night to do the evening sermon.
Not every night.
No, once a week on Lathander's holy day.
Okay.
Oh,
Sunday
I know
or
what.
whatever.
Okay, so I have a plan. If you guys want to, like, it depends how risky you want to be. Like, I have a
Does Dev
spell
want to
which
finish his
allows me
plan, or
to disguise myself. I can disguise myself as the priest when he's not in the church and demand that holy book to be, and then we can take it to Varn.
I don't know
So,
if the
but-
demand will work
all
out.
right?
but-
It's definitely something to think about. Dev,
So-
did you have something you were gonna say?
we should find the site that he's staying at. We can track him. We have tracking. We should go out into the woods and see what's going on there.
Do you think that we're not a particularly sneaky bunch, save only one of us? What do you propose we do when we get there?
A
I don't know,
member of
just-
our kingdom, so we can literally beat the living shit out of him. Like, I don't think it's a crime.
Well, if what you told me, V, was true about
The
what
law
the
doesn't
Archbishop
apply to
wanted us-
foreigners.
Whilst I agree with the idea of trying to purge the heretics, the paladin's description of this man and his bodyguard in particular makes me a little worried. Brother, do you
I
think
should
you could
magic
take the
missile.
2-meter tall mountain giant?
Oh, but Arch, you have 2 hands.
And I would have used them to settle this already if we hadn't been misled.
Sargon,
Okay.
I can disguise myself as that man and take the book.
It's possible you
if-
can do that.
Maybe
But
it's
let's-
something to
let's-
consider,
Okay,
but
the issue is, I don't see the point. We are not trying to prove that they're heretical. That's already passed. We're done with that. Now we're
trying to
getting
find
the
source.
We're
yeah,
trying to
the
get
source.
information.
We want to rip them up from the root. It really
And
doesn't
the
matter.
three
source is the
things.
book. The source is the book. And
The
man.
source is the guy who brought the book.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
what do you
assuming
wanna do? Do you
assuming there's
wanna-
only one book, which there probably only is, but it has been 6 months. The idea that the translation hasn't been worked on and
I
done.
mean, ideally, we'd
it-
want to catch the man, since the
Yeah, the
the
man's
good
the most
works of
important,
Rags and Dev found that he shows up once a week. The logical
Mhm.
thing would be to then go back to Amman and ask for 500 men to just fucking come there on that day and be like, "Yep, okay, well."
Yeah, we've got
Where
basically
knows?
6.5 or so days to prepare what we're going to do.
Well, why not?
He's on
why
a
not go
schedule.
to Varn? It takes like literally one day, and we can ask for the men, and we're saying like, yeah, they're going to hold mass in 6 days, and the guy who brought the heretical book
Well,
is going to be there.
We have a time. Like we're
can
gonna,
do
we
that, yeah.
we should ask for a mobilization. That's gonna take a day, and it's gonna take a day's travel. So let's assume 3 days, right? That'll still give us a solid
3
4 or 5
days,
days
so yeah.
to figure out anything else we can.
And we
'Cause
need to consider
ideally-
Rorus as well.
Yes, ideally we'd figure out where Shariel laid his head to, in
And
case we
'cause-
didn't catch him at the church.
And there's probably going to be a connection, potentially, between Rorus and Shariel, because Rorus is the one who claimed that he brought this back. So this paper signed by the Archbishop, which he claimed to Sarab, the priest of the church. So I think that he's fooling Sarab and everyone else in cahoots with Shariel, maybe. So we need to see how he's involved with this. Sarab seems to be earnest like everyone else, but I think that Rorus is being deceptive. Unless ... the Archbishop is in on it, which I doubt.
So there's 2 plans then. One plan is to sneak out to his site, and one plan is to go back and inform the church leadership. What are we doing?
Well, maybe what we could do is we could find out where the site is, and depending on its location, observe it from a distance. Which is something you might be able to do during a night, Dev, is you could go out there and take a look. Maybe we could get you a spyglass or just have you wait out there and see what goes on in this shrine. Or maybe you could go to the shrine and describe it. Maybe it's not exactly like the one that's in the church. So if we just find the location, that will be the first step. Because it's not guaranteed that we will, and it's really important that we establish that we can find it.
On that point
Okay.
as well, none of you partook in any of their rituals, right?
Right.
I just observed.
Okay, good.
Right.
Narrows eyes at Dev.
Right. Right.
Narrows eyes more at Dev.
Right.
Piss
What
holes
about
in the
you, V?
fucking snow, Dev.
I'll vouch for Dev. Dev was there with me to observe. And
Dev wasn't
watch
participating in a
things.
ritual. He was just stealing. You see, the whole thing was deceit. It's like, oh yeah, I'm totally interested. Can I have the wafer now and the wine?
To be clear, if you drink their wine, you making sure that the bad guys have less wine. So
To be honest, Arch, if we
Well,
take that book,
because
we will have all their rituals.
The suspicious thing is, it was once, or so the Archbishop says, and I have no doubt about his holy word, a faithful community. And yet they seem to have been waylaid by this foreign cult awfully quickly, which suggests that there may be something else at work. So perhaps we should also investigate these wafers
well, that's the
and
Rorus
wine.
I think that's part of the Rorus connection. If Sherial, like the first thing he did was make sure that someone who is inside the church, like Rorus, could get what was purportedly the signature of the Archbishop of Varn, that would convince people really quick. So maybe this was prearranged. Maybe from the very get-go he arrived, or maybe so.
Possibly,
I don't even know how.
but it stretches credulity to believe that faithful men would accept a random Bible coming from a random person that they've never heard of.
Well,
Yeah,
I
Sargon,
think-
what type of role could I make to see if I studied at the university this type of subversion before? Like, has it historically happened that like some kingdom tried to subvert another's religion?
This is a
by,
very
like-
broad education you've got
Well,
here.
consider that
Shocking,
this-
isn't it? For
Well,
someone who
consider
barely
the-
turned up to his bloody studies.
The way that
You
the
say, but,
subversion
like,
happens is it's built onto something else. This isn't like its own completely new thing. It is designed in such a way that it's built onto Lathander's worship
Yeah,
in
it's
a way that
very
makes
subversive.
some level of
it's almost
sense,
Marxist
so-
in nature. Would I be able to like roll a history check to see if this has happened before? Because it would have been
You
a
can
big
try.
scandal. Yeah.
You've no idea.
Hmm.
Didn't turn up for that lesson.
Damn it.
maybe
If
I
I
could
would have stayed, it
maybe I
would
can
have
make
been
a
a
roll as
critical-
well. This might be something that I would have studied when I was in school. But there's my typical roll, so I'll just go over here. if you need me,
Lies
and
with
you
your
can-
rolls.
I
What
don't
about
know.
you,
This
Art?
is mathematically unprecedented.
I don't know about unprecedented. Unlikely, perhaps.
Why don't
Okay.
you try to roll?
Well, I have no interest in this. I think they're bad.
No,
you,
they are,
surely
but,
you
like,
have,
ha-
you have a
have
lot
this
of
happened
interest in
before?
this, surely.
I think they've drugged the fucking wine or the wafers.
Dev's
No,
okay.
no, you guys drank the
I
wine.
don't
or
know
Dev
about
drank
that
the
yet.
wine, and he
Yeah.
seems fine. It just seems to be wine.
Yeah, my speculation is that people like it because it's free shit, Arch. They get free wine, they get free lamb. It's a poor village. They're literally
Well-
bribing people into this religion.
Well, consider that this is designed to be
It's not a
built
terribly
onto
poor
in a somewhat lore appropriate way, quote unquote, an extension of a religion that they already follow. Right?
Yeah, it's
So
what the Romans did with Christianity. I agree.
Yeah, so it's not like they came up with something that's completely bonkers new and out of nowhere. I
Yeah.
think that the Shariel guy probably, that it was designed to be this way,
It's-
so it's more palatable.
It's pretty bonkers. On a scale of the Catholic Church to that guy in Japan who called himself Jesus, I'd say this was at least a 7 in the Japanese direction.
It's a Mormon thing, Arch. It's like the Mormon religion, basically. I wouldn't even say that far. It's more like a Jehovah Witness type of thing. Like it follows the dogma pretty much.
No, like again, the whole
But
like
it has
I mean,
like a little
it's
deviation.
built onto something that's that is pre-existing. The idea that Leander created an entity that could guard his people during the times he was weak is I understand why people might see that and be like, oh, like that makes some level of sense.
Yeah.
That oh, isn't it good Lathander did this for us?
Like it's not
What
it's not a
great
religion
guy.
like the Thunder is a false god. Like here's the
Yeah.
actual god, right? Like that's what we're talking about.
You're not. Yeah, it's not saying you have to lose anything. It's adding things onto it in a way that isn't.
Yeah, it's
like,
corrupting
approved
it
anyway.
basically.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
very smartly made.
Yeah. So I think the Shariel guy knows what he's doing. And and along with the letter, I don't blame the people for going along with it, but we'll have to
Okay.
see. And
Oh, I'll see if the
Let's-
Inquisition does.
Let's actually make a decision what we're doing. So
okay,
do we
Dev?
sneak? Do we sneak to find the altar, or do we go back and inform the church?
we need to know where I think knowing where the altar is is going to be
We've already
important.
decided to do that, Dev. We're already warning the church with 3 days margin. But we have plenty of time to see if there's anything else we could find.
Okay.
Okay.
I will talk with people in the village to see if
Hold
anyone
on, V,
knows
hold on.
where the altar is.
Well, no! Don't just
What?
No,
okay.
no, don't do that. Yeah, don't.
No,
do that.
you will not, V.
Especially
Dev-
because the priest has already told you that only the faithful are even allowed to go there. But
But what
we
if
might
I
not
disguise
even.
myself as a faithful? Like
What
I
if
have
we
a
just
spell
let Dev
which...
look?
Do you
Okay,
have
well,
any sort of tracking or anything, or nature, or...
We have to use either survival or nature. I don't remember which one.
I've got
Survival.
survival
Survival?
+1, so that's something. So we could go
'Cause-
together.
Yeah.
We could check out the forest. It's a large forest, so the odds of
Okay.
us finding something easily
Let's-
are small, but tracks maybe.
Let's roll survival to check out if you can find the tracks.
I mean,
You
one
don't
of
need
them is
tracks.
like
You actually need to
5
see
meters tall.
people
Damn.
that travel towards the mountains and follow them. Like I think that's better than finding tracks outside of a village that has many tracks.
Yeah, there are loads of tracks in the village.
Yeah, just follow people that go to the mountain, like people that look like they're on a
No.
pilgrimage, and you just
V,
follow them.
the guy said that he lived there in isolation or in relative isolation.
Yeah, but we're finding the shrine. We're not going to the guy, right? So
Hey,
like we're trying to find where
silence.
the shrine
Otherwise,
is.
I'm going to say that we start walking in concentric circles until we find it.
Well, V, didn't you persuade him that you were interested in the faith?
Yes.
Okay, well, rather than
Let's go
like,
make something of that.
yeah,
Well, hold on. One of the two guys is a giant, right? Surely he leaves giant tracks.
metaphorical giant. But
He's 6.5 feet. He's
Still
tall.
big feet, big tracks.
Big
I
feet,
can't
Above
find
big
it.
average
20?
feet, probably. We might have to. Maybe we have to narrow it down our search area.
yeah,
for a third leg?
Like you're talking about dozens of miles that you intend on searching.
For instance, let us consider that the closest mountains to Orbrook are to the southwest.
Yeah.
Maybe if he's a mountainous person and has made a mountainous thing, a shrine, perhaps that's the general direction that we should look.
Well, V was told explicitly that he has a shrine in the forest. So
Oh, in the forest. Okay, I gotcha. Okay. Well, that doesn't narrow it down as much.
I don't know.
The closest forest to Orbrook's across the river, or to the north, or
Yeah, to the north,
south.
yeah.
It's kind of all over, really. So I guess
like,
if we want to narrow it
cults
down a
tend
little
to-
bit more,
tend to
then
recruit, right? So
Yeah, no, I will ask the priest when I
you're
meet
not
him
in the
again.
town.
No, but like I will go to the town and I will ask the priest, how can I join the faithful? What is there an initiation procedure?
I'm going to find it particularly distasteful if you start pretending to joining the cult.
Yeah, but you don't
Better
know.
that he pretends than he
I
actually
was
does.
ordered by the Pope to pretend in order to gather as much information as possible. So I have a clear conscience.
this is like saying no, you can't be a spy because you'll have to wear the
Yeah.
enemy's uniforms.
Yeah, like literally you can't be a spy because like you have to pretend you're an enemy.
False faith
but-
is significantly more corrosive, as has been clearly demonstrated here.
Correct, but I've been blessed by the Pope. So
You have not.
The
I
Archbishop
believe-
will
I
probably
believe that he wants
understand
to
if you
find
haven't.
If he
So-
says
so
I
I-
infiltrated the organization to destroy it from within, and then you do it, I don't think
Yeah.
that they're gonna be like, yeah, but I mean, you do drink the wine, so.
Sargon, I will go to the village and I'll ask the priest if there are any initiation rites.
Okay. Is anyone else going into the village?
Heavens no.
I will. I mean, Dev, what do you? We've got a room there. We've been staying there the previous night. What do you think the course of action is? Should we sort of stay around the town, and if so, should we be doing anything in particular? Because, I mean, it is about like 900 people here, so it's
Yeah,
not
it's a
like
large
a
village.
yeah, it's a pretty big
Well,
place. I mean, did you want to
so
find
here,
something to do, or maybe come up with
my-
some sort of a cover for why we're here?
My intention basically is to watch and see if V is actually led anywhere, and then shadow them.
Okay.
That could be a decent idea.
So are you going to go into the town as well?
Well, I got to remain stealthy, so I mean, I'll stay on the outskirts. I just want to like, if V is going to be led by somebody to this forest ritual place, I don't want them to know I'm following them, right? So I'll hang back on the outskirts of the town, in a bush or something.
I will, while he's doing that, what I'll generally be doing, unless otherwise kind of noted
Mhm.
or unless I'm needed, is I'll be hanging around the church for the most part. I am a paladin. I want to be, doing my praying to Lathander and to Helm, and because I assume that they're kind of like, they're buds or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
They're both light gods, so that
Right.
and I'll be keeping an eye on things.
Yeah.
Looking
So
around.
V and Rags go into the town. Dev hangs around outside the town. And Rags, as you're hanging around outside the church, V goes in. And you, after a few minutes, you notice there's a fairly well-dressed chap who's watching you from across the street. And after a moment, he seems to pluck up the courage to come over, and he asks you if you are the paladin who has recently arrived.
If he's asking me, I
Yeah.
say yes. Unless there is another around here.
Well, he opens up his shirt and reveals a holy symbol of Helm on his chest.
Oh, my face lights up. I'm like, oh, are you a fellow follower of Helm? Are you part of the order, or simply one of Helm's honored devotees?
I'm merely a devotee, but I'm also the mayor of this town. My name is Herod, and
Herod.
What do you
That's
make of all of this?
um. Hmm. Uh. What would I make of this? What I'm gonna tell Herod is, I mean, essentially that it is strange, isn't it? It's unusual. Um, Lathander is obviously of significant importance, as is his light. And it's not something I've seen before. In a way, I don't know what to make of it. The idea on its face that he's created a daughter figure to protect his people in the dusk and the darkness. There's something to that I think I can understand, but at the same time, it strikes me as odd that I've never heard of this anywhere else. Why is it only here, and why so far away? We've heard of no such thing in Amah.
He nods. He seems very, very grateful to hear someone else who is also skeptical of this. And he says, oh, I feel precisely the same. This just turned up. These two strangers turned up, and they were just very persuasive. And suddenly, everyone that I know, including my own wife and daughter, my daughter in particular, seems very taken with this fellow Shael, and very taken with this new cult of Taera. Um, and I'm just. She spends so much time going to the shrine in the woods.
I ask the shrine in the woods. What do you mean? Is not the shrine to Taya in the church?
No, that's a small altar that they've set up there because they said it was appropriate. But the man, the priest of Taea and his manservant have set up what I understand to be a proper shrine somewhere in the woods. And my daughter goes there at all hours of the day and night. And sometimes she'll come back reeking of wine. And I'm just, something terrible is happening here. I'm sure of it.
I'll give a puzzled look, stroking my my not beard, but my chin, all strokey like. But I'll look uneasy, because this is uneasy news. This is unsettling. This is a complication, and it's interesting that the mayor here is kind of, of this persuasion. I'll ask, do you, she comes back reeking of wine sometimes. There is wine as part of the. Is it normal to have rituals where you drink wine during a service for Lathander? This is just common knowledge question. Is that typical
Yeah,
thing?
but it's as it was when you were in the church. You have a
Heresy's the
sip.
Just a
question.
sip. Okay,
Fire
like
is the
a
answer.
okay.
You don't get
massive-
roaring drunk in church.
Ah, gotcha. This isn't one of those fun religions. All right.
No,
Let's see.
most religions aren't.
Nah, it's a shame, isn't it?
Well, apparently Taea's religion is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I'm swapping over, boys. Let's see. His gosh, That's interesting. What I'll do is, for now, I'll ask him. In case I need to seek out his counsel, or if or anything like that. I ask where his house is, so I know where it is later.
Yeah. He gives you instructions. It's obviously the large house that doubles as a kind of civic center. But he says to you, just come and see me any time of the day or night that you need me.
I'll nod and I'll say I will indeed. You'll likely hear from me again. There is something about this that does seem quite off, and I'm not exactly certain otherwise how I feel about it. It's not something I've seen before in all my days in Amah and the temples of either Lathander or of Helm.
He clasps your hand and shakes it vigorously and says, "Thank you, brother," and then gives you sort of a holy symbol of Helm, sort of hand sign of Helm. And,
I will return it, yes. Or return it back to him. Yeah, I'll do the same.
and then heads off.
The thought plickens.
V, what were you doing? Sorry.
I was going to the priest and ask him, how do people get initiated? Like, what are the rites to get initiated?
He says, "Well, I mean, you've only just began your rite and your journey into the rites and initiations. Normally, we require you to come for a good few weeks and take in the ceremonies and perform the rituals, and then eventually we will bring you closer into the faith."
I want to persuade him and I say it's true, but like I can't stay for this long, and eventually I'll return to the university, and I want to spread the word. And no one here wants to talk to me if I'm not an initiate. Like I get the feeling that people are giving me the cold shoulder. Like they're nice on the surface, but I just, I don't feel like I'm making any friends.
He just says to you that, like, if you truly believed you would have the patience, you understand.
It's almost as if cults have automatic defense mechanism against people with impure intentions.
People who are weirdly enthusiastic. Like,
In-group outreach
No,
stuff.
I will apologize, and I'll say it's just because I have duties to return back at the university. But if it's not possible, I understand,
well,
and I
we'll
look sad.
be here when you are finished with your duties.
That is reasonable, yes.
I don't know about that.
Is there anything else?
No, that's it. I can't press this matter further.
Okay. Well, he says that hopefully he will see you at this evening's eventide.
Absolutely.
Okay. He goes on about his business, and I guess you're leaving.
Yes. Rags, do you want to find out, like, if this guy knows where his daughter goes every night, like which forest we can?
Yeah, if
Yep,
you're
that's-
if you've
I think
left
that's the plan
the
now.
if you've left the church, I'll let you know about the mayor and everything that he said to me, and I think that this definitely gives us something to work with. Perhaps, and Arch is still outside the town. Dev, you're with us. So...
I'm like on the edge of the town.
Yeah, Dev's outside.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back and let them know about the mayor and his daughter, and see if we can go speak with him tonight at his house and see what he knows.
You're a stalker. Follow the daughter.
I mean, that's the plan. Yeah, we're gonna follow the daughter when she goes
that's-
out to the ritual site next.
Okay. I think what we'll do is pause there then.
All
'cause
right.
It's getting a bit on.
We can. Yep,
I'd like
that's
to-
a good
Yeah, I
idea.
guess so.
Also,
through
let
the
me
soup
just
chats.
real quickly bring out a piece of soap and try and purify V for his fucking filthy heretical ways. No, he's
not
still
very
a
good
fucking
job.
heretic. Bring out the mace
Not very good
next.
job.
I can't
Yeah,
save
V,
this one.
Looks like your soul's damned, V. Sorry.
God damn.
I have more faith in the Pope than I have in the
just
level 2 cleric.
Put my hand on your shoulder and said, "You're going to hell."
The power
not
of the Father
true.
compels you.
It's not true.
I'm sorry, but don't worry. I hear it's not that bad anymore.
Right, should we go through some super chats?
Yep. Dead V is a sad V.
How are you enjoying this quest, by the way?
I like it. I think it's neat, especially with the mayor getting involved. I think it kind of makes things a bit interesting, and yeah,
It's
it
nice.
gives me Midnight Mass vibes a little bit. You
This
know,
is a
I
clearly
no idea what
superior
that is.
quest.
yeah, I think
the
it's so
devs
far.
are.
It's
Though
I'm consider
Midnight Mass
me
is actually a
engaged
really
and
good show.
intrigued.
Rags, I enjoyed it.
I think I like the previous one, but
Well,
this one
it
is
was
good
good
as
till
well.
last
You
episode, yeah.
should have sacrificed Dev to the demons, though.
Damn, Dev,
What demons?
that's rough. You got sacrificed to demons.
There was literally no sign of demons.
That's
the
true.
problem.
That's true. This seems to be just people behaving badly.
No, I
as they
do think
do
this is
sometimes.
Marxism. It is what like it's the
Oh,
way
so it is
subverts,
demons.
the way it corrupts.
there's-
It has the stench of Marxism.
The dude's
Herbert
a
Marcuse-
foreigner. He's clearly bringing his foreign filth here.
Yeah, I think Herbert Marcuse wrote the Thea religion.
Let's see. Rangi says, "Hi Rags, good day Sargon, evening
Hello.
Gypsy. Hey Arch, how is it going, communist?" And V is wrong. About what it is yet to be determined.
I'm sure we'll find something.
Sandrum says, "This is a bet, super chat. I feel that V or Dev will somehow kill either the judge, jury, or prosecutor. It matters not if I'm right, but it's fun."
They all managed to survive.
Yeah, Dev did make a dog's dinner out of that thing.
No, he did pretty good actually, to be honest.
Was there a chance to winning the trial if it was rigged? Mm-hmm.
Is there a chance to?
Maybe
win
we'll
the
never
trial
know.
route?
Maybe one day we'll revisit it. Who knows?
Matej Zvezek says, "I praise Arch and V for they are pure. Rest are infidels. I think that the church not being holy was wrong, but it's Sargon's world. Love the game."
Well, no,
Yeah, it could
is
just be,
holy,
like-
but it's not. It doesn't have a spell cast on it.
No, Sargon is right. Like I understand what he means.
Sargon can't be wrong.
Yeah,
It is basically what it really is.
yeah, that's what I like to hear. Sargon can't be wrong.
I mean, he can't be wrong about the rules for his
no,
own
no, no.
world,
Let's not walk
really,
it back,
so-
Rex. Let's not walk it
No,
back.
no, I'm not walking
had
it
it
back.
right
I'm
the first time,
reinforcing
I
what I
think.
said. You know, I see. I see.
It's kind of like, in the real world, like you have a license to build a church, but the patriarch himself doesn't consecrate every church. So it's like the ones consecrated by the patriarch are considered to be holy, and the
Well,
other
like
ones
there's-
are still acceptable, but they're not consecrated by the patriarch.
Well, to
Well, no, I
my
believe
understanding,
all
in this
churches
world,
are
there's actual
consecrated.
good magic,
But
there's
not by
good
the
and pure
patriarch,
magic,
actually.
and not every
Yeah,
church
no,
is blessed by
it's
that
like
magic.
only a few people can cast magic, so they wouldn't be able to cast it on every single church. Which means that some churches are allowed to exist, even if they don't have the magical consecration. Like they have the license, but they're just
Well,
not
some churches
consecrated
might
by
just
the
be.
purpose.
Some churches might just be a bunch of people who believe in something gathering
Yeah,
together in
yeah.
a building and
Well,
doing their thing.
I
And
guess
if
it's
they
like the
say the right
difference
things, then it's
Yeah.
a-okay.
Like it's the difference between a chapel and a cathedral, pretty much, right? Like the cathedral would probably have like the spell consecration.
This
like,
church is just made of wood as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Reverend Norse says, "It is hilarious that V bitches about Arch's character when he plays similar in every character he plays in every game. Arch is
I
100%
didn't
right
bitch
and
about
he's
your
also
character.
Yeah,
I
they're
didn't
both
bitch about
so
your
lame.
character. I didn't say like you're not able to play it like that. I just said that if you want to spurg out, then just spurg out. I'm not going to partake in it. Like I don't want to get up imprisoned.
Fair.
And Looney Lenny says, "V, is your character just Vanessa Enakota from the Black Clover anime?"
I haven't seen that, so I don't know.
But the answer is yes.
Yes, it's
Probably.
it's
Not
his
all
not seen it
anime
either,
girls
but-
are the same. You
It's-
fucking racist.
But
Jesus.
every
I'm
character
racist
he
against
plays
anime
is.
girls, to be honest. That's true.
Oh God! Of course, the British person is going to stereotype. Like all anime girls are the same.
Yeah,
No,
but V, stereotyping is so wrong. Why am I always right?
but you're not always right. You
Yeah,
like
I
right now,
fucking
you're wrong.
am.
Not all anime girls are the same. There is so much difference
There's
between them.
not.
Not all
No, what's the
VTubers
same?
are men, Sargon.
Yes, they are.
Some are transgender.
Not true.
Damn.
Mike11 says, "Rags is playing a nice and kind Obersturmbannführer." I do miss Vampire.
Very reasonable paladin, Rex.
I am reasonable. I think it's
There's
it's
nothing
important.
Paladin
Lacking in
can't be
religious fervor.
Yeah, there seems to be this idea that if you're a paladin, you have to be the world's most zealous, fervent, religious, crazy ass
I do believe
weirdo.
that might be in the description of the class.
It's not actually.
It's
in the-
literally
look,
not.
Rags has
It's
done nothing to
literally not.
compromise his faith, for example. Right?
Sandum says Dev stealthing during nighttime equals death of some innocent old man and or his family, plus the burning
Oh,
of his
no.
house and shop.
Don't fail those rolls for stealth. Old men will die.
Dev tried to stealth in my campaign once. It ended in a running gun battle with the local guards.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, wait, which camp? What
The
happened?
death
then,
of
Arch?
several innocents and a little girl.
What are we talking about?
Skaven.
Wait. Oh yeah.
Your solution
I
to
was-
covering is... Okay, so Dev managed to alert the guards, and the guards are looking into the house like, what the hell's going on here? And Dev's like, okay, I'm going to have to cover my track. Set fire to the house.
Wait, no. That was in
Stealth,
Vampire, not
10
Skaven.
out of 10. No,
right?
that was Skaven.
Well, no, didn't I set fire to that one house where like the two parents
You
murdered
set
their child?
fire to a lot of houses, Dev.
Well, hold on. At least in Vampire, I wasn't a stealthy character. In Skaven, I was, and I still failed it.
Yeah,
Wanted
it
to
was
set fire
definitely in
to one
Skaven,
house.
because you were chased over the rooftops by people shooting at you with flintlocks.
I only wanted to set fire to one house in
Oh, yeah.
Cyberpunk, and Scrum didn't want to allow me to do it for some reason. Like, we were criminals, we did so much nasty shit, but I guess like there was a line drawn at arson. Like, that wasn't the line.
Now I remember this now because I was climbing on the ceiling and the shopkeeper couldn't see me.
Yep.
Yeah, and I used my tail to grab the key or whatever. I remember this now. That was a good campaign.
The mistake I made was to not make all of you play stealthy characters, because you did play way too much solo in that one, but such is lessons of life.
To be honest, I'm kind of doing it in this one. Whenever I go on a stealth mission, it's just me. It's happened twice now.
Don't worry,
Yeah,
I'll follow you
I
on the
offered
next
to
one.
join you in.
It's
The
it's
offer
the
was
curse
made.
of being stealthy. Is that no one else like if you're not stealthy, you can't come along. You know.
That's not true. It depends on what you have them do. They could be a lookout, right? They could observe from a distance. You know, they could
Okay,
create a
you know what, well,
distraction.
Yes,
What if
but
I
We'll do
knocked
that
on the
next
front?
time. We'll do that
That's-
next time.
that
Yeah.
still achieves the same problem in that it reduces the rest of the players to supporting casts.
I'm fine on
Hmm.
supporting my team. If I create a distraction up front while he like snuck around the back, I'm more than happy to do that. Especially if the result is, it helps the game progress and it gives us each a role and a task to play and I'm being useful, and otherwise I wouldn't be doing anything. And Sargon could choose to be like, oh well, if you're trying to keep them distracted, then you have to like talk about stuff. So think about things to talk about, try not to raise suspicion. If Dev fails and makes a noise, maybe I have to cover for that noise and say, oh, it was probably just nothing, or pretend that it was me or something along those lines.
Yeah, that's definitely something you could do.
Sound of towers of buckets collapsing, loud cursing, probably just the cat.
That was probably just the cat. I would have to go meow. And as you see, listen, that was the cat. So
War
there's stuff we
Pictures
can do.
Just a cat,
something to
bro.
Think about.
says now to see if Dev is von Karma tier prosecutor. Dev let the bad person get away. We will shame Dev for this.
Damn, Dev. Dev, it's just not your day. Jeez, these super chats. Oh my
that's
goodness.
that's
wow.
a Phoenix Wright reference. I assume none of you guys have played Phoenix Wright.
That's the objection meme. That's all I know.
Yeah, it's the courtroom game. Yep.
Armus Fowl says, can't wait to watch Dev do so well with his prosecution that he ends up making Roland look innocent and framed.
I kind of did, to be honest.
Sir John says, Dev made it very clear he's not good at off-the-cuff arguments and needs to be scripted. Never mentioned the attempted assassination on himself.
Yeah, I completely forgot that part. That was a big.
It
That was a
slipped
big
my
oops.
mind that I was threatened by two men with knives and beaten unconscious yesterday. It wasn't that
Yeah, it's
memorable an
funny.
event. It happens quite often.
But I found this half full bottle of poison. That's definitely proof.
Dev stands there fucking bloodied, bruised. Oh, no, I don't know how I got this. Well,
Even though the poison master is directly contradicting my story in the court.
Artemis Fowl says, thanks to Dev, Roland is as innocent as O.J. Simpson.
And by the way, just so we're clear, like days ago, I said the D&D chat is like, hey, there's going to be a trial next session. Maybe y'all should get your stuff together, write some stuff down. Nothing
The
came
trial
of
was
that.
rigged, Rags. There was nothing you can do.
And now an innocent man walks free.
I don't
And a
fucking
guilty
care.
woman
Not my man,
was
not
free
my
as well.
problem.
I can't
We
stand
got
when an innocent
150
man
gold
walks
from it.
free.
We got the XP. Who the fuck cares?
I guess I just want to do
Romanian
engage. That's
justice.
true.
We could have
Yes.
done better and got more.
Look, Sargon, I guess it couldn't be helped. Like, what the fuck did you want a level 2 party to do? You had, like, one of the top NPCs of the realm being
What
next
does that
to
have
the
anything
judge
to do
over
with
there.
anything?
What does
Yeah.
that,
What does our
what
level have
does
to do
that
with
have
any
to
of
do with
this?
anything?
What do you mean, what does that have to do? It means that nothing you could have said or done would have dispensed justice.
Level only applies in some mostly very gamified parts of the the.
If I was level
thing
20,
we're
okay,
doing.
if Arch was level 20, he could have summoned Lathander into that fucking courtroom.
Oh,
But
I
that
guess
made an
if,
influence. I think if I was level 20, I would have used the wish spell.
if
Like, I
you
wish
were
this guy would be imprisoned. Like, yeah, it actually does matter if you're high level.
no, not if we're talking about level 2 in this sort of situation that we were in. If the prosecution or the defense or whatever the other side, whatever side we were, if the other side was level 10 and we were level 2, but we had all the evidence and great arguments, then I mean that probably would have been that.
Do you
His
understand
level
that?
wouldn't have much to
No,
say.
Rags. Do you understand what the corrupt judge is?
We don't know it was corrupt. You made
Yeah,
that
he
up.
was corrupt. I believe that he was corrupt due to the fact that one of the highest NPCs, one of the most influential NPCs in the realm, was seen next to the judge.
I have lost.
And despite the fact that there was overwhelming evidence on our side, and the
It wasn't
guildmaster said,
overwhelming.
yeah, the guildmaster said, it's like, well, I don't believe that any other judge of the realm would,
Well,
would
gosh,
not
if the
find this guilty.
guildmaster said it, then it must be true.
Yes, Rags. I generally believe that the judge was corrupt.
I'm not convinced of that. I think we could have done better. We definitely could have. You know, the thugs having the witnesses be handy, knowing the name of the priest in the town, things like that.
See, I wish
That's
that
an
Sargon
awfully
would
royal
stay.
V.
But I'm willing to like make a bet now, and when the campaign is over, if Sargon would tell us, that would be lovely. Like put it in an envelope, Sargon, and you seal it. And when the campaign is over, you can see if either me or Rags was correct. Was the trial
wait.
rigged? That's the question.
I don't believe
was
it's
the trial
rigged.
rigged?
I don't think it was.
Look, it's,
I don't
it's
have
up
any
to you
real
guys
reason
to
believe
establish
it.
whether you think this trial was rigged.
Yes, but
Okay,
like
I don't
I
think
want
it
to know
was.
which one is right. So like how do we figure it out?
I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to figure it out for yourself. Do you think that the Rogues Guild would have rigged this? Yes or no?
Not the Rogues Guild, but the
Or whoever, you know.
yes.
It's up to you to decide.
Well,
More
I have the
importantly-
opinion that was.
Artemis Fowl says, according to Dev's chair, he has put on at least 600 pounds.
Damn,
more
that's
important.
true because it broke and you sat
Yeah.
on it.
Yep.
Dan,
It
you're
was
gonna have to stop
rated
going
for
on
up to
this, yeah.
600 pounds, and yet the moment Dev's shadow so much as heaved across it, it just collapsed.
Dang.
Let out one final shriek and then succumb.
Okay, so I'm actually really, I don't know if I mentioned this to you yet, Sargon. I'm actually really mad about this because
Yeah.
I did buy a fat person chair rated for 600 pounds, and I'm nowhere near 600 pounds.
Oh, yeah?
And it still
Says
broke.
Dev.
That means you're
It's
600
still fucking-
pounds.
No,
What-
I'm
what-
not.
Why don't you ask your scales, or are they broke as well?
No,
Did
my
you break
scales
them under
definitely
your
say that I'm
enormous-
not. My
Did they not
scales
break under your
say that
enormous
I'm not
skirt?
600.
Dev, is that because they stopped measuring at 100 pounds?
Yeah. 200
No.
pounds.
You have to count how
No.
many times the little lever goes around in
They've
circles.
maxed
It's like
out their bank
100,
account.
200. Yeah.
I'm actually
Yeah.
quite pissed about it because it was a very expensive, nice chair.
Dev
Dang.
stands on his
Get a
bathroom
refund.
Did
scale.
you get your refund?
Get a refund, and they'll be like, well, all you have to do is send across your weight. And you're like, fuck.
I have.
Send us a
Damn.
picture. We'll check.
I have to
Yeah.
pay someone else to do a weight test for me.
Yeah. Did you violate the warranty or not? That's the question.
Don't worry, Dev.
Nah,
They've
I
got
think-
scales
I think
for
I
people
just-
like you at the zoo.
I think I just got gypped. That's all it was.
You should
I'm
have
sure
played
that's the
a
case, it's just a
600-pound
really
thief
funny
in this campaign.
Yeah.
If you weigh 600 pounds, Dev.
I do not.
I know,
God
but
damn
it's
it.
really funny to think that you do.
Sean King says, I can sculpt your characters out of green stuff. Just tell me what poses and items you want to have, and I can make them. The downside is that I can only send them to Dev as I live in Canada.
Well, don't do it yet because they're only level 2.
Hmm.
Well, we could just post
Yeah,
ourselves
there was a guy who made those miniatures of our other characters, the
Yeah, yeah.
Crusaders characters. That was pretty good.
Yeah, but the point is, don't do it now because I mean, like, and didn't realize you were going to get a fucking chariot.
Well,
So who knows what you'll have tomorrow?
Who knows?
well, we can probably get some. We can actually, unironically, probably have some miniatures of us created.
Yeah, and I'm happy to paint them as well. But we
Well,
need
if
to-
you're offering.
yeah, just wait until you've got like your characters with a bit of stuff.
How fucking rich are you, Sargon? Pay for a bit, Jesus fucking Christ. In this economy,
What? Pay for? I'm not paying for anything. What are you talking about?
miniatures.
What do you mean?
We've reversed course.
Yes. It's fine.
Wapu AI Big Daddy, or Al Big Daddy, I don't know. Dev didn't kill himself. Kick V and high ranks.
Hello.
That is true. He has not actually killed himself. Let's see. McCall11 says, wow, Sargon, way to cheap out on the religion in your world. Are you sure cleric paladin spells are real? Or just gobbledygook that doesn't do things?
Look, not every fucking church has to have had a spell cast on it.
Hmm.
No, I
It
agree
could just
with
be a
Sargon,
bunch of
though.
devoted worshippers coming together in a building and performing all the ceremonies and believing the things of the religion and
Yes.
having a gay old time together.
Yeah, like in real
You know,
life.
like how it works in our world.
Yeah.
And Sujan says, the night is dark and full of terrors. Sargon.
Oh, true.
I still think that Dev could have been eaten, though.
He could have.
I mean, there's still time.
It would have,
Yeah, it's true.
it would
Still
have
time.
added to the story if they'd ended
There's all
with
sorts
Dev
of
spread
beasties
eagle.
out there.
Ass ablaze on the altar.
Yeah, and there's still time.
All right, that's most of the questions for you individually, as far as I could tell, with the Control F feature, limited though it may be. Nyotsu says, we can only hear Arch. I did fix that, eventually. Yippee. Happy me. And Rick says, for €6, time for autism. This was a more autistic episode. I like that.
I thought this was good. I thought you all did
I thought it
very
was a good
well.
episode, too.
I thought I was right.
We split up and we did our thing, and then we reconvened with all of our information, and we had a plan, and we explored, and we saw stuff. Things happened.
Once
It
everyone
sounds like
got
a good one to
Archer's
me.
autism under control, things went
Yeah.
pretty well.
There was
Yeah.
not a shred of autism there.
Oh,
The
there
speed
was a lot
bumps make you
fucking
appreciate the
autism
smooth road.
Zealotry and
right.
autism are two very different ends of the spectrum.
there. I don't
Literally the
think they
same.
are, actually.
They're literally the same.
Yeah, I think there might be a lot. Of
One just has robes on it.
I mean, I specifically watched some religious movies to prepare for this role, and I can tell you, religious people are not fucking reasonable.
Yeah, it's kind of like woke people,
Well,
but
yes.
with different beliefs. Yes.
Someone who is raised religious, most religious
Yeah,
people are
like
very
it's
reasonable.
trying. What you were trying to do is to tell Arch's character that actually saying the N-word in some circumstances is okay.
And
Yeah, but,
ChatGTV said no, even if millions must die, I will not.
Yeah.
That's actually a brilliant example. You can ask ChatGPT, will billions will die unless you say the N-word? And ChatGPT says no. Billions will
Actually-
die.
People think that saying the N-word is somehow worse.
Yeah. Pachu says, howdy all. Nothing like a D&D stream to chill on my birthday. I did read that one, but I'll read it again.
Oh, yeah.
Happy
Happy birthday. Yeah. Hope your birthday went well.
Yeah, and I hope you don't die.
I hope you don't die either. Though one day we will all be disappointed. Because you will die. But that's okay. Because
knows?
things are
Spoiler
precious
alert.
because they last.
It's entirely possible somebody could just not die.
No, it's
You never know. You never know.
I do know.
There are people
What?
who are like
No.
100 years old
Yep,
plus.
and they will still die.
No.
Everyone alive hasn't died yet.
Yeah, exactly. Until we see the evidence that everybody alive is dead, we cannot say this for certain.
That's true.
Every rule has an exception.
That's right.
Dracus Luthus says, I'm pretty happy, bros. I've managed to finish my first month in Godot from 1st to the 30th, and I've learned so much you'd think I was a master. What is Godot?
Sorry, what's Godot?
I haven't the faintest.
I think it's like an open source game engine that's trying to replace Unity due to all the Unity kerfuffles.
Oh, okay, great.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
Good job. Make something good.
Do, preferably. Yes, something good. Just Purdy says, please make a playlist of the D&D campaign. YouTube loves hiding videos, and I can't find them by searching. That's because they're not on YouTube. They're on Rumble.
And also, make sure to check the live tab if you have problems finding podcasts and other channels in the future. Some people don't know that it's not going to be under the videos tab. It will be under the live tab.
To be fair,
Yes.
this is YouTube's fault. So don't blame yourself.
It is not necessarily intuitive. I had to be told that when I was looking
Yeah,
for things.
same.
I assumed that videos is just going to be all their fucking videos, but how wrong I was.
Yeah, I know, right? It's so fucking counterintuitive. I hate it.
And what I hate is when you click on someone's channel and videos isn't the default. It's like
Yeah.
home or recommended, and I'm
Yeah.
like, no, no.
Or
Let me
playlist.
see what the videos are, and then from there I will think. Show me what they fucking made. Your
Yeah,
video
fucking-
site. Show me their
oh, I
videos.
hate- It's so fucking annoying, but who cares?
Service
Fucking YouTube
guarantees
shit.
citizenship.
Don't take my kidneys. I'll consider it. Says, guilty, send Dev to the silver mines.
Dang, Dev, it's rough for you out there. You got to win over the crowd.
Dev
You got to
That's
has,
how
really
it
give
is-
them something to
That's
think
how
about.
it is every time. That's how
Dev
it is
has
every
a
time.
problem with
Yeah.
his public persona.
You get
It's a
punched and
comment.
mocked and humiliated, and you keep showing up. You're just like Boogie.
Oh, don't say that, Jesus.
That's true.
I'm
That
not
is
That's
pretty
600
hard.
pounds.
Oh, that's right.
what you took
Oh
from
no,
it.
I didn't mean that. Oh no.
Boogie
Oh.
makes his chair scream. Dev makes his chair collapse. Who's the
Yeah,
bigger
Dev.
Boogie?
Dev, we haven't got any proof that Boogie's ever broken a chair, actually. So,
That's true.
Service
We have no
guarantees
proof that
citizenship.
Boogie is as heavy as you.
yeah.
Do we actually know that he didn't? I think he must have broken one at least once.
Well, there's no evidence.
Can you Google it? Where's the article?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I know that Nanobytes destroyed a chair with her ass and then sold it for like $2,000.
Well, yeah.
It was a
fucking
gaming
simps.
chair. Yeah, it was a gaming chair by a VTuber. It looked as if like a cougar scratched on
How
it.
does a VTuber have a gaming chair?
They buy one.
Because they're all men, that's why.
But a VTuber doesn't use a gaming chair, right? Because it's
Oh,
just
yeah,
an
they're all men.
image.
All men. use
Rags,
gaming chairs.
behind the avatar, there is an actual human being.
And it's
So
a
the
man.
VTuber never
but-
even touched. So the VTuber never even touched that chair. So why the fuck would I care?
But here's the thing, though. Gaming chairs are fucking awful. Why would you ever sit in one?
They're fine.
Actually, I've got
Imagers are fine.
one now from Nobles, and it's actually really good.
Yeah, the one I've been using for years I like it. I've never had any back problems. It keeps me in a good posture. It's not, I like mine.
My
I'm not
father,
saying I'm not
though,
saying you should go and get one, but this one's fine. I like it.
I've
Daddy
sat in
Arch
chairs
bought
like these,
a
Arch. I
razor.
fucking hate them.
Razer gaming chair, and it was
Oh,
awful.
God. Yeah.
Absolutely awful.
I'm
I
not,
got
I
an
don't like
email
chairs
from
like this. It's
a
not my style.
gaming chair company once, and they're like, "Hey, we'd love to send you a free gaming chair so you can feature it in videos." I was like, "Okay," and then they sent me an email back like 10 minutes later, going, "Oh, actually, we're out of stock. Sorry, we're not going to send you one."
Yeah, we found out
Yeah.
you're a racist,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah,
I
easy,
get-
easy come,
we
easy
Google you.
go. I guess. I mean,
I
like,
get
why
those,
did you email me
yeah.
in the fucking first place?
It's one of the more common ones is the gaming chair emails, and they'll send you
Yeah.
one for free, but then they'll say you get like 10% or whatever of like every gaming chair sold, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to market something that's like $200-300 to people just so I can get a little cut of it. It doesn't seem it's not the same thing that I would feel,
Well,
like
I-
good shilling for.
I mean, if they send me a free one and I try it and it's a good chair, I don't see much of a problem.
That would be
with it.
fine, but there is this element of man, that's like a big investment on like one thing. If
Yeah.
it was like maybe I know there's a meme, but like a good VPN service makes sense, or
Sure.
like good shave razors, or something along those lines. But
I don't really see a problem with it, especially if it's something you personally are using.
yeah,
I
as
mean,
long
it's
as I've used it
how
and vouched for it.
advertisement
Yeah.
works, right? Like otherwise, no one would advertise.
Yeah.
No, yeah, like I have fun. I not have fun. I would be fine with advertising certain things. I'd have to vouch for them and make sure they're good.
it's
and
gotta
actually
be
good.
care about it.
Hell,
It's
Arch
gotta be good.
advertised Raid Shadow Legends. Was that fucking good, Arch?
I'm
Right.
still
Level
playing
1.
Raid today.
Wow,
not actually playing it.
Are you playing Raid Shadow Legends right now as we speak?
I actually have it in the background, yes, because it's one of those grindy games.
Get
Wow,
the
that's
fuck out.
incredible.
What level are
Raid
you?
Shadow Legends.
I've never actually played Raid Shadow Legends. What is the game like?
It's just like grinding. It's just a grind game.
Uh,
Bars go up.
I
Minimal,
like
minimal
parts that
actual
go up.
input from you.
Right. Okay.
So long as I use the product, I am happy to recommend it or do ads
Yeah.
for it. I was even
Yeah,
doing
same with me.
Manscaped ads for a while because I fucking love their socks. I
Oh,
adore
I've
their
got a-
socks.
I've got a Manscaped electric razor that I use, and it's really actually
Yeah,
quite
I've
good.
got one of those
I
too. It's
like
really
it.
good.
It's good.
The only
I think I
problem
would
is
get one for
that
my
they
dad.
later
He's been
informed me
looking
that since I said Warhammer was actually for anyone, not everyone, they had to cut contact with me because that was a little bit too radical for them.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Okay. Enough shills. Let's carry on.
I've got to go.
Okay.
Actually, I'll see you guys later.
See ya,
Well,
Dev.
but Dev, this is relevant information for you.
Dev, some of these might
Okay,
be mocking
do
you.
it real
Don't
quick,
take
do it.
my kidney says a pony is an equine that measures under 14 hands at the withers. A horse is an equine above 14 hands. Source: I
So
work
the-
at a horse food store.
There we go.
A
Check
horse food store? So
Okay.
And this
Sounds
is
good.
relevant
making
to you,
food
Dev,
out of
because
horses, Rags. isn't
if
it?
a pony can't
I
break
know what
your
you're thinking.
chair, you shouldn't be.
what
able
am I
to.
thinking?
You were thinking what kind of
like
food do you
Purina.
make out of horses?
The dog food.
See
No,
ya,
I
Tom.
believe this is food for the horses.
Right.
You guys ever eat horse before?
Yes,
Yeah.
delectable.
I haven't
I lived in
actually
Germany.
eaten horse before.
It's delicious. Thinly
No?
sliced horse meat with warm potatoes and scrambled eggs. Oh,
I mean, it does sound good. But Dev, right, 7 o'clock next Thursday.
next
Yeah.
Thursday I'm going to be away.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Then we'll rearrange
Well,
it. Now that there's
what
no
day
Thanksgiving,
can-
I should be way more open.
What day can you do next week?
Any but Wednesday, I think, and Saturday.
And
But not the
Thursday.
Thursday.
Obviously.
Yes, and Thursday. But I thought that was kind of obvious, Dev.
Okay, so Friday?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Friday, I think, is going to be good for me.
Yep, Friday should
Me?
be okay.
I'd have to double check, but I think
Yeah.
next Friday is going to be a-okay.
V?
Yeah. Are you on for the Archcast, by the way, if you're leaving on Thursday?
Yes.
Okay.
What'll
No, because I don't know when you're coming back. Like, if you're leaving on Thursday and
I'm
you're
not
coming Monday,
leaving.
then
I just have a
Damn.
previous arrangement that I was made
I
before the
see.
D&D campaign.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I just wanted to know.
Okay,
like,
so
like,
Friday
some
next
days.
week then.
Friday,
Friday next week. Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll see you guys.
See ya.
Toodaloo, bye-bye.
Argray says you can make a macro with blessings for 1d4 roll or create false attack spell with it and just click on it anytime you want to get that +2 roll. That'll probably be useful, yes. Miss Agrippa says Buna Rags, which I have no idea what it means.
I assume it means hello. So hello?
Either that or something extraordinarily sensual.
Yeah, maybe. In that case, well, hello. Hello.
Detend says Art is playing the cleric correctly, even in the novels. When this happens, it turns into a river of blood. Yes. My religious rights will not be trampled.
What if
Filthy.
you're wrong, Arch?
Well,
What if,
I
you
wouldn't
know
be.
you sit down in a faith dialogue, and you have a little faith off religion wise, and you're actually like, oh right, no, he's got a good point actually.
You
You
could
wouldn't.
play a cleric and be swayed by a different religion. That's
No.
totally
Yeah, but,
a good thing.
again,
not in D&D, no.
Sargon,
Well,
imagine
D&D's wrong, and
that,
I
that
will not
you're
talk
like
about
a leftist student, and you have like this guy that says, well, actually saying the N-word isn't the
Ah,
problem.
no, think about it. Actually, V, right? What this
Yeah.
is, imagine that you are a normal third wave feminist,
Yeah.
and some woke intersectional turns up and starts calling you a white feminist because you don't agree with their feminism. That's what this is more like.
I
But
am a white
The
feminist.
issue
I
is
don't-
I
I don't think-
literally know God is real.
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
are
a lot
not
of people
denying that.
would say that.
They
And says, "I know
also
God
say
is
your
real."
God is real.
A lot of people are convinced
like my
God's
God.
real.
And this was a very obvious chaos cult as well, I must say.
This is absolutely not a chaos cult.
Also, also, it's not actually that obvious. It was definitely designed to be built
Yeah,
into
it's more like
Lathander
like in
worship,
Warhammer 40k. You know, you have like a person from another planet saying that the Emperor is actually the sun,
Yeah,
and then you have like
I feel as if your religious fervor is lacking.
no. Think about it. It's not even like the Omnissiah, right? It's like you're from one planet and you're joining the
Here
military
we go.
guard, like the Imperial Guard, and you have like this person that says,
Military
well,
Guard
actually
and
the
Imperium Guard.
do you want to listen to what I have to say or not?
Damn.
Go on.
Shut down.
It's more like different planets interpret the Emperor differently. I learned this from your videos, Arch. And in one planet, they can say that the Emperor is the sun, and another planet, they can say that actually the Emperor is in all living things.
But
Wow,
this
they're
not
religion is
using-
predicated on the existence of Lathander.
Yeah,
Using
so it's not
Arch's own
mutually
content
exclusive.
against him. Devious.
Well, it
Yeah,
is mutually exclusive in this case. You're bringing up an example that are tomatoes and oranges.
No,
Yes.
no.
Are you
No,
going
it's
to
kinda
tell me
like-
how 40k works? I swear to God, I
V
will.
is,
Okay,
V is so
Explain
correct.
to me
Oh.
then, because I watched your videos. So explain to me how it doesn't make sense. Like, didn't you say that different planets in the Imperium worship the Emperor differently, but they still worship the Emperor?
Yeah, and not a single one of them is recognized by the Imperial cult.
Well, that
Okay.
just says more about the Imperial cult. doesn't
No,
it?
Yeah, it
all
really
right,
does.
fine. You're okay. You're
Ooh,
correct.
let's talk
but,
about Space Marines some more. This is really
But
fun.
if you're
Oh,
like a
it's
guardsman, right? If you're a guardsman deployed and another fellow guardsman who also worships the Emperor, you worship him differently. Like, are they all going to start fighting over it?
That depends on what the priest says.
that depends on if Arch was playing them or not.
Yeah.
And in
'Cause
fact, yes, there are frequent occurrences of interregimental rivalry over everything from dress code to religious interpretation to fucking personal smell.
Yeah, but are they actually going to like beat themselves to death over it?
Oh god, yes. Like, there are bloody regimental fucking feuds.
Well, there you go, Sargon. I guess like you should have made a 40K
Answer is
campaign.
what's in it.
Lord the Possum simply says, "Hi, Rags," with many
Hello.
Warturk 5 says you should all buy shirts with extra thick backs after the case is closed. Might be very prudent. And Sanddoom says, can the chariot horses have chain shirts? I hope so, as we're going to be using them as war horses at some point.
Oh goodness, that's probably not right.
Artemis Fell says, Art has done lore videos in MLP. I have. You know, I see why people like it.
Honestly, I actually agree. I saw a few episodes. Some friends showed me some episodes, and they were fine. I see the appeal. I can understand that there's a charm to it. Like, I get it, you know?
Oh, yeah. For
I
children's
watched the
entertainment.
anti-communist one, and it really wasn't that bad.
No, like, for children's
Hey.
entertainment, My Little Ponies is not bad. I'm a little bit confused by all of the 30, 40 years olds who enjoy it, but details.
I think it's a sexual fetish. There, that's
Yeah, I think so.
that's it. Yeah, it totally explains it all.
Sargon. I mean, like when I look at your channel and everything, like sexual fetishism doesn't sound like your area of expertise.
I can tell when someone else is expressing a sexual fetish.
V, are you contesting this? Do you think that people don't look at the My Little Ponies with fire in their eyes, passion?
It depends.
Many,
it depends.
many
Like
do.
if we're talking about Equestria, then maybe. But the idea that a person can actually like a pony is so disgusting and violent and repulsive to me that I refuse to believe.
What do you
that
mean,
this is
like
the
a
case.
pony? I like ponies. I
Yeah,
like crows. I
Do
like.
you like
gerbils.
I like how
Sticking it to
ponies
ponies.
taste. They're quite
No, but like we're
delicious.
talking about it from a sexual type of adoration.
Well, as far as
I
I'm
gotta
aware,
think about it. I gotta think
most
about it.
earthly ponies can't fly or shoot magic out of their heads, so there's a difference
Important
here.
as this
That's
discussion is,
true.
I have to go to bed because I've got to go to work tomorrow.
Oh,
So-
now we know how to get rid of Sargon.
Alright.
That's good information
Yeah,
to have.
bye, every
That's
I'll
pony.
see you all later.
Bye
Take
bye.
care.
We'll see you later.
Fading Fast says, you know, Rags, if you wanted, you could pull rank. You are technically the leader. Just roleplay a choir boy moralizing over displays of wealth.
I think I made a decent enough argument without having to pull rank, and it worked out. We each found something for us to do, and we came together, and, you know, I think it all worked out well.
Deeth End asks, book/audiobook recommendations.
Book/audiobook recommendations. I've never listened to an audiobook, but if you want a book recommendation, then you should read oh gosh, what's an approachable book that someone could probably knock out in not too much time? The Alchemist. Read that.
I gotta go with something slightly bit heavier. Joey Abercrombie's The First Law. It has audiobook variants as well, and they're really good. They're read in a very soothing, pleasant voice. And it's an amazing book series. Amazing book series.
He can't
read books, okay? I went to
carry on.
university. I went to med school. I went to law school. Fuck books. I'm so sick and fucking tired of them, alright? You imagine spending your entire fucking day from dusk till dawn just reading books for 10 years of your fucking life. And then you have like some chucklehead going like, why don't you read books? Because fuck yourself, that's why.
Man, do you feel the same way about like video games or?
No, because those are actually pleasant. They're
Oh,
enjoyable.
okay.
But even then, like there are some video games that like if you make me play World of Warcraft, I would look at you with disgust.
Dang, that's like books, right? I read a lot of books growing up, so I started actually for the first time in like 13 years or so, because I hadn't read a book since high school. I picked up a book and I started reading House of Leaves, and it's been really fucking good.
No, I get it,
So-
but it's like one thing to read a book, and it's another thing to memorize it, and then
Well,
go
then
in
don't
front
do
of a
that.
professor.
Just read
no,
a book
no, but
like a
like,
fun person.
listen, it's like PTSD for me. All right, I get the 20-yard stare when I see a book. It's kind of like telling a Vietnam veteran, it's like, hey, let's go target practice. Like, it's not the same. Like for him, the same fun activity may trigger certain emotions and stimuli in his brain that's going to make him freak out. And that's like how I am when you show me a book.
Are you saying, V, that books are like kryptonite to you?
Yes,
Interesting.
Okay.
Very interesting.
This
It
this
is.
tells us a lot of things about V chat.
Yeah, we're learning everyone's weakness. We already learned Sargon's a few minutes ago, so.
Lucian says, I'm the dancing demon. Watch me twirl and hop and spin. I'm quick to give a smile, but I won't forget your sins. That's probably from something. And I have no idea what. But it is a nice rhyme, though.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sujad says, clerics can exchange the use of their spells, not cantrips, for lay on hands. The swapping is a free action. Lay on hands can also damage undead. You keep trying to convince me of this.
Might be handy. Might be handy.
And Sujad also says, cure minor wounds, not lay on hands. Herp. Well, if you find ourselves in a particularly pressing situation where somebody I like is dying, maybe. But if it's Dev, well, religion check. Zenothium 15 says, Arch, known spells are wisdom English.
Modifier.
Wisdom modifier plus level. But Sargon told me I know one more. Belial says, if those spells using your charisma modifier are spells known, spells per day is something else. Is that the...
Yeah. I was going by that's why I selected the spells of my charisma modifier plus half my level rounded down, which is 4.
Scipio...
I never mentioned how many spells I could use per day, just the slots I've got.
Scipio Afrocan says Penn Island and hi rags.
Hi. Have you guys ever been to Pin Island?
I have not.
No? It's really good. You should go. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I imagine it's quite a flight from where I am.
No? That's fair enough.
Animate Acumen says, hello, what I miss other than V spurging? Mostly just V spurging. Whelpoo AI Big Daddy, or Al Big Daddy, different one. Dev didn't kill himself, kick V high ranks. I didn't read that one, but
Hello.
I forgot.
V was not kicked.
Sujat says, Black Cloak equals stealth bonus, not in Sargon's world.
Depends on the it depends on the situation. Sometimes wearing black can enhance your profile at night. So
To be honest, I noticed with Sargon that most rolls, unless they're like 15 or above, they're failures. Like there's no mediocrity here. You can't just like be.
I
it's
haven't noticed that
acceptable.
at all. I haven't noticed that at all.
Really? Like I roll like 12 and 13s and were failures.
It depends on what you're doing. Because keeping in mind that 10 is the average expression of what you can do in that task.
Yeah, making a
Um,
magic show in
So like if you like
basically.
sneaking to the church and rolling, what did he roll? He rolled a 9 stealth check sneaking to the church. That might just mean you just like kind of walk there somewhat worse than average, but it might
No, that
just
wasn't
mean you
what
just
I was
go there,
saying.
so.
It's just like not that. It's like many things together. Like for example, performing a street show, like a magic show, right? Where you're just like on the corner of the street and
I
you're David
have
Blaney.
lost.
A 12 apparently isn't good enough.
Well, a 12 it's a bit above average, but if I was watching a street performer a bit above average, then I'd be like, oh, okay, that's kind of neat.
Yeah, I would toss the silver coin.
I wouldn't.
Oh yeah, but you're Scrooge McDuck, so
No, I just expect better.
I see.
There are some street
Small
performers that have
throwback.
been like, yo, that's insane, and I'll give them something, but you're gonna have to do better than a 12 for me to give you money.
The Deviant days. Walter Quai says, finally, a good Christian VTuber in my D&D live stream. That's correct. I am a good Christian. And McWild11 says, Altar has been upgraded with solar panels. Heresy. Yes. Tesla solar panels. And roll culinary to make sure the lamb cooked well. Heresy, the question, fire is the answer. Kick me. That's true as well. McWild11 sending 4 super chats, one after the other. Rags is playing nice and kind Oberstamm Phil. I did read that one too. God damn.
I'm nice and kind and reasonable and handsome and incredibly good at hitting people in the head with a warhammer. Just whatever the situation calls for. As long as it's not rolling over 10, I'm pretty good.
A patriotic Gestalt sends $5 without a message, so thank you.
All right, well, thanks.
McWild11 again, self-defense yourself to victory. There's Walt. And says first take 2 hands, then keep stacking them. Yeah, obvious heresy. Should have been acted upon. If we had brought their severed heads back to the church, it would all have been solved.
Well, I mean, we probably would have gotten in trouble for that.
I don't know about that. And Medacumen says, naive paladin gonna kill the party.
I don't think I was ever naive.
If this was Warhammer,
Or
I
dangerous.
probably would have killed half the party. That might color my my perception of this
Art,
world.
your character isn't that strong. Like, sure, you got your harmful touch, which is like 1 spell, right? Maybe you get a hit or a miss.
V, allow me to
But there's 3
quickly
people.
preempt you by giving you an example from reality, right?
Yeah.
Why does Hamas attack Israel when they don't stand a fucking chance?
Yeah, but Arch, you do not have the numbers that Hamas has.
Neither do
not
they have the numbers. They're
You do not-
outnumbered,
you-
outgunned in
Hamas,
every
by
way.
definition, has the
you do
numbers
not
Hamas
have you do
has.
not have the international sympathy, Arch.
They don't have much of that either.
No, they do. They unironically they fucking do. Like there have been marches in London.
There are plenty of cases where religious fervor overrides logical considerations.
Yeah, that's always fun.
No, but like you said, you would murder half the party. But the reality is that
Service
even if you
guarantees
did want to do
citizenship.
that, you'd get your ass whooped.
Half the
It's
party?
3 against 1.
No,
Yeah.
I said I'd murder you.
Oh, but even then,
This is
You-
because
you
you
would-
were threatening me, like, I'll cast magic missile. Yeah, I'll touch you.
I shit magic missiles.
The problem is, V, even if you hit me with all magic missiles and roll maximum on all of them, you would need to do that 3 times, I think, to put me down. I need to touch you once to potentially put you down.
Yeah, but take into account that touching can miss, while magic missiles always hit.
Yeah,
No,
and you're going to
magic
get
missile is-
disadvantage, too.
Not magic missile. We don't have that much HP at level 2, so
Yeah, like how much HP do you have?
If
Like,
you got all 3 of them, so you got 4 with 4 each, right?
yeah, like 5 damage. I think it's 1d4 plus 1, so that's 15 damage. And they all hit,
4
like, you
times
can't-
3 is 12.
No. It's 1d4 plus 1. That's the magic missile, right? And you have 3 of them.
Alright, yeah, I can still tank around with that, even with max damage. And probably on average tank 2.
Okay, so you take like 1 round, and then you touch me, and if it misses or doesn't do full damage, you take another round of the magic missiles.
3d10 damage.
assuming no one else is involved in this, which they would be.
Yeah. But like 3 to 10 isn't that much. Let me check. Hold on.
3d10 is quite a lot. That'll average
Alright,
out
so I'm
at...
rolling now. It would be like a 15. Okay, so.
Heresy's the question.
Okay.
Fire is the answer.
Well, go ahead and
Having
wrap up the super
defeated
chats.
my
I
own
want to
arguments.
do a few things before it gets too late.
Yep. Cyril says, Chariot. Why? Because I thought I could use it to ride it to battle, and mostly as a meme, but then Sargon said we could have it, and then everybody else got kind of attached to
For
the
sale.
idea
You went to a
as
market.
well.
It was for sale.
The
Yeah,
only
it's
one who
good for
really seemed
performing
opposed to
shows.
it was Rag, so I'm like, okay, well, let's go.
Yeah.
Well, I
fucking
just don't think
fair
it's the wisest investiture, you know? Maybe something a bit more practical, less flashy, you know? Because we'll be out and about, might not want to draw too much attention to ourselves.
No, it's
I
great
don't
for
know
several
about that.
reasons.
Like,
Number
we're-
1, with.
We're the agents
Go
of the Holy Order. Like, if anything, flashy good.
Yeah, no, like there's several reasons why I wanted it. Number 1, you can use tents in order to actually stipend it, so you don't need to pay the inn, like 2 gold or whatever the fuck. Number 2, you can perform shows and make money when you go into a village and stuff. And number 3, you can actually use it into battle. And it can even carry stuff. It's a really good investment. I do not regret it.
I do wonder if there's mounted combat rules, because I imagine strapping... Oh my god.
I think there probably is, right?
If we could strap a couple of good horses that... They're not the draft horses, but... My god. 30 movement speed is the 10 more, so our average movement speed is 30, so we probably get 40, 50 feet movement speed on the battle map, plus impact of a chariot, plus the ability to move and cast spells, etc., because we'll still be stationary and it'll be moving. I think I'm imagining that D&D has far more rules than I think it does, but oh well. McWild11, over that one. Mashisvezek, when they turn into evil cult, Arch has bragging rights, and he should have them cleansed as he wanted. Impure infidels. That is the
So
outcome
far,
we are
it
looking
doesn't
for.
seem. It doesn't seem evil.
I
It
don't
just
know about
seems
that.
wrong. So the worst thing is the young daughter who might be getting boozed up and
Gangbanged every day.
stuff at the that might be a bit that's no good. The rest of it seems pretty
I personally frown
relatively
upon this.
harmless. Yeah, that's not good. Start getting the little daughters involved, and we're like, okay, guys, calm down.
Alex Adamson says, I'm trying to find the previous session because I missed some things, but I can't find it. What did you do to it? I deleted it.
Damn.
And move it over to Rumble. Which is what I'm going to do with all of them, because Sargon's reputation on YouTube is not great.
He has 3 YouTube channels.
He does.
He does.
All of them under constant surveillance, I feel. Sentinelix says, Heresy does not sleep, and neither does Arch. Correct. Party Almissive, God bless you, Arch. Roman salute was a funny touch.
Sieg.
I mean, listen, the Roman salute's a good one. The whole snapping together the heels and that's a good salute. It's just been... Its gravitas has been somewhat reduced after the actions of certain peoples in the last century.
Oh, God.
But still, we shouldn't blame the salute for that. Artemis Fowl says, Arch pre-failed the encounter by alerting the entire town that he thinks they're heretics. Oh, I think they are heretics. But if they don't think they're heretics, they have no clue.
Yeah, I don't think like they would care if you alert the whole town, because they would expect like normal people to quote unquote not understand. So
Harrison Judith says, technically, the Archbishop just told V and Arch to get info. He didn't specify they couldn't extract it with thumb screws or a rack, did he?
Dang, I think it was probably strongly implied, but
Iraqi Oil Money asks, what happened to the first 2 episodes? They and episode 0 are all on Rumble, and there will be a descriptive link of it at the bottom of the video. So you can just go over there, and you'll find the rest of them on Rumble. Sandoom says, Dev, stealthing during nighttime, death of some innocent old man and or his family, plus the burning of his house. Flash up. That did happen. Dethen says, Arch is best girl. Skull. The sheep, his happens in book. Trying to decipher the Google autocorrect there. The sheep, this happens in book. Nope, no idea.
I got nothing.
I'm going to go because it's already 2 a.m. So was fun hanging out with you guys, and I'll see you on the Archcast.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
Harrison Jordan says, it's okay, Dev, someone needs to balance out V's chaotic and lunatic influence on this team. That's true as well.
V is V does stuff. V's a stuff doer, he's a stuff doer.
Vayu Hayton says, the village is lost, ready the stake. I mean, it was already falling off. I don't think there would be any serious hit to the local economy if it was to be dealt with.
Damn.
Rosal says, never go full retod. Todd.
Service guarantees
Todd again,
citizenship.
Sujant, constructive criticism for V. 10 seconds too late. You're taking over other players too frequently, particularly with Rags. Biggest pet peeve for me with tabletop RPGs.
With what now?
Biggest pet peeve with TTRPGs, so tabletop RPGs.
What was their biggest pet peeve, sorry?
V, taking over other players too frequently, particularly with Rags.
Taking over? Oh, talking over, maybe is what he meant to say.
Possibly.
Maybe. I don't know. I guess I'm used to it. I'm just numb to it. That's what you got to just see those gaps and assert yourself.
Animate Acumen says, afraid of books, heretical of he, can't read Archer's Bible. That's true. And he probably should be purged for it. That
Most
Reeve
people
guy,
probably can't, right?
imagine playing a TTRPG and getting shat on for role-playing.
That's exactly right. Role play, yeah, exactly. Yes, you can. Yeah, true, definitely. Good super chat.
When Pax says, that pick is too perfect. It kind of is. Alexander says, but it's on Rumble, just 5 Badab videos. It's definitely on Rumble. It's the Archcast, though. You should be able to find it there. And even if you can't, the exact link is written on screen in the video right now. So if you just type that in, good old-fashioned typing style, your fingers are not broken, I hope, should pop up.
Service guarantees citizenship.
And lastly, Animate Acumen says, if the Archbishop didn't specifically take an option off the table, it's on the table. Flog them, Arch.
I don't know about that.
And actually,
he's pretty clear to not use violence, only in self-defense. So he want us to keep our, to not be conspicuous.
Adam Unfriended at the end saying, great D&D campaign with a dysfunctional family with 2 gay dads, not knowing how to control their equally gay and retarded sons. Lol.
Hi, Adam.
That is a good descriptor. It is. Right. Well, that is everything for today. Thank you very much for watching. Of course, as always, the videos will be put up on Rumble. It'll remain on YouTube for about a week. Then it'll be Yito-deletoed. And hopefully we'll see you all again next week on Friday at the same time.
Yeah, we'll see everybody later. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the super chats. And we will, I guess, it'll be Friday next week. That's right.